No one can hear me. Thank you, Marianne. Hi, everyone. We're just going to let people file into the Zoom and just give it a few minutes. We are waiting on one more committee member so we can get started. I guess we technically could get started, but not voting yet. So oh, it's probably, yes, it's Dua Lipa, if you can believe it. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to get started in just a few minutes. I'm just waiting on one more committee member, and then I'm logging onto Zoom from my laptop. So just give us a few minutes, and then we'll get started. Wonderful. Okay, great. We can get started. So let's log on to what, 4:30? Yes. All right, it is 5:42 p.m. and I'm going to call this meeting to order and also get off the video here. There we go. And hi, my name is Valerie De La Rosa. I'm the chair of Manhattan Community Board 2's Outdoor Dining Working Group. This is the February 19th meeting. We have 28 items on the agenda plus new business. And I'm going to call this meeting to order. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to adopt.
Okay, Donna, do I have a second? Second from Stella. Okay, great. So we're going to go through the applications this evening. We have 2 applicants in the room, and the way it's going to work very quickly is we're going to call up each application. The committee will see if the applicant is here, but we will first go to public testimony on each application separately. So when I call up the application, if you want to testify on it and you are not the applicant or applicant's representative, we'd like to hear from the public first, and then we will go to the applicant or applicant's representative if they're here. Once we do that, then the applicant will have applicant's representative will have an opportunity to make a statement, to answer questions that the committee may or may not have for them. And they're welcome to respond to anything that was said in the public testimony to the committee. So if you could please keep your comments directed towards the committee members, and I'll introduce them very quickly. We have Stella Fitzgerald here, who is the vice chair for this committee, Carter Booth, former CB2 chair and former CB2 SLA chair, now SLA committee member, and Donna Raftery, who chairs both of CB2. I don't know why I waved. Both of CB2. Hi. Both of CB2's SLA committee. So with that, I'll just point out that to the committee that in the room we have the applicant representative for La Mercerie. Is that right? And then for Mamoons. So they're a little bit later on the agenda. So I will, we can choose to call them up earlier. What do you guys think? Or we can go through some and then call them up. Or like, what do you want to?
I'm just here a couple.
Okay, got it. Okay.
As we have said in the past.
We have said we are. I know. I just thought I would offer that since they were here and at the bottom of the agenda. There's only 2 that were here. So anyways, offering that up. Okay, so we're going to start with our first one, which is the Gray Dog Inc., DBA The Gray Dogs Coffee at 90 University Place for the Sidewalk Cafe. We will, if there's anyone here to testify on that, I probably need to make people co-hosts and stuff, so let me do that. So. Oh. Great, so if there's anybody here from the public that would like to speak on the Gray Dog Coffee at 90 University Place, we're gonna ask for the sidewalk testimony first and then the roadway. Hey, Michael, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I'm back again.
I know, we're featured every week, it seems to be. Okay, so we'll go to Michael in a second. There was somebody else that I promoted and I don't see them now.
On there.
Rosalie Batista, is that the client, Mike? Was that your client, Michael, or is that someone?
No.
Okay, so Rosalie Batista, would you like to, we're gonna call on you first to testify. It's not so serious. Hi. Can you unmute, please? You have 2 minutes.
Hi.
Hi. Do you have anything you'd like to say about this application, the Gray Dog?
I'm sorry, I'm here for the Melvindale application.
Number 15.
Number 15? Oh, okay. We have not gotten to that application yet, so we will call on you. We can just make a note that's.
Okay.
So thank you. We're gonna move you back to the other. Thanks. Okay. So is there anyone here to testify on the Gray Dog? I'll take Gray Dog for sidewalk or for the roadway at 90 University Place. Not seeing anybody, so I need to move this person. Maybe she moved. Okay. Okay. Does the committee have anything they want to ask the applicant on this one? I'm having to pull up my materials, so.
How many, just to follow up on Stella's further questions, have you already, how many residential units are used?
I don't know the units, but I know that the, there's 2 primary building entrances, one to the north, which is 3 stories, and then the one to the south, which is their own building. No, the one to the north is their building, and it's 3 stories, and the one to the south is 11 stories. I don't know the units.
Yeah, that was my own.
Okay, I have to bring up the plan because I don't have it in front of me, so just give me 1 second.
Fortunately, we can't see the C of Os, which I noticed this afternoon.
What does that mean?
It's the which would tell us how many building units there are because it's down.
Well, can you just look up what the numbers are? Like on Street Easy?
Yeah.
So it's a sidewalk, 10-foot clear path. This is a pretty wide sidewalk from what I recall. And it's just, the question is, Michael, as you know, this whole primary building entrance thing. Which is just the one on the right.
It looks like the one to the south, the larger building is a commercial building,
Mhm.
and then the other one, I think it's residential.
Okay.
How many though?
Okay.
There's 3.
Michael, do you have a statement you want to make about this one or anything you have to say about this one?
If we're gonna talk about PBE, no.
Pete Davies has his hand raised.
Okay, Pete, did you want to testify on this application? No, let me just move.
I think he just wants to be allowed to talk, right?
Okay, oh, okay. Hi,
Great.
Pete.
Hi, thank you. I wasn't going to, but looking at the photos, I see that the way the tables are set up really infringe upon the residential entry. I don't know how they can set up tables as shown on their diagram with two tables side by side between the doorway of the restaurant and the residential entry door. Those, I don't know what size those tables are. But the way they have them in the photos, it's one table laterally and two tables front to back. But they've changed that in the diagram where it's two tables laterally to fit into that space between the doorway. I don't see how they do that. So just the only reason I'm speaking up is to protect the interests of residents. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I was just answering a question on the Q&A.
Does that not count as a primary building entrance for the
I
store?
don't,
And people are asking where the diagrams can be accessed. They can be accessed on the CB2 website. If you'll just give us a minute, we'll put that link in the chat. So 1 second. Okay, I don't know if there's anything else. Is there anything else you want to ask Michael about this one?
For me, it was just the primary building entrance ongoing.
and and I was just mentioning, Stella, so to the south, there is now, that was a WeWork in the past, but it's now a restaurant, and it appears to be that the entrance just to the south, the building entrance just to the south is storefront. And then the building, the entrance to the north is for the 3 residential units above.
Okay,
And because the city is not providing any guidance on primary building entrance at
Okay.
all. It's, I don't think the one to the south is an issue because it's a store entry.
it's the one to the
whereas
north.
It's the one to the north.
Okay. Okay. Is there anyone here who wants to testify on the Grey Dog Roadway Cafe application? I don't see any hands raised. Is there anything the committee wants to continue discussing with the applicant here about this application on the roadway or the sidewalk? Okay.
I think there was just one little,
On the roadway?
yeah, just to add the clearance for the manhole on section 2. Box,
Form.
yeah, box R17 vent infrastructure, just to add, it's on the site plan, it's just not written on the following page.
Okay. I know we've got some more stuff to send you, Michael, from the last one with the appropriate amount of time to get those in along with the ones from today. So
Okay,
we have not forgotten about those.
yeah, I'm a little confused when you call it vent infrastructure. I know they took the manhole box off.
Yeah, I think it counts as vent infrastructure, it's the only option.
I have no problem putting it on there.
Yeah,
I've written in manhole on a few of them with the lines, but.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
could
the
put
form,
that on
yeah.
vent infrastructure.
Yeah, you and I know we've seen the changes in the form. Just so we've seen the evolution of that form. So, okay, so are we on? We're good to move on from number 1 and number 2. Okay. Michael, is yours? Are you?
First 6.
Huh? Through 6? Oh, wow.
First 6.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go to the 3rd agenda item, Zia Maria Little Italy Inc., DBA Zia Maria Little Italy at 138 Mulberry for a sidewalk cafe. Is there anyone here who wants to testify on the sidewalk cafe? Then I'm going to call for the same address on the roadway cafe. So for the sidewalk cafe, Michael, the big issue, if there's no one here to testify, I'm just going to talk to the applicant. Okay, to Michael. Can you talk, the width isn't ADA compliant? Huh?
Yeah, so we have the French doors and we'll be serving out of the French doors. So
Okay,
anybody going into the Sidewalk Cafe would be entering from the building, except for the last chair on the table to the right, where they would be able to walk right into that off the private property. But the tables will be small enough that they fit in and anybody can get into them.
okay. Carter, you had a comment I couldn't hear. Could you say it
No,
louder?
I was saying the same thing.
Oh, okay.
That Michael was, but I think the issue though is when do you close those doors and what do you do when it's cold out? Or if it's raining?
When it's cold, we wouldn't be open. And if it's raining, no one's gonna be sitting outside.
Okay, so you guys don't have an awning or anything?
They do have an awning,
So,
but they know what they have to do to comply.
Okay. Okay,
Then
Go ahead.
again, the only thing is, there's a primary building entrance to the north.
Is that the right side or the left side? Oh, I see the north here. I see a north arrow.
That's right.
Ha! I just didn't look hard enough, Michael. Okay,
and can we just say this one? So just so everybody knows, the reason that we keep bringing up the primary building entrance is because the New York City Department of Transportation requires a clearance from a primary building entrance, but they have not defined primary building entrance. And even though we've repeatedly asked them to define it, and they will not give a written definition of what that is. And because most.
well,
of
they
these
have,
buildings-
well, they have given a written definition where they said it was an entrance uses the primary means of egress
Right. and
with
so-
no consolation to size of building or units or anything.
So the issue becomes when it's all residential, when it's a residential building, the primary use is residential.
Mhm.
And the residential building, therefore the residential entryway is a primary building entrance.
I have something different from an email from them. The smaller buildings aren't considered to have primary building entrances.
I
I
know.
think I emailed it to the
Smaller
community
building.
board. I emailed it to you maybe a month ago.
No, right, but they've never defined what a smaller building is.
Well,
Yeah,
I asked them, do the like 2, 3, 4-story buildings count as primary building entrances? The answer
Well,
was
this-
no,
This
Right.
one is
especially
like-
if there's
Yeah, but this building
especially
is
if it's
six.
a combined.
I know, but this building is 6 stories and they have an they have an image on their website that's a school that has a 4-story entrance. It's very confusing. It's not on you, Mike.
And they also brought up that if it's commercial, doesn't count at all on the first floor. But I think they're hashing all that out as we speak. Not only that, but also the memo from the fire department from July, I think, the week memo. There's been multiple meetings with the fire department on that since then. That's still not decided.
Yeah, we've heard that is supposedly being updated. But, okay. All right, okay, I don't,
Pete has his hand.
oh, okay, Pete,
Yeah, I just want to point to the fire escape ladder, which in the diagram appears to be fully beyond the table area, but if you look at the photos, the ladder comes down apparently into the zone of the awning. And therefore, it's all different thing than what's shown in the diagram.
so it looks like it's over the entrance in the photos provided, but it's, I don't see it on the diagram.
It's
Diagram,
Two tables.
it's, see right in the middle where it's written, fire escape drop down
Yeah,
line to what represents the ladder, which is below the tables and chairs and below the awning, it seems. It's hard to tell.
And then just additionally, just because nobody else has brought it up, this doesn't seem to, there seem to be some issues here also with that FDNY critical conditions memo with the offsets for across the street. In the space between the, not to the south, but the
So we're
offset.
now talking about both the roadway and the
Okay, sorry,
sidewalk.
sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm
It just,
jumping ahead. because-
no, I know, we might as well. If there's anyone here who wants to testify on the roadway for this application, 138 Mulberry Street for the roadway, we'll also take that public testimony. So Pete, if you have anything on the roadway, you were speaking specifically on the sidewalk, we will take that.
Can I make a comment as to Pete with the fire escape?
Yeah,
If you look at Google Maps, you'll see the awning's out about 2 feet and the fire escape is past it. But once they come out and inspect, if the tables are under the fire escape, we're not gonna be able to have them.
I can see where on in the application on the second photo on the right, it looks like it's more in the middle, but when I look at the other third photo, it looks, I was counting that, but it is more to the left side to
Yeah.
me.
And the cutout in the awning is like off, not correct.
Oh, so the site plan is not correct?
No, just the photo looks funny, like
is
the
angle?
cutout, I think it's
Oh.
just the awning has maybe the cutout for the fire escape is not in the right spot, but.
Oh, got it, okay. Okay, is there anything else?
And I just also want to mention, just because we have a number of that.
The
Mulberry
roadway,
Street-
okay, let's.
Well, just with both applications, Mulberry Street, because of the rule changes, has a number of different issues on it, just so everybody's aware. We're aware of those. One is the change in the width requirement on the sidewalk. It previously, before the pandemic, was an 8-foot wide sidewalk was required. Now, because they take into account the density of pedestrians, they use the space, the New York City Pedestrian Mobility Plan, they've now made the width requirement 10 feet. So that's changed on Mulberry Street, where almost, a significant number of the storefronts have restaurants. That's changed the requirement, which is why we're hearing a lot of differences. And then Mulberry Street is also very narrow. And so putting roadbed dining structures in the street violates the 15-foot emergency lane requirement in the city. And because there are roadbed structures on both sides of the street, it reduces it in some places 9 to 10 feet, different for each of the applications. And there was a memorandum from the New York City Fire Department regarding waiving the 15-foot emergency lane requirement, but there was no clarity on who actually oversees those requirements and who enforces them. And so many of these applications that we're getting, while standalone, they may be okay, they're not okay when they're taken in the context of the existing conditions in the as-built environment. And there's still no clarity on who's going to make those decisions. And it has caused a tremendous amount of issues for us in reviewing these on Mulberry Street. And, these applications started last year. And it's not the community board's issue, it's that there's been no clarity provided by New York City Department of Transportation on how this will be implemented. And as everybody knows, the outdoor dining starts on April 1st.
So, right, and while we have Michael here on this one, and what else is on this street, so Paisano next to it,
Right.
we heard,
And there's
and then,
elevator entrance between,
Yeah, I think
this
they have the 6
property
feet.
and, yeah, it might be 6
we
feet
had
high. I don't
Paisano
know.
last time, and then
Which is, I mentioned this, just adjacent. to
it's at the adjacent, right, so we have no clarity on the 6 feet from the memo. Yes, the memo is, it's just not clear how that adjacency is going to be handled. And then, Michael, you mentioned at the last meeting that Lenona did receive their waiver, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so that's 4 waivers that have been granted in CB2. 70, I think we have 73 of these requested. 73 FDNY waivers requested in CB2. And
And that's, just to be clear, that's spaces that will not have
a
New
15,
York City 15-foot required
Yeah.
emergency length.
yeah, that's
How many?
73.
73.
We've had 73 requests. I've not counted the applications referred to us yesterday. So it's basically 4 out of every 9 roadway cafe applications that we've heard have asked for a waiver. If anyone wants to quote me. That's the statistics to date. I haven't counted the 28 we received yesterday. I haven't calculated that. So anyway, for whatever that's worth.
They're not all mine.
Yeah, 43% of the roadway cafe applications we've reviewed as of the end of today, like counting this, it's, they've asked for waivers for roadway. Anyways, just some statistics for everyone. Michael, I will get back to you on the Mulberry Street. It's probably like 100% being requested on there. But anyway, I digress.
Be true.
I digress. Okay, so Zia Maria, are we done with those? We'll talk about we'll put the adjacencies in there. Michael, let us get back to, I don't know what we would send beside our standard ADA. I don't know if there's changes to the site plan, so stay tuned. Doesn't sound like it. Okay.
The only question,
What?
is the ramp permanently built in? Like it's left there all the time?
No,
Okay.
they would just be putting that in.
All right, next I'm gonna close out the public hearing for Zia Maria Little Italy at 138 Mulberry for the sidewalk and the roadway. The next we're gonna go to is TT&B Restaurant Inc, DBA Zia Maria at 171 Mulberry for the sidewalk. And we also have TT&B Restaurant Inc, same address for the roadway. So is anyone here to testify on that? Please raise your hand. While we see if there's anyone who wants to testify on that, Michael, can you talk to us about the sidewalk and ADA?
No, the weight service aisle would be coming out of the front. And we are trying to find out if we're allowed to have the sides open and just the barrier in the front. The barrier to restrict anyone walking away, but also enabling people to get to the 2 seats on each right side. Well, one on the left side, one on the right. I know we're used to the sidewalk cafes being enclosed by barriers all around. But I think in this kind of situation, we're trying to find out if it's allowable to just have the one straight line barrier so people can get to the table.
You mean not to have a barrier on the sides?
On the ends, yes. Just the one in the front.
Yeah, I see there's a note on the site plan that says stanchions are movable to allow access to tables. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about moving the stanchion out? Just the side ones, not?
No, just removing the side stanchions.
Okay.
This way somebody can walk right into it. And what's happened on Mulberry as Carter brought up with the 10-foot clearance, everyone is used to having sidewalk cafes out there, and now they're being heavily restricted, and we're just trying to find a way to have something.
Yeah, no, I see from the old site plan, the old sidewalk cafe site plans, there was significantly more seating. Okay.
And then and it looks like you have enough space even within this plan, but it looks like the 6 feet to the south, the adjacent restaurant.
Yes. I
Yeah,
think we have it on both sides.
Yeah.
We're getting into the roadway now.
Because I'm sorry, I'm done. All right, I'll back up for a second.
You're used to all the roadway applications, that's why.
I know. It's
I think that when I was looking at it, let me just look at Google Maps really quick.
are those 2 valves on the sidewalk plan? Like the squares? Above the words rest?
Yeah, the gas valve.
Oh, gas, okay. Okay, got it, cool.
So the primary building entrance to the north, I don't know which number, I think it must be for 171 Mulberry Street. The door is maybe 1.5 feet away from the cafe start or the storefront edge. So that's another one about the primary building entrance, and we're probably gonna ask for a length reduction if we.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get rid of clarification again. Cause I don't wanna delay a process anymore if they can just tell us in writing what it is. Okay. So that's on the sidewalk and then on the roadway. If anyone wants to testify on the roadway for 171 Mulberry Street, please raise your hand. Okay,
So that was just the distance between the adjacent. So none of these plans take into account the FDNY
6 feet.
guidance, 6 feet.
right.
So, and there's not one to the north, correct? I did not.
It's adjacent to Lunella to the north, adjacent to La Mela to the
Yeah.
south, diagonal from Benito 1. So it's kind of like all contained,
Right.
or, yeah.
Yeah, I put that, I did in the feedback on that, on one of those applications, I put all of them listed. Okay,
I mean, if they do implement the 6 foot, I'm sure they're gonna have a plan for it and revisit all these roadway structures on Mulberry.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate they haven't done it.
yeah, cause like,
Not fair to anybody. It's
yeah, well, yeah, cause they're giving it to La Nona, you had said. So they are issuing. Yeah, it's just,
But we don't even know what that means, though.
we don't know, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause I had asked Michael last time if he'd received a letter the same way we saw in the other.
Because the waiver requires the guidance, but there's no.
The guidance seems fluid.
Everybody may get a waiver, but
Yeah.
who decides how they comply with the rules of the waiver? That's the issue. The waiver doesn't mean they can set up as it's presented, I don't think, because it's in conflict of so far what's been issued. So.
Okay, it's ongoing. Pete, I know,
The point of information.
Yeah.
All of these involve a restricted declaration executed between the city and the operator, correct?
A revocable consent, yes.
Revocable consent, sorry. Well,
That's
it
okay.
means then that the revocable consent would include mention of the waiver. Because how else is it documented? That, oh, this operator, this entity is being granted something beyond what the law requires. And if it's not in writing, then it's just a load of stuff that's not helpful. So I would suggest that we request for all of these that DOT include the specifics of the waiver with measurements in the restrictive declaration. So it is stated in writing, this space has been waived the 15-foot requirement, and instead they only have to afford 8 feet, 9 feet, whatever it is that the city is waiving. Anyway, suggestion.
thanks for that. Yes, we have emailed DOT specifically asking for, just so everyone knows, specifically asking for how they're implementing the 6-foot offset between adjacent cafes that are granted a waiver, as well as the 15-foot offset for ones that are directly across.
For clarity, that's the roadway.
In the roadway. So anyways, they've not answered back, so. Anyways, okay, so I think that's it on these.
Okay,
Okay,
see you in a little while.
do you have more?
Yes,
Okay, all right, stand by.
7 more.
Okay, so 4 Charles Street, I'm gonna close the public hearings for those. 4 Charles Street Restaurant, DBA 4 Charles Prime Rib at 4 Charles Street for a roadway cafe. If you're here to testify on that, please raise your hand. And if the applicant is here or applicant's representative, please raise your hand. And I should have a sheet that tells me who's. Okay. Is anyone here to testify on 4 Charles?
Somebody who.
I can't read. Oh, I am here. Okay, great. Kimberly. We have a phone-in listener.
Kimberly,
Yeah.
out there, I'm assuming.
Maybe someone sent their AI.
She declined. She's declining.
Hi, Kimberly. We can't hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, beautiful. Yay.
Are you the applicant or?
Yes, I am the applicant. I am on behalf of 4 Charles.
Okay, wonderful. Sorry, I have a list somewhere and it's not pulling up for me. So
No, that's okay. I'm just glad you can hear me.
yeah, welcome. So we're just looking for public test. So thank you for being on. We like to call on anyone from the public who wants to testify, and then we would go to you, but I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. So we'll just get right to, is there a statement or anything you'd like to make about your application? Or I just want to make sure people know they have an opportunity to do that while I pull up the application.
Sure. No, we're just excited to apply for the Roadway Cafe along the front of the restaurant. The application has been filed fully compliant with all Department of Transportation rules, kind of abiding by the length and the width and the clearance for the fire department. So really nothing on my behalf. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Could you tell me more about the fire department?
Yeah, so when we filed our application, the width, they were very specific to make sure that we provided a 15-foot emergency travel lane for the FDNY. So we reduced our setup width to comply with that travel lane. And the seating plan will accommodate the reduced size of the cafe's footprint.
Okay, got it. But do you know if they submitted your application for a waiver, or are you just reduced so you didn't have to seek out a waiver?
Our initial application requested a width of 8 feet. We then reduced the setup width to meet the requirement for the 15-foot emergency travel lane. So everything has been submitted, but I don't, not clear on if we submitted a new application, but everything has been submitted to compliance.
Yeah, my guess is that after you reduce to the 6'6" width, they didn't need to refer it to FDNY because the street width is 22.5-ish. And so when you subtract the 6.5, you get 16 feet of travel lane.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Awesome.
Great. I was more just trying to, wasn't an interrogation. I was more just trying to.
No.
We're just trying to understand if it was met or it wasn't met or, okay, because sometimes when we see the 6 feet, 6 inches, that tells us that a waiver was being requested, but here it was to avoid it. So that's great. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, our pleasure.
So did you have something you wanted to ask?
I'm curious, when you discuss with DOT the Roadway Cafe going in front of the primary building entrance with the stairs going up?
Yeah, so the way that the building, so the stairs in front of the building are actually our stairs. They lead to a second and third and fourth level of a building that we own. And right behind the stairs, we still have, it's part of our building. So right behind the stairs, the restaurant actually extends past that. So if you look at the plans, exactly where the restaurant ends is exactly where the Roadway Cafe ends as well. They pretty much match. So the stairs can kind of throw it off a little bit just visually, but our restaurant actually is kind of under the stairs and past. So it is aligns with the Roadway Cafe.
Okay, yeah, I just asked because we've had some conversations in the past about what is the definition of a storefront. On the DOT website, they say that it's the linear space along the sidewalk, which would end at the stairs going up, but it seems like that's another place where the guidance from DOT has been not very specific.
Okay.
Sure.
Then,
Donna, go ahead.
yeah, my thing, you'll have to come to the SLA, right, to extend the premises for the serving of alcohol out there. And when you came for the alteration to add this upstairs, there were supposed to be stipulations that were signed, and that was never signed back then, despite the fact that we were promised it would be signed. So I'm pointing that out. I'm wondering if we're going to be able to get them signed.
I'm sorry, it was stipulations for the,
Or for when
License.
when the alteration for the liquor license, when you had the alteration to add that private dining room up the stairs.
Mhm.
So there was stipulations that we were told multiple times were going to be signed, and they were never signed.
got it.
And I was told
unfortunately, I'm
everybody was
unclear on
fine with the
those.
stipulations for that there was no issue with it. So, we all recommended approval of the alteration with the stipulations signed, with numerous times being told the stipulations were going to be signed, and they never were. So I'm hoping we can just resolve this, because that wasn't an issue.
Sure, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not clear on the stipulations. It's a separate, we're talking about the roadway, and that is the PDR space.
Do you want us to recall this application, and you can reach out to whomever and find out about that? Because it's a pretty big issue. And also, you were in violation of the outdoor dining regulations after the program ended, because you kept the structure up too long, I believe.
Yes.
So we have plenty of time during this meeting that you can go and find out about those issues. And we can
And
recall.
what, can you just let me know what the issues are? Because our, for the PDR specifically, I'm under the impression that we've already received our permits and licensing for like liquor, and so
Well,
what
you may
are the
have, but-
stipulations
You may
that are?
have, but part of that was based on our recommendation.
And that was predicated.
And that was predicated on having the stipulations executed after multiple times being told they were going to be executed. And to Carter's point, the roadbed didn't come down until after New Year's Eve. And that's,
So what the offer is we can put this on hold, continue through the rest of our agenda. And then if you can find out these answers, we'll call you back up to discuss them, so that we can not delay the roadway application during this time.
Sure, but what were the questions? I guess that's what I'm
Sure. Well,
trying to better understand.
First of all, you violated the rules that were in effect during the current time period by keeping up your current, the structure that was taken down after New Year's. That's number one.
What is
Number
the,
two, we were promised that there would be signed stipulations that were returned to us, and they were not returned to us, signed by your establishment. I think that from our understanding from the communications we received, the representation for the liquor license had reached out multiple times and did not receive anything back. But we had made our recommendation on good faith based on you returning the signed stipulations.
When you say that recommendation on good faith, you're saying the recommendation to the liquor authority.
The recommendation to the
Okay.
liquor authority to have their liquor license extended with the alteration to their private dining room that they added on
Got it.
that first floor.
Okay. So it
Sure,
shows,
but what is the answer I can help with? I still,
When are we getting the signed stipulations?
sure, I can definitely, I can reach out to our attorney who has been definitely leading this. I don't know if they're gonna be available this evening, but I can definitely follow up or have them follow up, I'm sure, directly with all of you.
Well,
I
they're
think
awaiting a
it's-
signature.
Right. I mean, I think part of this is your staff or your, who else is above you there who needs to sign these, because the attorney has been told multiple times from what we have been told that these are going to be signed. But it just never, month after month, never was returned to us. So hearing from, I guess from my point of view, hearing from the attorney again that they have been told that these are going to be signed, we heard that for months and they never were. So I'd like to hear from somebody at your organization that they're going to be signed.
Sure, without knowing what needs to be signed, I guess I'm kind of at a pause. I don't know if I'd be able to, unless you have it in front of you and I can better confirm what is needing to be signed. I would have to follow back up with our attorneys that were leading with this.
Well, you can certainly
Which I'm
follow
happy
up with
to.
them. You can certainly follow up with them and they also,
You want to forward?
I'm trying, to whom?
let me see if I have. Find this RSVP sheet I can't find, as everyone's. Let me just look. This is for Charles. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I have this email handy. I can't find the RSVP sheet. Oh, yeah, so you were alerted to this meeting from your attorney?
Yes, I said I would represent for
Okay.
Charles for the roadway.
Okay, so it's Hilbron leave.
Yeah.
It's not Heather because she's out on maternity leave, so I forget who Florence emails for that, so if you reply to whoever told you about the meeting, that we're waiting on signed stipulations, can you provide an answer? They know, I mean, am I correct? That's Hilbron Levy, like that person would know? Carter or?
Correct. Oh, sorry,
Yeah, so
that is our
that sounds
attorney,
like,
correct?
yeah, so I mean, the thing is I don't have your email unless you want to put it in the chat. I mean, I don't know, Donna, do you want to email someone directly or do?
Yeah, I'm fine emailing somebody.
Okay.
I just need to know who to
So
email.
can you maybe DM me your email? Because I don't have your email and this went through your attorney's office and I didn't do that outreach, so.
I mean, do you know who at your attorney's office you would get in touch with right now?
Yeah, we, for the roadway specifically, we were working with Matthew. For the PDR space, generally our point of contact is either Joseph or Heather, but she is on maternity leave.
Okay.
So I think we've been emailing Matthew. I would just email Matthew and Joseph.
So what's
Matthew's last
what's
name?
Matthew's last name?
Is he not? I thought I saw him on the Zoom.
ROWEIC.
What is it?
I think I have it.
Oh, yeah.
What is it?
I'll, I will.
Just text it to me or something.
Hi, Matt.
Hey, Valerie. Hey, Kimberly.
Hey, how are you?
This is your. So it's MAT, you're sending it to me, right, Carter? So do you have the stipulation agreement I'm talking about?
I personally don't. I believe Joseph and Adriana were handling this matter. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I'm not personally familiar with it,
Right,
but absolutely happy to pass this along.
right, I guess, I mean, I don't know.
Well, you guys are in violation, you're
I
not
mean,
following any rules, and you guys made representations that this would be returned to us, so, you know.
And I waited months
we
before
gotta
I,
fix this.
so that this can
because
move forward.
It's difficult for us to move forward in any good faith on this, even though it may not seem like they're problems, we gotta just have this done.
Yeah, totally understand. Yes. Again, not familiar
I know.
with the previous one, but I'll do what I can to get an answer as soon as possible.
Okay. Yeah, I looked up, yeah, there's, yeah, and just,
Yeah, sorry, I don't have a better answer for you.
that's okay. And I don't know if you were here for this application specifically or not, or for something else. I forget.
So I'm not sending this anywhere.
I guess not.
Sure.
Send it to Joseph, I mean, or Joseph, it sounds like that's the person. Yeah, I mean, just I guess to wrap it up on this one, right? There are 23 outdoor dining complaints from November, or from, well, let me not count November 1st. So from, yeah, these are all after November 29th, when the structure was supposed to be down. So there's 23 outdoor dining complaints for the structure still being up, and then 2 noise complaints related to that. Okay, so Kimberly, is that right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so where are we leaving this to the group? We don't know if we're gonna hear, if we're gonna get an answer from, if Joseph's going to give an answer to Kimberly or not.
Quite frankly, I want signed, I mean, we get the same answers. We're getting the answer saying that I'm going to get these signed
Okay.
until they're actually returned signed.
Okay,
At this point, usually I take people at their word, but at this point, it was months of hearing this, and they still haven't been signed, and the roadbed was up through New Year's Eve. So being told tonight that I'm going to get them signed unless I hear that from a principal at this location and not from their attorney,
the principal of the restaurant group.
whoever would be
Okay.
signing this.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I don't know if there's much more we can go through here on this, because there's, yeah.
It goes back to last May, just to put
Okay,
a date on how long we're waiting.
Pete, Kimberly, thanks for your patience. I know this is information that you are not, is not in your purview. So thank you for listening. Pete? Is he allowed to talk? Pete?
Yep, there we go. I'm not sure how this slides into all of this, but this is within the last photo that they show in their application paperwork shows the electrical conduit hookup from the building over the sidewalk to the roadbed structure.
Yeah.
It appears to me that there's no way that that was approved by Landmarks. So I don't know how Landmarks situations fit into this DOT process.
You know, it's a really great question, Pete, because they did pass their own set of rules, and it is something attached to the building. And so I think that's something that we need to inquire about, I guess.
Yeah, there is a box checked on the application.
Yeah, can you read that out
Yeah,
loud?
the box is checked and it says electrical work complies with the applicable requirement. Oh, I'm sorry. This is under lighting and electrical connections.
Okay.
It says electrical work complies with the applicable requirements set forth in DOT's rules and the New York City Electrical Code. Please note that this may require additional permits from DOB or FDNY and or approval from the Landmarks Preservation Commission as applicable.
Okay, so it's somewhat addressed. I think it would be in our interest and the community's interest to point out that what was set up before appears to be something that would no way ever be approved by the Landmarks Commission.
Or is that electrical? Thanks for that, Pete.
It's a conduit, it's a circuit box and conduit going across. You just can't throw up any stuff you want on the facade of a building under landmarks. That all has to be done.
Right, right. It is something touching the building, which is what, yeah, we have not seen any, applications being referred, to my knowledge, that I've been notified about that have been referred to landmarks in one of our historic districts. So this is worth an inquiry.
Yeah, this one, because of the photo that they submitted that is so obvious and odd, I think draws attention to it, and we may be missing others. We're looking at other things.
Right.
So it might be something that we should all keep our eyes open for in the historic districts, because otherwise we're just going to end up with trash installations all over the place.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just pulling up the LPC rules right now. So we will look into that on this one. We do have, these were just referred to us last week, so. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Just to follow up on the stipulations, just Matthew, the community board received an email from Adriana on August 22nd, 2024. Thank you for following up here. I believe Joseph advised Donna that the applicant has agreed to the steps proposed by the board. We are still waiting to receive a signed and notarized copy. Please note that the applicant's business is closed for the next month, but we will continue to keep following up with their team. So that was in August. So that puts us through September, and now we're in February.
Okay, and that was the last correspondence you heard on the matter?
I think so. I can keep checking my emails, but after a certain point, I stopped asking every month.
Yeah, fair enough. Understood. Yeah, again, I'll follow up with my team and see what we can do.
Thanks so much.
Can we get an answer from you guys, if it's by email or whatever, just on what your plan is before the end of tonight? Because I think that that's going to hinge on our discussion later. And if you're representing again that it's going to be done, I think that that's going to lead in one direction. If it's still open, whether it's going to happen, you know, that's another situation. But it's almost like a last chance here. We're not trying to be completely unreasonable, but I think that we've been waiting for some time, you know, based on the representations of what will happen here.
Have you submitted this roadway application to LPC? It does say here, I put a link to the rules for sidewalk and roadway cafes for dining at NYC. And as it relates to landmarks in the chat, and it does say that if a sidewalk or roadway cafe includes the installation of components, including not limited to, and I'll just say here for brief brevity, is electrical conduit that is physically attached to the building, penetrates through the exterior of a building, and it says the owner must submit an application for such component to the LPC. It doesn't say DOT, so if you must not install such component until LPC has issued a certificate, permit, report, or other approval for such installation. So we don't have an answer on that tonight. It doesn't sound like it's been submitted, and that's fine.
All right, so we just got word back that this will be taken care of, and that somebody was speaking with Brendan about it, and he was unaware of this, and he thought it was completed. And those are going to be re-signed and sent back to us.
And also to put
Yeah,
on
just looking,
the last time
sorry.
I checked about it was in October. So I stopped following up after October.
Yeah, Donna, apologies if you did not get a response. I'm even looking at the stipulations right now, and these are like all very accurate.
That's, I mean, that was what I was surprised about, because I thought we went back and forth once and I thought we were all in agreement. So, you
Yeah,
know,
no, apologies if, obviously for the oversight. You know, we are as much part of this process as everyone else, and we obviously love the neighborhood and love the restaurant and love our community. So apologies for any oversight, but yeah, I'm staring at it right now, and this is all very much what we do. So
Yeah, and we're just trying to, like I said, that's why we're spending just a little bit more time, is we just want to get this cleared up so that you can
Of
move on
course.
and we can move on, and
we'd also
Yeah,
like
of
to be able
course.
to waive
waive an
appearance.
appearance at the SL.
Yeah.
So you don't have to come to the SLA committee and, you know, again. So
Of
if we
course.
could get
No,
this
of
cleared
course.
up, we can consider that.
Yeah, completely understood, and rightfully so. So apologies that this is even still a topic.
okay. Are we all? Yeah, okay. All right. I think we're good on this one. So Kimberly and Matt, thank you. Matt, I don't
No,
know if
our
you're on
pleasure.
for-
Thank you.
Yeah, Matt, I don't know if you're on for another application or not.
Yeah, I got a couple more later.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'm gonna move you back over for now.
Okay.
Okay. I can never move people back over on you. Am I missing one?
All right. Well,
Okay.
thank you everyone for your
Yes,
time.
thanks, Kimberly.
Thank you. Okay, take care.
You
All
want me
right, so I'm gonna close the public hearing for 4 Charles Prime Rib. We're gonna move on now to Prince Sullivan LLC, DBA The Dutch at 131 Sullivan for a Roadway Cafe. This has been submitted to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver on Sullivan Street. Yes, we just put that in there double. Is there anyone here from the public to speak? Okay, Matt, is this actually his?
Oh, is this him? too?
I don't know, I didn't know.
I put him down.
Well, that's what I would have done too.
I wrote that it was on Sullivan because it's a corner location, but the other
No,
one,
it's
the other
perfect.
Prince Street doesn't have any
That's
cafes,
perfect.
so it's just something.
Okay, Darlene? Darlene? I think she might just be voice, so I can't see her. Which is fine.
Hello,
Yes, yeah, ready.
sorry, hello, good evening, everybody. And thank you again for your hard work on this, this weekly issue of the applications. The shed is full on across the entrance to the primary entrance to an apartment building. So, you know, narrow sidewalk, narrow street, no FDNY waivers on Sullivan Street would be a good idea. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. And Matt, this is your client?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, if no one else here to testify. So let me just pull it up really quickly and then. Okay,
Yeah, so on the site plan, there are doors that correspond to the primary building entrance, which is 131 Sullivan Street. But it just doesn't say that it's not labeled as a primary building entrance.
this one to the right?
No, right in the middle,
Oh,
right in the middle, directly across from one of the 3 cafes. And then one of my other questions. So because there is an FDNY waiver on Sullivan Street, I see that the cafe lengths and widths have been reduced to comply with the FDNY waiver requirements. Including the 6-foot minimum gap between the cafes. And I bring that up just because we've had some other applications where DOT doesn't seem to have, or it seems like there's been some, DOT has overlooked that requirement of the FDNY waivers, and I'm wondering how that came to be on this application where it is included. Do you know?
Yeah, sure. So the original submission that we sent to the DOT included one long roadway cafe on the 7th Street side. The DOT came back to us saying that they spoke with the FDNY, and the FDNY requested both to reduce the width to the standard 6.5 feet, as well as separate the one long setup into pieces no longer than 20 feet in length and with 6 feet in between each little setup piece.
Okay, yeah, so that was DOT's part of their guidance of how to comply.
From
Okay.
the FDNY, correct?
Yeah, okay, cool, thank you.
Yep.
We don't know how many units are in the building.
It's a 5-story building.
What's this with the awning, with the balcony? It's a big balcony, right? Right. Okay, so. So. 12 units. 4 stories?
131.
Oh, I looked at 132.
To find how many units are.
5 stories, 24 units.
Okay.
But I think it's also 183 Prince Street, so I don't know if there's 2 entrances or not. It's like really yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's another entrance, and it looks like a main entrance.
And then I also see that there's no flooring proposed. So is the plan to have a ramp? And a ramp into, would it be into each cafe?
For ADA compliance, yes, I believe we'd have a ramp in each cafe. However, we need to meet the 5% requirement.
Okay.
5% is a little different. That's different.
5% is related to the,
That's
actually the
one
number of
table.
tables, not the ramp, but.
Yeah, the route.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
We're just saying it just so it's on the record. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty big building.
Yeah, so my understanding with the primary building entrance is that the restaurant extends behind the entrance, which would allow the Roadway Cafe to be put in front of the entrance.
Yeah, I know there's nothing on the roadway rules that say you can't block a primary building entrance. We have had applicants that have moved them by their own initiative, not that we ask because it's not in the rules. But okay.
You also had some public commentary
We have some public commentary
in writing. Just want to make sure.
in the chat.
No, that
No,
was
it's
submitted to
emailed.
us.
Oh,
Just want to make sure there weren't any.
oh, I don't. Oh, I should probably look at the other feedback. Okay, what are does you want to give us a summary?
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up. I just.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up.
I'm pulling it up as well. I put it into as a PDF. Opposed to roadway dining at this location, narrow roadway, the business showed complete disregard for the earlier outdoor dining rules, both roadway, which they had up well after the November 29th deadline. And they also mentioned their sidewalk dining on Prince Street. It says which they practically cut off any pedestrian pathway. And then, yeah, not responding to people who mentioned the issues.
Okay, and you guys are coming back for a sidewalk cafe application, is that right, Matt?
Yes, it's been submitted. We haven't heard anything from the DOT on the status
Okay.
review.
Okay, no worries. I just wanted to get that on the record. Okay,
Pete has his hand.
oh yeah, Pete,
Yeah, I know this is a roadbed application, but there are no measurements for the sidewalk, the width of the sidewalk, and of course, all the service for the roadbed structure comes through that what's described as the main door or some other door for the restaurant. But you have all these tree beds, you have street signs that are all narrowing the sidewalk. And I don't see these ramps that were just described. So there's a lot of activity from this establishment taking place on the sidewalk to service this roadbed. And this is not a wide sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's an 8-foot clear path on there, which, yes, this is a roadway.
Yeah.
But we do make a note of that because the sidewalk is impacted. And also you can't have anything in the furnishing zone on the sidewalk from a roadway or a sidewalk cafe. And then I see on Prince Street, it is it's a regional corridor, 10-foot required.
There is actually no way they can fit anything on Prince Street, but
For another time, yes, for another time.
is there any point in requesting or suggesting to DOT that these kind of changes in their process take place? For example, when they're doing a roadbed, that you provide the measurements for the adjoining sidewalk, and another one that you point out where you're going to put your trash in these little cutouts that you've taken all the sidewalk, you can't put your trash up against the structure. So does the trash fill in all these slots that DOT said they had to provide?
I mean, the trash is not supposed to be stored in the roadway next to it. That's in the rules.
There are so many inadequacies of what DOT is establishing for this paperwork that
Yeah.
it's really a disservice to the public for those of us who are trying to, and you all as well, that it would be a good idea for DOT to give some additional thought to what information would be helpful and useful. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, I think it's a disservice to the applicants because it leaves all of these questions. Thanks for that. Okay, so is there anything else for the applicants on this? Is there anything else you want to make a statement or anything, Matt, about this application?
No, nothing else for me.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing on this application, and then I'm going to offer to our two applicants in the room if either one of you would like to go. I'm happy to call you up. Sure. Okay, you want to come sit up here? Sure. Great. So we're going to go to number 25 on the agenda, since the applicant is here in the room. So I'm going to call on agenda item 25. And it's Mamoon Fast Food Caterers, Inc., DBA Mamoon Falafel at 119 McDougal Street for a Roadway Cafe. If anyone here is here, I know they're not here in the room to testify, though. If you want to testify on this, you let me know. But if there's anyone on Zoom who would like to testify on this application, please raise your hand. This is for a Roadway Cafe from for Mamoon at 119 McDougal. So please raise your hand. While we wait on that, I don't see any hands being raised, but I was going to give people a minute. I'm going to pull up the application for myself while I wait on that. Would you like to introduce yourself to?
Yes, my name is Jalal Chatter. I'm one of the owners.
Thank you. And Would you like to make a statement about your application? I'm gonna pull it up, right? You don't have to, but if I don't offer it, then people say, oh, I didn't get a chance to say something,
No,
so.
I'm just, I believe we've complied with all the requirements and we've submitted the proper documentation and I'm just here to answer questions.
And are we expecting a Sidewalk Cafe application?
Oh, no.
No, okay. So let me look. So let me just pull this up. So let's see. So we got a lot of space between your tables and you've got a ramp on the site plan. That's great. Yeah, and the north arrow. Thanks. Pretty detailed.
We did our best.
The main issue on this block that we heard, and we heard this during COVID, that the only reason everybody was keeping all their sheds was because of the commercial trash. And so where are you gonna put your commercial trash?
Well, we would always put it right by the corner. And my guys were instructed to take their trash and put it by the corner when curbside. And then the trash company would come.
Which corner? What do you mean?
The corner on West Third and McDougal.
Because that's not legal.
It's not?
No, you have to put your commercial trash in front of your building. Like, you can't
It's
put
the
it.
same building.
I understand, in front of the business.
Okay.
This has just been our issue here.
We've never received a summons for it, and because,
No, I understand, yeah.
we have a pretty friendly relationship with all our neighbors. It's a pretty long building. We kind of just all coordinated so that the garbage trucks would be able to do that, but.
Because the issue that came up is when the Comedy Cellar was here, and they weren't really sure they wanted it, but.
The roadway.
Yeah, the roadway said, no, I'm not getting rid of it, because if I do, everybody's gonna put their trash there. And trash in front.
Well,
So he said, there's no way.
Even so,
They have to still apply.
even so, there's a gap between us and the Comedy Cellar,
Right.
and we would put our bins there.
But you can't.
We can't,
Those are the emergency access between the sheds to the buildings.
not even for curbside pickup,
This is,
not even
this
for
is
curbside pickup.
yeah, they can't be put in there. This is just our issue. And it's not you per
You.
se, but because there's all the illegal parking in the bike lane across the street all the time, this is actually a narrow street because that's always the condition. So just some issues, but it's just been ongoing, and we've raised this with everybody because this is just creates.
So we
You know,
will put it,
bit of
we'll
chaos,
put it in
so.
front of the shed.
I mean, it's
I mean, like,
because you guys are open lane, so I'm sure your
Yeah,
trash
well-
pickups is happening.
well, we're working,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it's literally the guys that, they hear the garbage truck come out and this trash is out for 10 minutes. So that's probably why we've never gotten a ticket.
Oh, yeah, probably.
And
Not
that's
their
just
fault.
the ongoing issue. The city's not really planning it, you know, and.
And again, it's not on you. It's the
It's the
larger,
whole-
the bike in the,
And I also bring it up because they're closing, because of those parked cars, the cops close McDougal
I've seen
a lot,
that.
you know, especially in the summers. So there's all these sort of cascading issues
Mhm.
that didn't really happen before COVID. I mean, they occasionally.
people wouldn't park in the bike lane before COVID?
No, they did, but
Oh.
there was parking on both sides.
Oh, right.
The full-
Oh, yeah, but
Yeah,
It wasn't the full width. It wasn't, the cars are a little more narrow, so it wasn't as crazy. So this has just been an issue because this block is an anomaly,
Too many changes.
which has started to get really crazy. And then with all the holidays, Halloween, and especially on all those nights and all this stuff. So we've just.
I mean, I live on the block too. so-
Yeah, right. So.
Very well
So,
aware.
yeah, so, and that's why we brought this up and said, hey, why do you have a bike lane? If there is a bike lane, why isn't it enforced? All these issues, but.
Yeah, which is
obviously-
beyond your,
But you guys benefit, a lot of the businesses benefit
Yeah.
from that. So it's like just this whole mixed bag of what's happening, just from the perspective of city planning. So that's, we're just
So as
sharing
far-
with you everything that's.
As far as the garbage issue is concerned, we can definitely, it's literally one instruction to my employees about where they're gonna put the garbage. It's not gonna be a problem.
Right, and then it's obviously the same thing comes with the residential garbage and all the other things.
That's out of my purview.
So, but that's been our issue on the block, and we've raised this for each of them.
Yeah, the McDougal.
And that's what the concern is, that the space between the sheds is just gonna get filled with trash. And the whole point of the space between them is to provide access or whatever it is.
Access to cross the street.
Yeah, to cross the street, to get out of a car,
Understood.
emergency, whatever, you know? And then the other thing that we've just heard from the 6th precinct is just that they can't see what's happening. So it's any screening on the sides from the street that they can't see what's happening on
So again,
the
I mean,
sidewalk.
for the gaps to be clear.
Yeah, so that's just, and I lived on McDougal for a couple of years too, so it's like the ongoing issues are what they are, but this is exacerbated.
30 years.
Yeah, exacerbated.
I've worked there for 45 years.
You're closer to work.
Yeah, so. But those, the.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I had something I was going to mention about the manhole.
Mhm.
So I was looking at Google Maps, and comparing to the site plan. And so the site plan says that there'll be 1.5 feet, which is the requirement. It also shows that the manhole is not against this front here. Looking at this, I'm sorry, let me make this bigger. Oops. So this line here goes right to the boundary of the storefront, and it looks like the manhole touches that line.
Mhm.
And then I have a photo from when I went to the Olive Tree Comedy Cellar, which shows this is, ignore the text, but here you can see again that it does, edge into your storefront.
Okay,
And so in order to,
the manhole cover will be clear.
it might affect the roadway length, or I'm sorry, the cafe length, if these measurements are not correct. When you purchase the materials for the roadway cafe, if the length is too long,
Right,
you'll end up getting,
I see.
it'll be an enforcement issue.
Well, fortunately, there's a lot of space in there for my table, so, that 4 inches or 6 inches is not gonna be a problem.
As long as you have the measurements down.
Yeah, I mean, once my crew, and I have a very good crew, they come in, they'll see what needs to be adjusted, they'll make the adjustments. It's literally cutting a couple pieces of wood by a few inches. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else on this one? Okay. All right, so with that, I think that's all the questions that we have for you. What's gonna happen next is we're gonna finish through our agenda, and then we go into business session, and then we will take a vote. As you know, we're advisory, so we will send our recommendation to DOT. It's just one piece of the puzzle there. We, in our business session, may say, hey, can you sign this saying that you'll adjust the manhole measurement?
And I'll get an email to that.
Yeah, you'll get, well, I don't know about tonight, maybe hopefully in the next.
I won't see it.
Yeah.
If it comes
yeah,
tonight.
okay.
So
Okay,
don't
so
worry.
I was like, well, that would be magical.
It's not like I'll be on the lookout for that
Working
one.
on that, so once, and then I'll have the standard ADA things, it seems, you've got the ramp and all that, and it just will be listed, it's what we put on. And when I say standard, it's like the ADA standard, not CB2 standards, it's
Yeah.
just,
The boilerplate language.
it's the boilerplate language that the guidance of ADA that DOT has on their 311 page. That's another issue. Anyways, so that's what to expect. So like I said, we're advisory. Thanks for appearing. This was optional.
Thank you for
Really
having me.
appreciate it. And I think that is, yeah.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for the affordable food in the neighborhood.
Oh,
Yeah.
You're welcome. We've been at it a very long time. Have a good night.
Nice to meet you. Great. Would you like to go? Okay, Ben's gonna take the offer. We're gonna go to the next. We just finished number 25. We've gone out of order for 2 people that were in the room. I'm going to call now Ben. Ben, please introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, Ben Savitsky of Bernstein, Reno and Savitsky here today on behalf of Center for Goods LLC. They do business as La Mercerie. Is a restaurant at 53 Howard Street.
Okay.
It's on the corner of Howard Street and Mercer Street. We're here on the roadway seating. We're not doing Sidewalk Cafe. You do have that application coming down the pipeline, but that's not on tonight.
Okay, so we are expecting
We
it.
are
Okay, got
expecting
it.
it
We're,
sometime.
tonight we are only speaking
Tonight
about the
we're only
roadway.
talking about roadway.
That's
Additionally, we will be coming back to the SLA committee for an alteration on that. On Howard Street, you can look at the plans. We have one platform. There's not going to be a top on it. It is 6 feet 6 inches wide and 18 feet 4 inches long. We do have the ADA accessibility. 5% of the tables are ADA accessible, and there will be a ramp. We have the 50-foot visibility to the stop sign that's there on the corner. We have the 20 feet from the crosswalk. It's not coming up.
No, I said this is great. Continue.
There is a catch basin there, and we do have the 5 feet from the catch basin. Around the corner on Mercer Street, we did have a very long roadway cafe. FDNY asked us to break it down into 20 pieces that I think somebody else was talking about before. So we broke it down into 3 20-feet roadway cafes and then an 18.5. Additionally, FDNY asked us to, although we did have the fire lane, they asked us to reduce to 6.5 feet to make sure that we had it. So we did reduce the width of it to 6.5 feet. We're not requesting a waiver on either side. So we are in compliance there. The one thing that is different from what somebody else said about the FDNY access is FDNY and DOT told us that we only had to be 3 feet separate from each cafe of our own cafe. They did not say the 6 feet. It might be a point of clarification.
I'm happy to show you the memo.
Yeah, we'll send you a copy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that's, do you need the waiver or by?
Don't need a
you
waiver.
Don't need a waiver, so that,
Well, let's,
Yeah.
you're saying that because you've made the 6 feet 6 inches, you don't need the waiver, so,
But I think.
well, we need to go to Stella, because we
Yeah,
do receive some information from DOT, because we reached out, because we saw that the 15
Yep.
feet was not met, so maybe you can bring
Yeah.
that into.
The
More.
site plan they originally forwarded us had the 8 feet, like it was the initial plan.
Right.
And that prompted me to ask them, is there a waiver here? Because they're both narrow streets. And then Sarah, the plan reviewer for this application said,
At DOT.
yes, DOT said that there is, I asked, has the application been referred to FDNY for review of Mercer and or Howard Street? She says, yes, it has for both Mercer and Howard Street.
Right.
That it has been referred to FDNY for that waiver.
So the waiver is given if you meet the 6.5 feet. It's not exempted because of the 6.5.
Right.
feet.
Right, but we have the fire lane for the 15 feet.
Understood. This is what we've been.
When did you get that email from Sarah?
Tuesday, yesterday.
Okay, so we had conversations with DOT, I believe, today, or maybe late yesterday. I should have Brad Robinson on
Okay.
here, a few people. Max Crespo and Jamie Greenwald.
Okay, Brad, and what was the other name?
Jamie Greenwald right there.
Okay, great.
And there, okay,
You got a team.
I know.
It's great.
Brad, you had those conversations with DOT and FDNY if you're on.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Brad Robinson from Soho Sheds. We did the original site plan and are also working on the actual build of the Roadway Dining Cafe for La Mercerie. I've been on a number of these with you all, so thank you for your hard work throughout the last few months. It's been I know it's a lot, so thank you. But as it relates to this application, we'd submitted the original site plan, which had two 40-foot structures, 40 feet by 8 on Mercer. And then just last night, we got a revised site plan that was actually drawn by DOT, showing as Ben said, it was 3 20-foot by 6.5-foot structures, and then one 18.5 by 6.5-foot structure. And as Ben noted, the way that DOT drew the plans did not have the 6-foot gap between. So I think that that's definitely something that we need to clarify, because obviously it impacts, you know, what we're building, and we want to make sure that we're in compliance with FDNY and the waiver and all that. So we're open to whatever it needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, the way the waiver is written, that is, if you're there, you're allowed 8 feet. Just because you reduce it doesn't mean that you don't have to meet the emergency requirements. That's the way the waiver letter is written. And they have not acknowledged this in any planning, which is why it's very important from the design element and the build element that they may come back and force the change. And this is why we were raising this, because this is what the fire department has said on constrained areas that they need to work if there's a fire. And in Soho, there have been a number of major rooftop fires where you've got all the ladder trucks extended and all this stuff happening. And I mean, this is in the last 2 years, I've personally seen a few of them. So this is why these long roadbed sheds having these clearances are important in that area. And if you've ever seen, you know, a fire blowing out the roof 20 feet high on a loft building in Soho, that's why it's called Hell's 100 Acres. And that's what's on the side of ladder 20. And so there's no area that this can be taken more seriously than this area. And so we just raised that from a very practical
The office will send us
perspective.
tomorrow, but this is the variances. Variances sought for roadway cafes proposing to reduce the emergency travel lane width to be less than 15 feet. The 6.5 feet, and then the minimum spacing between cafes within one's frontage shall be maintained at 6 feet.
Right.
So again,
And I
it's,
also just want to mention that, right now, even with the reduced cafe width to 6.5 feet, there is not 15 feet when you take into account the parking across the street. So on Mercer, the street is 26 feet wide. When you subtract the 6.5 and then the standard 8 feet of parking across the street, that leaves you with 11.5.
Right, but Mercer's a no parking street.
I saw that there.
Howard is
there's
a
parking.
commercial parking.
I saw that on Mercer, there's parking, there's no parking between 8 and 6.
Okay.
And 6 PM, but there's parking, you know,
Sure.
around the clock around that. And then Howard Street is 24.5 feet. So then when you subtract the 6.5 and then the 8,
Mhm.
you're left with 10 feet.
Right.
So this would be a situation where the FDNY would need a waiver and then would be enforcing the 6 feet gap between the cafes. That
Mhm.
makes sense.
I don't think that DOT is being very straightforward about this issue.
Right.
With anyone,
I
with
sent you
anyone.
The memo, you
Oh.
I'll take a look at it.
what it is. And there may be revisions to it, who knows, but the same thing is just the access issues here.
Right.
Brad and Jamie, can we comply with that 6 feet if we need to?
Yeah, we can we'll do whatever we need to do. It's,
Okay.
we got the revised plans drawn by DOT, so that's what we were going off of, but
Right.
but we want to be in compliance,
Yeah,
not anything other than that.
Yeah, it's funny that DOT,
This is the second time we've heard them,
that they've,
drawn.
right, so you guys didn't make the adjustments, they send it to you adjusted.
Right.
And that's also funny because with the Dutch, that's why I asked, because I was anticipating this conversation. The Dutch, they said that DOT told them about the 6 feet between the 20-foot.
Yeah, that's why we,
So-
that's
So it's
that's-
interesting that they applied it there, but didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
And look, we know that it's a compacted time period till the April 1, and there's lots of mixed messages out there in the media, and then what was sent directly to applicants last Wednesday. And we're asking for that clarification, and it sounds like something may come out, a statement may come out tomorrow. But I understand that your clients and every applicant has a roadway pending here. They're wanting to order their materials or wanting to get things ordered, and the cost of shipping is continuing to go up, I'm sure, for all of that, or the expediting of that. And it's just, it's frustrating that the agency is directing, it just on this agenda, two different things where that could end up costing your client money.
Well, the problem is that we asked DOT because we want to be in compliance.
That's right.
They tell us 3 feet.
That's right.
6 feet, but I get it. It can be 6
Yeah,
feet. if it is.
so anyways, that's just not meaning to belabor that, but just so people know that, thanks for making that connection. So, okay, so you got a copy of the memo.
Yes.
You're gonna look it over, you'll share it with your team. And this is the site plan that was sent to us from Sarah that's
Yeah,
being
and I put it
referenced.
Which we have it, right?
Do we have it? I don't know if I forwarded to anyone
Lauren
besides.
said that she did forward it around.
Yeah, because we have,
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm looking at something that says amended that has 420.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, to the drive,
I'll send it to the
okay.
I do have another comment on the Howard Street side. So I went by, so this here is the delivery service entrance.
Yes.
This double doors here, it's grayed out on Google Maps. I have a picture if I can find it, but it's a primary building entrance
Mhm.
at 53 Howard. It has a name, it's called the Constable. And it seems like DOT perhaps overlooked that, is not aware that that's a primary building entrance, because we've had applicants come to us before and DOT has asked them to revise their storefront link to not include those primary building entrances. So I expect that we will probably ask the same for the storefront to be revised to end here.
Mhm.
And then I
You're
measured,
saying the single door is a delivery entrance?
yes, and that is included in the storefront.
Mm-hmm.
And then I measured from the edge of the revised edge of the storefront to the edge of the building, and I believe my measurement was 31 feet 9 inches. And then from that edge to the crosswalk,
Mhm.
the outer edge of the crosswalk was 30 feet,
Okay.
which would then mean that in order to maintain the 20-foot clearance from the crosswalk, you'd be left with a 10-foot roadway cafe.
Right. Brad, do you know if the, I don't know if you've been to the site, or maybe Jamie, you could answer, is that, that platform that's going to be on Howard Street in front of the primary, entrance to the residential building?
It will not be. That little door, the building gets deliveries through their main door, which I know because our deliveries often end up there. So I have to get them. But there's a little side door that the restaurant, that one little door, the restaurant accesses that.
So where is the entrance to the residential building?
It's like, it's the Mercery's entrance, and there's the one single door, and then there's, I don't know, 4 feet away, the entrance to the restaurant. If that's the single door that you're referring to.
Yes.
Do you see 3 sets of doors?
Yes.
Yeah, there's one single door, which when I went by, it seems like that's the service entrance. And then there's a set of double doors that is the primary building entrance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
And
the
right
single
now
entrance, the single door
is yours.
we have a ladder in there, or we use it in the restaurant.
Right.
And
Right
I do
now-
share, I think we share, the building might access it, but like we had a lovely person at 2:00 in the morning throw a rock at it and busted the window open, and it was our responsibility to get a new glass, not the building.
So you're asking that the platform is not in front of the, wherever the primary residential building address, door is, it's not in front of it?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's stuff for you to take back and think about. We'll send it to you formally. You don't have to press the answer tonight. Okay.
And then, yeah, that was it. And then I saw there's also a no left turn sign at the corner of Mercer and Canal.
Mhm. So it should be it's on both sides of Mercer. It's on the left and the right side.
How DOT.
So we're in
Is it more
conversations
than
with,
50 feet away? No, it's within 50
Yeah.
feet?
so it would be within 50 feet. We are in conversation with DOT about whether or not, because they're on both sides, because there is visibility on the right side, whether or not we would need to have the visibility on the left side.
And that being whether or not you can have above 46 inches.
On the last of the
Yeah.
cafes, the 18.5 foot.
Yeah.
There are actually 3 of them. There's one at the light as well. That's on Canal Street. There are 3 no left turn signs between the hours.
We might end up asking you to check this box that says if within 50 feet of any regulatory or warning signs.
Since it says
does not
if.
exceed 46 inches in height. So that's,
Okay.
It'll catch you either way, right?
yeah,
Not a problem.
Okay.
interpret that how they want. That's it.
Yeah. That's it. So you've been here before, so you know, we'll.
Pete has his hand up.
Oh, Pete, thank you. Pete,
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm curious about the setup in the sheds, the structures, the roadbed structures. You show 3 tables. Width, I believe, is 8 feet or 6 feet, I'm not sure. But there's 3 tables and an aisle. So the tables apparently take up 3/4 of that interior space, and the aisle takes up 1/4. If they're 8 feet wide, that means 2 feet width for the aisle, the service aisle inside the shed. If they're 6 feet wide, that means 18 inches width for the service aisle within the shed. I'm not sure how that comports with ADA requirement, but I think it's something that needs attention. And also at the intersection of Howard and Mercer, there's a marked crosswalk going north to south from one side of Howard to the other. There is not a marked crosswalk going east-west from across Mercer Street, but there is a curb cut for pedestrians. It is an intersection. And I'm just curious if DOT is treating that area, even though it's not a marked crosswalk, are they treating it as a crosswalk area in terms of what's required for spatial distance?
Mercer's.
We have 20 feet from both crosswalks. We built it in. Isn't that right, Brad?
No, so the rule is when there's no crosswalk present, that you need to be 20 feet from the intersecting curb, which is where we place the setback there. And then the table layout is going to be ADA compliant. What we put on there was just the very preliminary, not what is actually going to be out there, but we recognize.
They also reduced the size of it to 6.5, so they kind of just condensed it.
Okay, so when it's the final thing.
Yes.
okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete.
I see too.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pete. Okay, is there anything else for the applicant or on this one? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. I'm gonna close the public hearing on this one. Thank you, Jamie, and
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
yes, I forgot his name. Thanks. Okay. Brad, was it Brad or Brian? Brad. Okay. Okay, great. So next, we're gonna go back to the order. Number 9, Cinque Restaurant Inc., DBA Osteria Barocca, 133 Mulberry for a roadway cafe. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. Michael, I don't want to always assume a Mulberry Street one is you, but I think you turn your camera on, you're muted. So welcome back.
Yes, it's me.
Okay. Like I said, I never want to assume. Hi, thanks, Ben. Okay, so let me just pull this up.
We do have 6 feet on each side also for any other restaurant,
Hey, well, okay.
if that happens.
Well, I started marking in the feedback, if there's potential, if there are restaurants next to it, but I know I'm not expecting something from them. Okay, we've got, what's a WU entrance? Oh,
Walk up.
Oh,
Different architects, different language.
That's all right. It's how I feel about the EXG.
EXG.
Yeah. Sounds like a tech company. Okay, so we've got a manhole in there. We've got this. I'm assuming there's no flooring. There is flooring. Is it gonna lift up?
Mm-mm.
Is that allowed to?
The flooring will be removed.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't have flooring when there's a manhole there.
Yeah.
Even if we cut that section out and have flooring on the rest of it, you're gonna get people tripping over it.
So there is not flooring.
No flooring.
Oh, okay, because
I
it's
see they
checked off.
mark flooring on it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's checked off. Okay, so we'll just ask for that to be unchecked, right? Okay, so if there's no flooring, a temporary ramp, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, and then just
frontage 6.
it's diagonal from Umberto's Clam House to the south without a 15-foot offset, and then directly across from Paisano's and Lenona.
Okay, I mean, we'll just have to make a note of
Yeah.
that. It's nothing
Yeah,
really
who
for,
knows what's gonna happen.
yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen. How come you didn't go the full 24 feet?
Because you can only do 20 feet when there's a fire
That's
department
right.
waiver.
It's like I'm quizzing you. I don't mean for the quiz.
All right.
Just,
I missed
I've
that one.
just looked at too many of these. Okay, right, of course. Okay, was it
There
anyone
wasn't
from the
enough room to put another one there.
Oh, is there anyone from the public who wants to testify on this application? Because I did not ask for that straight out. So this is we're back on the order of the agenda. So number 9, Osteria Barocca at 133 Mulberry. If anyone would like to testify, please raise your hand. Okay, so I'm not seeing anyone that wants to testify. Nothing else from the committee for Michael on this one. Okay, Michael, should we go on to Benito 1?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna close the public hearing on Osteria Barocca. The next one we're gonna hear is number 10, St. Jude Enterprises LLC, DBA Benito 1 at 174 Mulberry Street, where DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review. So let me just pull that application up so I can reference it. I really should put these in alphabetical order, because
Maybe we should.
I've thought about it.
They would be alphabetical order automatically. But maybe we should number them based on.
Yeah. Okay, Benito 1, I know, but then it's not intuitive later, So, okay, so Benito 1. Okay, Michael, can we talk about the photographs in this one?
Yes.
Also, if anyone from the public that would like to testify on Benito 1, 174 Mulberry Street for a roadway, please raise your hand. So let's just get that out there. So while I have talked to Michael about this, what's up with that table over the cellar door and the cellar door being open?
That's the photos that we took with the application?
Yeah.
No clue.
That's a little scary looking.
Not sure if anybody would sit there.
Unless he was
This
putting
is a
it there so no one
comment.
fell in.
Yeah, it's just a comment. Are we expecting a Sidewalk Cafe application from Benito?
Yes.
I guess that's just a note for that, for that one for later.
There's
That's
also
just stuck out.
table in the furnishing zone in the picture as well. One of the pictures.
I mean, it doesn't look like, it doesn't look like, I don't think it's a serving table. I think it's some sort of like,
Well, regardless.
regardless.
Yeah.
Michael, she's just calling out that
The table.
in the photograph, there's like a table just being stored in the zone. I know it's not on your site plan. I know that these were taken before the rules, but we're just, just as a,
Yeah, all I could say is I made a lot of phone calls after the photographer went out and sent me these photos back. Because people are doing a lot of things, and the normal answer was the DOT came by and said, "Oh, this is all right," and then I told them why it wasn't.
all right.
Yeah.
A lot of people fixed it, some people didn't.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
went
the
by
last-
what the DOT said, but most listened.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last thing that strikes me in the photos is that the Roadway Cafe was built onto the sidewalk.
Yes,
Yeah,
it won't be this time.
it won't be like that.
Okay.
future.
I think they were, on Mulberry, they were trying to build their sheds,
Yeah,
trying to keep the street open, so I
yeah,
thought it'd be a good idea to build some of it on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
right, it's fixing one thing and then it's creating another. I would say, I'm gonna put some standard language in here about the signage. And just making sure that there's no large signs on the top. Like before. Can I add that into ones where I know they had signage during the other program. So I'll just put that in there. Just, it's nothing I'm making up, it's just from what's in the rules, just so it's just clear. I don't think anybody wants,
No, I see it.
I don't think anybody wants any of this enforced through like punitive fines and
Yeah,
whatnot. So it's like, just gonna call out what's on there. Nothing we're making.
I believe most of the people on Mulberry are gonna be going with, there's a steel structure that was approved, that's basically 4 inches. So there's no
Okay.
way to put these signs up like that.
Okay. Do you have something else, Donna?
No, just the ramp, standard ADA.
Okay, the ramp, okay. And there is no flooring. Are any of these, would you say most of yours have flooring or not have flooring in general, Michael?
Probably, I had to guess, maybe half and half.
Half and half,
Then
okay.
we discover later on, like on the last one, there's a manhole cover in the middle of it, which didn't show up before because it was covered. And even going back on Google, you couldn't see it. And then
Yeah,
afterwards, we found it.
got it. Oh, I'm noticing that, it really did extend into the sidewalk because that sign, I'm just looking at an older Google photo because that's how I can see what was on the ground. That sign is a really prominent post. Is that manhole cover in the roadway on there? I have like 5 different plans in. Hold on, let me go ahead with this one. Oh, no, I don't have this one.
They do have it. You mean the one?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. It's like in front of the neighboring,
South?
right.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Do you guys have anything else for Michael on this one? No one from the public wants to testify on this application? Okay. Okay, Michael, I think that's it on this one.
See you soon.
See you soon. All right, so now we're gonna go back to the West Village. So we have 753, and we're closing the public hearing for Benito 1. Next, we're going to number 11, 753 Washington Trattoria Inc., DBA Malaparte, 753 Washington Street for a roadway cafe. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding a traveling, really? Oh, because it's on Bethune? Okay, for a travel lane waiver on Bethune. Good catch. If anyone from the public wishes to testify on Malaparte at 753 Washington Street for a roadway cafe, please raise your hand. Seeing that I see no one is here to testify on this application. So let's just quickly look through it. Or we can talk about it in business session. Their shed went on the side, their roadway cafe really went on the sidewalk as well.
Oh, someone's raising their hand.
Okay, oh, and it has this weird stair barrier thing. Okay, so I see. I need to find that RSVP sheet.
You should.
Okay, Pete and I are Sebastian, I believe. Are you the applicant, Sebastian?
I'm the applicant, yes.
Okay, great. So pause on that. Let's get the public testimony and then we'll go to you with any questions. And allow you to make a statement as well if you'd like. So Pete?
Is this 202 Mulberry, Mott that we're talking about now?
No, we're talking about Malaparte on 753 Washington Street. Did you have your hand raised for the other one and I didn't see it?
It's the next one, sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so Sebastian, welcome.
Thank you.
So let me just pull up. I keep trying to find this RSVP and it's not happening. So, oh, Pete's waiver, nice background. Okay, so let me just pull up this application. Oh, here it is. Okay, so 1 second. Okay, Sebastian, can you tell us about the your process with the FDNY waiver?
I mean, I honestly don't know too much about it. The person who's in charge of my application just said that because our street is only 20 feet wide, we need to get a waiver. And I know that we originally had we were hoping to get 6 feet, I think, and he narrowed it down to, I think, 4 feet, or 5 feet, to raise the possibility that we would get the waiver.
Okay.
But that is,
so it sounds like the waiver is not a given. Interesting.
I don't know if it's a given.
Okay. Oh, we're just trying to find it. I'm just trying to.
I asked my guy who's in charge of this, and he says often he doesn't know exactly because the entities aren't particularly fantastic at communicating. I know that I've sent an email to FDNY asking them, and I have yet to get a response from them.
Oh, interesting. May I ask who you asked?
I just went to their website and
okay.
I just did a contact.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And they said they would respond in 5 days, but of course I did that 2 days ago, so I don't have a response.
Okay. I was just interested. That's all. What kind of guidance you were getting on that? Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. So, but you're here for the roadway. I do see sidewalk on here as well, but we're here for the roadway.
Yeah, I don't understand that either because I assume that we did both. We applied
That's
for both at the
fine.
same time.
That's fine. Applicants do that all the time. I just wanted to I'm just more confirming you are coming back to us for the sidewalk, which is a separate application, but that's totally normal. People will do both on there. I'm just clarifying.
But we're not able to do both today.
We're not. No, we don't have we weren't referred that application today. It would be convenient for all of us to do that, but they don't always refer them in pairs to us. So they do on some, as you can see from the agenda tonight, but not this particular one. Okay, so 20, lots of 20s on here. 4 feet, 5 foot cafe. I guess. Oh, there's the legend. Okay, got it. That's nice. I was like, what are all those things? That's so nice. The legend's nice. Okay, see the roadway dining, tree, just trying to look at all these.
Yeah, and will there be a ramp? Because I see that there's no flooring proposed.
Of course, we'll put a ramp.
Okay.
It's the sidewalk there is very, very low. It's not it's.
Yeah, I see that.
What's
it'll be a
the
very low ramp, but it's maybe 4 inches high, the sidewalk there.
what are the dashed lines that are parallel to the sidewalk?
Dashed lines?
Yeah, there's like dashed.
I think that's the zebra crossing.
No, I think you're talking about here, right? It kind of looks like the Roadway Cafe will be semi-enclosed on all sides.
I can, give me a second.
Do you have the plan in front of you?
I don't have a
What?
Do you have the plan in front of you, Sebastian, by chance?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so when you look at the right side of the Roadway Cafe, there's 4 dashed rectangles, or there's 4 rectangles, very skinny lines.
I don't know what those are. I
Okay,
think that's just.
Maybe they're just showing the curb line.
Yes, I think that's what it is.
okay,
The curb line,
okay. I mean, I'm not trying to do a gotcha, I'm just trying to understand, that's all.
Or maybe
I
the
understand.
wooden,
Or wouldn't
dividers or something.
or something, or just continuing the drawing of the curb line.
Okay. I see, yeah, or is that just demarcating this, I'm just like looking at the photo of the previous setup. And maybe it's just demarcating like where the spaces to enter are?
Or where the curb, just where the sidewalk ends.
Got it.
Something.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I won't harp on it. I just didn't know what it was. I'm just wasn't used to it. Okay. Any other feedback?
Thank you for putting the parking signs on there, on your diagram, what the parking situation is.
I'm glad he did that.
Yeah.
That wasn't me personally, but I'm glad he did it.
That's okay.
I looked it up and then I just looked at the legend, so.
I bet you guys are glad that scaffolding's gone.
Yeah.
From a few years ago. I just
It
was
was
thinking,
8 years,
Wow.
wow.
right?
Yeah, I was looking at the older photos. Is that tree bed on there? Is there a tree bed?
Is there still a tree pit?
There is. There's no tree, but there's a tree bed.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think that's all that we have, Sebastian. We have standard ADA language. That's the ADA, not CB2, that DOT has as their guidance. So we'll just send some modifications with those. I don't think there's any other changes we would be asking for your consideration. So
Okay.
be signing that. And those are the 4 points that are under the 311 outdoor dining complaints under accessibility. That's regarding dining out NYC and ADA. So it's nothing particular to CB2, but it's just that guidance. And you said you'll have a ramp and that'll just be on there. So, okay. I think that's all that we have. We'll discuss this in business session and vote on it then. Again, our recommendation is advisory, and it's just one part of the overall process of DOT approving these. So just, I think that's it. Do you have any questions? Do you want to say anything else about your application?
No, I just had a couple questions. So do you have any, do you know how the fire department waiver works? Like how that's communicated, who that's communicated to? Is
You
that
know-
sort of back and forth with them possible or?
They're not willing to discuss.
They're not very transparent. And the fact that you're asking as an applicant just shows how disorganized this process is. They've not been very clear with us on how the process works, other than we've had 3 applications where the letter of approval was in the application that the waiver was granted. Otherwise, all we're told is a line of red text at the bottom of your application that just says it's been submitted for consideration. One of the applicant representatives on here mentioned he received an email from FDNY or from DOT that it had been approved, but didn't receive any sort of formal letter. So it's really not clear, and it is something we've been advocating for, transparency for everyone, both applicants and the public and us, as to how these are being adjudicated. So I don't have any answers. We are actively trying to find them out, though.
And so if they don't give the waiver, then the application is quashed?
That's what it sounds. I mean, that's what it sounds like. I'm not the authority on that, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I don't have any
That's
answer
all right.
on that. Is anything else?
Yeah, are you able to tell me when the Sidewalk Cafe application will be under consideration by the CB2?
I wish
I'm
that
gonna
I
be
could.
out of town for 3 weeks.
Oh, okay. I wish that I could tell you, but we receive application referrals once a week, and we have no insight into what when they're going to allocate those to us
Okay.
at any time. So it's a surprise. I don't believe, we didn't get it in this last,
I don't think.
batch from yesterday. Yeah, no. So what we're trying to do is make sure you sign up for the CB2 newsletter. Every Friday it goes out. We didn't this week because of the short week, but we're trying to have our agendas for the next meeting updated every Wednesday. It didn't happen today because of the short week, because we're meeting again on Tuesday for a next batch of applications. I don't believe this one was in there, so I can tell you that much. So I don't have insight, and nor am I able to move because the legislation, the clock continues, and we have to move through them. So, but you'll receive notice. We'll email you. The office will email you when we do get the referral. And
is it possible to postpone the dates if you're not present? If you're not.
We're really not taking postponements just because of the volume right now. But no, let's see where we land, because sometimes the way the calendar goes, we're able to move something to be considered at the next meeting. Hello. But I can't I just don't have any insight into that. Like, we're meeting for the third week in a row next week because of the volume. So,
well,
yeah, so I don't,
so much.
yeah, you're welcome. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. So I'm going to close out the public hearing for Malaparte at 753 Washington Street for the Roadway Cafe. And we're going to move next to Tava Cafe LLC, DBA Balsam at 202 Mott Street for a Roadway Cafe. And DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. So I know Pete Davies had wanted to speak on this application earlier. So I'll call on him first if he wants to raise his hand again. And if anyone else would like to testify on this application. So Pete, why don't you take the floor?
Okay, thank you. I've got so many windows open, it's hard to keep.
I know.
Straight. So I'm curious about the details of this waiver. How much street bed is being waived away, what those measurements are. I understand that this is a roadway application, but this location for a long time, all through COVID, also and before, had a sidewalk cafe. So it would be interesting for us to know if a sidewalk cafe is coming, because this sidewalk is not wide, and the roadbed works in conjunction with the sidewalk when you have seating in both places. So previously, and I noticed from photos on Google Street View and from experience, that the establishment has taken back a good deal of the foliage and other stuff put onto the sidewalk and at the edge of the roadway structure over the years. Anyway, I'm just curious to hear from the applicant about what their plan is. So, and if they requested the waiver, or if DOT requested the waiver for them. Thank you.
Thanks. So thanks, Pete. I'm not expecting a sidewalk application from this applicant. Is the applicant for Balsam at 202 Mott Street, if you are the applicant, hi Pete, will you raise your hand? I had a Maggie. I see a Maggie, but not a Maggie, and I don't know if that's the person or not. Let me look at the And look on the application if I have a name. A ball or a Harzem maybe? I don't know if they're here. I don't think the applicant, maybe, well, we don't know if, oh, I think the applicant is here. Yes, okay, I see, yes. I'll promote you to panelist. Wonderful. I found my RSVP list and I found this. So we just promoted them so they'll speak. Let me just get this done. Sign in. And Ball? If promoted, are you available to speak? You don't have to turn your camera on, but you're welcome to. This one, 25 to 28.
Who did you?
Huh? Ball Hambobus. Oh, you're trying to turn on audio. Okay. Okay, asked, so I tried. If you don't want to be promoted, that's fine. I did ask, you should be able to speak.
It's unmuted.
Oh, Ball? I see you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. It's okay. Oh. Okay, he's gonna rejoin. Okay. Okay, here's the other one. Ball?
Hello.
Hi.
Finally.
Yay, welcome. Welcome to the fun.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm with my phone and that didn't work, so I had to join from a computer.
That's okay. Thanks for being here.
No, thank you. So I heard the question. We are not going to be applying for a sidewalk. There was some sidewalk seating, but we understand that within the new rules and framework, that is no longer something we can do. So we've removed that.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So let's see. Okay, so we have the waivers. We got 4 feet 6 inches for the cafe. I mean, it looks really tight in there. I understand you're not required to show the actual depiction, but what's the ADA situation here? You have a ramp?
Before we get to that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so before we get to that, we're looking at the old architectural plans from the previous Sidewalk Cafe. And the store frontage that's noted there is 19 feet 6 inches. 19 feet 4 inches. But your plan says that the store frontage is 24 feet 6 inches. So we're just wondering why there's a discrepancy.
I'm not sure. This was just recently measured by the architect for the purpose of submitting this application. I don't know the exact number myself off the top of my head, but they came in to do these measurements just recently.
Because we have stamped by your architect from 2014 with your Sidewalk Cafe application. It's stamped by an architect with those other measurements.
We can send it to you.
Yeah, we can send it to you.
Like,
sure, but 24 sounds, this is not a narrow storefront. And I don't know why that would be incorrect when their measurements now. So they've measured 20 feet of the seating. Yeah, I don't have any reason to doubt this 24/6.
Hey, yeah, hi. Oh, I'm trying to find. I'm just trying to pull up something here. Okay, so it sounds like there's a discrepancy from your previous plan of your store frontage. It's somehow grown in 10 years. Is that what this is implying, or?
I'm sure that's not the case. Maybe the
Okay.
original one was, maybe the original one was wrong. I'm not sure, but they just recently measured these for the purpose of this application.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, so showing it as 20. Yeah, it does show it as 20 feet. I don't think I can share this. I see it right here.
Oh, we were just adding up.
That, yeah. Okay. Okay, all right. Second.
Yeah, well, we're looking at this on the Google Street View on the pictures from 2019 where you have a cafe set up, and it pretty much matches what was submitted in 2014 for the Sidewalk cafe plans, and the measurements look pretty much spot on.
I mean, I could email this to you.
Yes, if you
Not
could,
sure
if
how,
you could throw something on the chat for me to see what you're looking at.
Yeah, but I mean, these measurements don't look like the.
1 second. Let me see where I can save this somewhere. This is not on our website, right?
No.
Give me a second. I can, let me put it on a Dropbox.
I mean, we could share this, the link to, not the whole thing, but just that one.
Okay, do you want to do that?
I think we could do that.
Give us a second. It's going to be shared.
Can you just do share screen?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'll just put it in a.
I'm looking at our original CB2 application. This is even prior to our application, actually. I'm looking at an older drawing. It's showing 23 feet and 8 inches for the storefront. So let's take a look at what you guys are seeing there.
Yeah, let me. 1 second. I get all freaked out with sharing the Google Drive.
I mean, I can share it so it's just this one page.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah. Okay, so it's going it's in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, it's in the chat.
Okay.
Okay. My box is so done. I'm just gonna. So, take a look at that. Okay, that's fine. Might need to download it to look at it. It's kind of fuzzy in the preview.
And are you adding the numbers here to get to 19 or?
It's also at the, yeah, it's also at the bottom.
It says 20 feet at the bottom, along where it says Mott Street in very faded print.
But yeah, it does seem to add up to 20.
Yeah, they have,
redo the space of
along
the
the
door.
storefront, it says 10 feet. And then entrance 3 feet, 4 inches, and then the rest, it says 6 feet.
Yeah, and I have prior drawings to that are showing 24 feet. I'm going to assume that it's 24 feet and let you guys, I guess, assume that for the time being, and we can get some confirmation from the guys who just did this work if you'd like. But you know, otherwise, I'm not there to measure right now, you know, to give you 100% which one is right and which one is wrong. But I do have a prior drawing that I'm looking at to that's showing 23 feet and 8 inches.
So 23 feet, sorry, can you say that again?
I have another drawing that's prior to actually our build out. Looks like this is it precedes us even. So that one is showing 23 feet and 8 inches. Those are the drawings we had used in the original CB2 application for the liquor license. So I do have reason to believe it's 24 or close to 24 feet. But why don't we just get confirmation from someone, I guess, and send you guys some sort of a confirmation.
Okay, okay. That sounds good. I would just.
No other way to settle it right now, I
Yeah,
guess.
I know. I would just also then ask if you had 24 feet prior, why did the last application only have 20 and not go for the full 24? But again, we will wait for your confirmation.
And in the previous, you know, sidewalk seating, there was no way we could, you know, put more chairs anyway. I don't think it mattered whether we had 20 feet or 4 feet. You know, the constraints were for other, yeah.
It filled out the storefront, it looks like, in the old drawing. So
Yeah.
That's what it's not like there wasn't space to be used. It just looks like the measurement is
filled. Okay, so.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at what was submitted with your liquor license alteration application. And it's consistent with the architectural plans that are here, was submitted with your liquor license questionnaire by Mr. Caraballo on, submitted to the community board on May 8th, 2015. And those measurements, it also shows the 20-foot storefront. And that was what was submitted and on file with the community board office.
Okay. Great. All right, there seems to be a disagreement on, we not be able to settle this now, but it just sounds like in many places we have the 20 feet. It sounds like you have in one place the 24 from a prior plan, and you're presenting 24.
Yeah, we have what you presented to us in 2014.
I mean, it really doesn't matter what we say right now, right?
Well, no, that's actually the plans that you have on file are what's on file with the New York State Liquor Authority as appropriate and correct plans, which show a 20-foot storefront. I mean, you guys submitted them, not us.
Okay, one of them is wrong, I understand, and I agree with you on that. How can we present to you guys what we're gonna believe as a next step?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can go and remeasure it, but
yes,
even looking at just the street view photograph with the tables and chairs set up from pre-COVID, just roughly speaking, it looks very reasonable that the 20-foot storefront is accurate. I mean, just because it looks like you've got 10-foot width for the 4 two-tops on the north side, and the 2 two-tops on the south side. That's roughly about 5 feet, 6 feet, and then you have the 4.5 feet for the doorway. It says 3 foot 4 inches on the plan, and that's the measurements all seem to match up. So the north bay where you have the retractable doors is listed as about, is it 10 feet? the doorway is 3 feet, 4 inches, and the south section is 5 feet. And that seems very reasonable looking at that's.
I'm sure we could find a measurement that would make 24 feet reasonable too right now.
Well, I'm not talking about finding a measurement. I'm using the plans that you've submitted that are stamped by an architect.
And I'm saying there's another plan here that you guys, I'm sure, could find if you.
Yeah, but this plan is not stamped by an architect and it's not required to be.
Which one?
The one you've submitted now.
No, I'm saying you can look at our January 14, 2024 submittal to the community board for a liquor license.
I am.
And you go
I'm looking at, I just told you, I'm using the materials submitted in the questionnaire that were received from Anthony Caraballo Business Licensing Services. It was submitted to the community board. It was sent to Florence Arenas on May 8th of 2015 at 10:20 a.m. I have the email.
And I'm saying we have a submittal on January 14, 2014 at 6:30 p.m.
Okay.
Tuesday.
6:30.
You guys, and if you go to page.
You guys with your emails from 2014 are wild.
Page 19, it would show you 23 feet and 8 inches.
Okay, yeah, why don't you hold on a second? Let's go to the next one. I'll pull it from our file drawer.
Okay, so we'll call you back up. We're gonna pause on this one. And we're gonna go to Umberto's Clam House. So Val, stand by. We'll come back and do the next one. So 132 Mulberry Inc. This is DBA Umberto's Clam House, 132 Mulberry Street, Roadway. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. Do we have anyone from the public to speak on the application for Umberto's Clam House at 132 Mulberry Street? Please raise your hand. Please also notice the nice emergency light here for this FDNY waiver. Oh, you're here from Umberto. Sorry, I didn't see you. Come on up.
Make sure you saw, did she sign in?
She signed in, yeah.
I'm here for a number of these restaurants on very narrow streets.
Okay.
Where the fire department.
Could you please state your name for the record,
For
please?
tonight, my name is Karen. I'm a
Okay.
very angry woman.
Okay.
So you can call me Karen.
Okay.
Because these very narrow streets and some of these apartment buildings do not even have fire escapes because they're grandfathered without. And you have opposing restaurants on the east and west side of Mulberry Street that all want roadbed sheds. You have families living in apartments above these restaurants. And I want to know how you'd feel if it was your grandparents, let's say, who emigrated to America, lived there, and someone from your family died because a fire truck couldn't get down the street because you needed to sell a few more plates of lasagna. I don't understand restaurant owners, and I don't understand a DOT that will preemptively kneecap the fire department. It makes no sense, and I think it's criminal. I think it's criminal to deliberately kneecap the fire department and put residents in such jeopardy, and you know it. You know it.
Please, your comments to the committees, just he's the unfortunately we don't have anyone from the agency on here, but please know that we are trying to understand and the waiver process very much behind closed doors, and it's very frustrating.
I understand. On the other hand, I want to say, as far as the community board is concerned, I love you guys. I am so grateful for the energy and the time that you put into this and the care that you have for the community. And I just don't understand this. It's to sell a few more drinks, to sell a few more plates of lasagna, and people are gonna die. People will die. And I want each of these restaurant owners to know what they're doing. You want to fill up the sidewalk and fill up the street because you're allowed to. But thank you guys for the hard work that you're doing.
Thank you so much. And for anyone who is frustrated with the FDNY waiver process and the lack of transparency for everyone, whether it's applicants, the public, residents, please reach out to your city council members. If you're at this meeting, you have one of three, which are Councilmember Eric Botcher, Councilmember Carlina Rivera, and Councilmember Christopher Marte. They need to hear from more than just the community board about the frustration with the lack of transparency for that process. The waiver was built into the city council legislation for this program. It's going to take a lot more than the feedback, which we will include. We include all of this feedback in our written recommendation on every application. So, but your elected officials, your state elected officials, which would be either Gracely, Assemblymember Gracely, or Assemblymember Deborah Glick, or State Senator Brian Kavanaugh. And maybe if you're in a little portion of our district that's in Senator Brad Hoylman Siegel's district, they need to hear from you on this. So I just want to say that once. So thank you for your testimony. So on Umberto's Clam House, Michael.
Yes.
We have a couple of questions on this one. Let me just pull up the plan. Okay, so I know that there's one, I mean, we don't have to go into the across. We know that we're going to make a note of that. You see of the ramp and the manhole. And so was there something you wanted to bring up while I look at this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar situation to the previous application we were just hearing. We have the old Sidewalk cafe plan. This one is from which year? I do not know what year it is. But it states that the frontage is 15 feet 7 inches versus 16 feet 5 inches. And while it's not, as big of a discrepancy as our last application, right now the application in front of us has a roadway cafe planned to take up the entire storefront of 16 feet 5 inches. And so if the storefront is actually 15 feet 7 inches, then the roadway cafe length would also need to be reduced to the 15 foot 7 inches.
Okay, I'll have someone measure it again. But sometimes one architect will measure from the inside of the wall, and another architect will take half that wall on both sides and include that as part of the restaurant. That could be the inches that we're talking about. I'll have somebody measure it again. As to what Karen was saying, 2 of my grandparents did come from Italy and lived over there. But to reiterate about the 6 feet 6 inches, they didn't come up with that number randomly. They came up with that number because it's the average width of a car. So if you want to, go into that, the fire engines can't get down there. They've been doing it for 4 years. I don't believe anyone's died on Mulberry Street. But at that point, you would have to cut out 1 lane of parking. This way, you'd have that 15 feet all year round. So that is why they came up with the 6 feet 6 inches. And I know cars move and the structures are basically permanent for 8 months, but it's still taking up the same width.
Okay.
Why are waivers needed?
I really don't want the back and forth. Like I mentioned, and I'm not trying to defend it. Enough of a majority of the city council, the 51 city council members, voted for legislation that includes FDNY waivers as part of that, and that's what's in there. I'm not defending it, but that's what it is.
2011 still.
2011, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, so I think there's no more public testimony on this. Then we'll move on to the next one. Is that the last one for you, Michael, or do you have more?
No, we got plenty more.
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, thanks. All right, I'm gonna close out the hearing for Umberto's Clam House. Next, we're gonna go to Boqueria Soho, DBA Boqueria, 171 Spring Street for a Roadway Cafe application. If anyone here from the public is here to speak on this, so I see Darlene, and then perhaps I have the applicant. I just found my RSVP list, so I'll be able to know the names now. So Darlene, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you again, Valerie. I appreciate it. Boqueria is, I've looked at the plans. I've tried to understand the plans. It's not, longer than an Escalade. Their previous shed obviously, shot way over into other areas, into the adjacent areas. This one appears to be smaller. I didn't take the measurements. Regardless, I'm going to go back to the operation of the temporary, where they were one in the neighborhood that had speakers in that shed, and they never took them out. Not with polite requests, not with, the NYPD going over there and requesting that they take the speakers out. So this is one of my issues in this neighborhood. And if they didn't want to respect their neighbors for 4 years, I don't think they're going to change their tune. Thank you.
Thanks. Troy, are you the applicant or are you here to testify on the application?
Yeah, actually, I'm here to represent Boqueria.
Okay, wonderful. Welcome. Great. So just so how it goes is we may have some questions for you on the application. You're allowed to make a statement if you'd like about your application. You can respond to the public testimony that you just heard. But if you could just keep your comments directed towards the committee. To offer all of that. So I'm just pulling it up.
While you're pulling that up, yeah, my name is Troy and I'm representing Boqueria.
Great.
First, just thank you all. I know you've all put a lot of time and effort into this. We appreciate that. We're eager to get through this process and we're looking forward to spring, hopefully arriving soon.
Yes.
We are committed to meeting all health and safety standards, and we're committed to ensuring that our new structure remains an attractive and compliant addition to the neighborhood. We have actually contracted with Out Open Works to help us design and fabricate the structure for us. They're very well versed in ensuring that this will meet all the compliance requirements, so we're excited to work with them. In recent news, just in the last couple of days, we did find out that there was an issue with the location of the gas valve the roadway. So we have adjusted, or we will be adjusting the depth to comply with that. And I did actually receive a note from one of our consultants yesterday that indicated that the 15-foot emergency travel lane was being maintained, so no issues there. With regard to the music and the sound, I apologize, but I can't speak to that because I'm hearing that for the first time. I don't know much about it. All I can say is that I can relay that message back to ownership and enforce the fact that that needs to be addressed.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for pointing out the gas valve. I see it here. And have you been in contact with DOT about making those revisions? to the width?
Yeah, I believe our consultant did get back to them. I'm not sure what exact communication has been had with that, but I did speak to at OpenWorks who's designing it. And we do know that if we need to reduce it by roughly 9 to 12 inches, that it'll still work for us. And it seems like that will work with DOT and the gas valve as well. So I'm pretty sure we can resolve it, but I don't know the exact communication.
Okay, so what we'll likely do is we'll make a note of, we will send a one-page modifications that will just include that. About putting the gas valve on the site plan and about, you know about it, but it's just to codify it from here. And the reduction to, what did you say, to 7 or to 6 to 7? We can just put it in there as 6 to 7.
Yeah, they said somewhere between 7 to 9 inches would allow. They were going to go back.
So you'd be reducing it by 7 to 9 inches. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Okay, so yeah, so we can just put that in there and let you. We're not going to design it for you. That's not our job. So, but we'll just put that that's what you mentioned, that you would be reducing it by that much. So, and then that's just so we have it for our record. And if that site, and if you agree to that, we'll put our standard ADA language in there. I see you have one ADA table, and it looks to be as though you're planning on having lots of space in between. So there is an accessible route within there. And even if you do reduce by 7 to 9 inches, you'll still have an accessible space. Since you don't have flooring, will you have a ramp be made available?
So both, actually. There will be the ramp and there will be flooring with the removable panels.
So there will be flooring. Okay, so we'll ask you to update the site plan form as well to check that off because the flooring was not checked off, but we will send this to you in writing.
Okay.
So you'll have it in a list. I mean, you can definitely take your own notes, but, and then I don't think there's any.
You said that there will be flooring and a ramp? What do you mean by that? Have both?
Yeah, sorry. The ramp, I guess what I'm explaining is from the structure to the sidewalk.
In addition to flooring, like, will the cafe be at grade with the road, or will it be?
It's going to be great with the sidewalk, but I do believe there's gonna be a gap there, so there's a connection.
we need 6-inch gap.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. And then I noticed, this is just a small detail. I noticed that it says above the site plan that it's located in a loading area. It's actually just a parking space. So
okay,
we'll make a note of that as well.
Yeah, I'd be checking off P1 parking space instead of P2 loading area.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. But we'll put that in there. Okay. Is there anything else we want to bring up? Okay. Is there anything else did you mention you were having you are applying for sidewalk as well, or you're not?
We are not. So once you factor in the sidewalk accessible door, it actually doesn't leave as much seating. So we're just going to forego that.
Okay. I just want to know whether or not to expect it. That's all. Thank you for that. Okay. Do you have anything else you want to tell us? Like what will happen is, I don't know if you heard from the last time, but to the last applicant or two, but we'll go into business session once we're done going through all these, and then we will take a vote and a vote to send the application or to send the modifications to you. They would come from the same person, Florence, who notified you or your representative about the meeting tonight. And then you'll have a few days to look those over and decide. It's optional, it's just the way it's optional to be here tonight. So thank you for taking the time to speak with us and to hear the testimony. And then the vote will, we're just one part of the process and we're an advisory group. So it'll continue through the process. And since it's roadway, you'll have your DOT public hearing within a few weeks. You may have already had that scheduled. So I know they're layering them pretty close. So that's all.
Yeah, pretty soon. I think it was mid-March from what I saw. So
yeah,
now moving fast.
Yeah, exactly. So do you have any other questions for us?
No, thanks again. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Bye. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing for Boqueria. We're going to go to Melvindale. FDNY LLC DBA Jelena at 45 Bond Street for a roadway cafe. And I recall that this applicant was on earlier.
Was it the applicant or just someone to speak?
I think it was someone to, it was this person. I thought it was the applicant, but I have to look at the RSVP list.
Closely.
Yeah, I just promoted her. Is there anyone here that would like to testify on 45 Bond Street, Jelena, for a roadway cafe? I'll take the public testimony at this time. We'll see if she comes over.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. Rosalie, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Hello. You are the applicant?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. Thanks for sticking around. And I have to say, you got pretty lucky getting referred. I think you put your application in not too long ago, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so it's interesting how the agency decides when applications get referred and not. So it's just make a note of that. So thanks for applying.
Of course, and I know we were lucky.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were lucky from the date you applied to have been referred already. So good.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just pulling up your application, so give me a second. So if you'd like to make a statement about your application while I pull it up, you are not, you don't have to, but some people don't know to.
No, it's fine. I just want to mention that in case you're confused a bit about the drawing, we are applying through the Obuco program, and we're basically going to build there something similar to theirs so that we are following all the rules. Sorry about that. So that we're following all the rules and we're compliant with the DOT.
Okay, so is that regarding the open street?
Yes.
Okay.
And the built-in seating, outdoor seating area.
Those are two different programs.
Yes. So I believe, I'm not sure, and I haven't gotten confirmation yet if we're going to extend to tables
Into the
past.
roadway.
Yeah. Just because we're trying to be compliant with the FDNY and make sure that they do have access to the street still.
Right. Okay, so hold on. I'm just gonna open this. Sometimes the web preview is not the best on PDF, so I'm just opening it up in Acrobat. Okay, so now I can see this much more clearly. 30, 22. And 8 feet. Got it. Okay, and 3 feet between setups. Is there something you guys want to bring up, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, there's another discrepancy we're seeing between this site plan and an old site plan that we have from the program before the temporary program, where it says that the storefront then was 24 feet and 11.5 inches versus the application that we're looking at right now has a frontage of 30 feet. So we're wondering where the additional 5 feet is coming from.
The additional 5 feet is coming from the side entrance. So we are connected to a building which has 2 entrances. So if you see the 2 doors that I drew, I'm not sure if you're looking at that drawing.
Yeah.
So that's that side. So the door to the left with the black drawing up on top, it's a side entrance which leads to other offices in that building. But the larger door, which is a rectangle one, that's the main entrance to the restaurant. We have access to the entire front of that building. So that's why the measurements changed.
Yeah, I see that. And I see that also in the original site plan drawing as well, that the 24 or 25 feet includes that side entrance as well.
Okay, I can double check and adjust as, I'll double check the measurements for that.
And I'm looking at separate measurements for your liquor license application. And it shows the full frontage of being a combination of 8 feet, 2 1/4 inches, 5 feet, 9 inches for the doorway. The 8 foot, 2 1/4 inches is for the front window of the restaurant. The front door is 5 feet, 9 inches. So that's your total restaurant footage as it faces the street. And then there's an additional 9 feet, 1 inch for the primary building entrance for the offices upstairs.
Okay, we'll readjust the measurements for the front and also for the
cafe.
Yeah, the cafe that we're trying to build so that the measurements are correct. So yeah, I'll just double check and I'll update.
And there's another issue as well, which is that in order to access the open street, you need a walkway for a service aisle that is within your frontage.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
That in order for the open streets to access it, that's only in front of your store frontage. And it doesn't include, I don't believe it doesn't include the building entrance. And you have to be able to access it without walking outside of your building frontage. So you need to leave a space in order to walk through to get to it.
For that door, okay. I'll take note of that as well.
Well, I mean, just to get to the open area. And also, you won't be able to serve alcohol outside because the outside service of alcohol was denied by the full board at the State Liquor Authority. And the only way to add any licensed outdoor alcohol service is to revisit this matter in front of the full board at the State Liquor Authority.
So I was under the impression, and this is based on, you know, just and correct me if I'm wrong, please. So for the liquor license is no longer a possibility for this outdoor dining space?
No, that's not what I said. It was specifically denied when your original license was before the New York State Liquor Authority.
Oh, yes, correct. So we have
no alcohol service outdoors. The only way to remove that is this has to go in front of the full board of the New York State Liquor Authority. It cannot be removed by their licensing department.
Mm-hmm.
So just so you know that. So that process is going to take a while. You may get approved for this, but you won't be able to serve alcohol outside because it's expressly prohibited by the chairman of the New York State Liquor Authority and the 2 commissioners.
Okay. I'll let obviously our CEO know about that and our lawyers so that they're aware.
Your lawyers should be aware of that. There was Bernstein and Rado, they were there as well.
Yeah,
as well as as the principals of the license were actually there at the hearing, so.
Okay. All right, thank you for making me aware of that. I'll make sure to just like remind everybody about it once we meet tomorrow to discuss today's meeting.
Yeah, and I would also recommend that you submit the notice for changing that immediately. Because to get scheduled before the full board, the liquor authority is going to take some time.
Right, okay.
So the faster that process is done. And we had also advised Fish Cheeks, who was here last week, to reach out to Obuco as well with respect to adding the outdoor areas to the open restaurants program.
Mm-hmm.
That they should be filing today. Today is our cutoff to consider these applications for this coming month in March. But we've been trying to be proactive to get everybody to make these filings so that when the outdoor dining starts, that there can be service of alcohol on the roadway. But because before COVID, the open streets never existed, nobody has permission yet, the proper permission from the New York State Liquor Authority. So we're just trying to make sure that everybody applies. And it may be if those notices, and I'm not speaking for anybody, but if those notices were to come in the next day, you know, they might be able to be added to the agenda.
Okay.
But we need to get them in.
Yeah, we need to get them in.
Okay, I'll make sure that they're aware of that and we move promptly on the on that process.
Yeah, Jackson Bond has already submitted notice to us.
Okay.
But we don't have notice from Il Buco, and we don't have notice from Fish Cheeks, and we don't have notice from you guys.
Okay, so that we can move forward and that everything is in place, and if I missed anything, just please let me know. We will fix the measurements on the drawings for the outdoor dining space, the measurements from the front of the restaurant, and obviously leaving some space for that entrance on the side, which is to the building. We will also, I will also connect with our team to make sure that we had processed any application for the outdoor dining and connect with Buco to.
Yeah, it's for the open street.
For the open
liquor
street. For the open street, yes, sorry.
Yeah, specifically the open street liquor license.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And to leave the passageway somewhere to get to the open street.
Right.
From the roadway?
From your premises, if you're gonna use the open streets, you need to be able to get there from your restaurant frontage.
From that first, okay.
So if the roadway is there, you just need you need a gap somewhere somehow. for them to
So
go.
just to give you an example, just so you understand, right? So Jackson Bond is not applying for a roadbed structure. What they do is they only utilize the open street. And so they put the barriers out for the open street, which is a different program. So when the open street is not open, they remove all the barriers and the tables and chairs entirely from the street. What you have elected to do here, and what Il Buco has also elected, is to build a structure. But because of the structure, it obstructs getting to the midpoint of the street, so you can extend a little bit, but you can't get there.
Okay.
Because the structure is in the way. Does that make sense?
It does, absolutely.
So, and I believe that Fish Cheeks had a shorter structure that they had proposed because they have a longer storefront.
They also have a doorway as part of their structure.
Yeah, they do have an entrance that is like I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, where they can lift up the entire window door that they have, and it's an entrance to the restaurant.
Right. Yeah,
So, okay,
I'm
makes
just giving you some of the the variables on the street. Just so you're aware, the different things, because we don't want you to necessarily be held up, but this is going to take some time.
Absolutely, yes, I understand.
So.
Thank you. I'll make sure to make the proper adjustments and to communicate that to our boss. And we'll make the proper adjustments for like I mentioned, the measurements, and CB wanted to extend to the street, but I'll present both options to them, obviously, and thank you for your notes.
Thank you.
Thanks. We will send modifications. Okay. So I will close.
You'll send, sorry, you'll send.
So Rosalie, yes, so we will send, I'm not gonna, the modifications from this committee, the outdoor dining working group, are gonna be regarding your roadway cafe. I'm not going to address the open streets and the modifications. I'm not gonna address the liquor license.
Right.
In the modifications for the roadway cafe, that's a separate program. So
But you need to consider
But
it.
you need to, but those are being, they're being brought up to you here by our SLA chair and and a member of the SLA committee, because they are processing those, so that's why.
Just so it's clear, there's three aspects. One is what you're applying for now, which is the roadbed seating. The second is the open streets. Third is getting a liquor license for this area. And I don't know if you're planning on applying for sidewalk seating, but that's a fourth element if you are.
We're not thinking about applying to the sidewalk seating just because the doors, the access to,
Which is fine. That's fine. I'm just laying out the different areas. So there's three different parts of the process this is only one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so the modifications for you to consider would include the measurements and all of that. I can also have the office send you the old site plan where we received this information from. And that's how that will go. And it's up to you to decide.
Awesome, thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much. I'm gonna close the public hearing on Melvindale NY LLC DBA Jolena, and we're gonna move on to the next application, which is Lunella Ristorante Inc., DBA Lunella Ristorante at 173 Mulberry Street. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. If anyone's here to speak on this application in the room or on Zoom, please raise your hand and please come up if you'd like to speak. Or raise your hand on Zoom and I will call on you. Hello, Michael. Sorry, I was sending an email. I was looking for hands raised to call and I don't have any. Hi. Okay, we've got that in there. And Ball, I sent the email, I put it really quickly, let me take care of this. We put the email for our district manager. If you can forward or email him directly what materials you want us to look at this evening, huh?
We also have them.
And we also have them. Okay, so I want to get whatever he's showing to us before we call that one back up. So Bob, you can email our district manager in the email I put in the chat. He is going to forward it to us immediately once you do that. So once you do that, then we'll call it back up. Okay, Michael, we've got Lunella. I feel as though I've already reviewed the Lunella application because I've talked about it so much regarding the other applications. So it just feels very top of mind to me, but let me pull it up. We will give it its due, of course, but I feel like I've been mentioning it so much in the public testimony at the DOT public hearings because of its adjacencies, both across and adjacent. Right, so, okay. We have any discrepancy on the plan with the old Sidewalk Cafe application? I guess I'll just ask that off the bat.
I'm looking, I had noted that the old sidewalk plan said 19 feet 3 inches, which is a 4-inch difference. I'm looking at it again and I don't remember where I saw that.
Okay. Okay.
But I do have a question about just the spacing on the site plan as it is right now. So the cafe is 13 feet 7 inches. And then it looks like there's a measurement from, I think that's the northern edge of the cafe and the northern edge of the storefront that says 3 feet 9 inches.
Yes.
That only adds up to 17 feet 4 inches. So is there additional space?
I think that 3.9 should not be there.
Was a bigger number?
9. That would actually should be 5 feet 10 inches.
Okay. Those are my own.
That does not make any sense.
Yeah, it seems like there's something missing. Those are my.
17.
Okay.
This is Mark, I'm gonna be looking out for the email.
Yeah, I just told him. Okay, okay, is there anything else on this application?
Nope. Not from me.
Carter, Donna, Michael, anything else you want to say about this application?
Not on this one, but could I bring up Umberto's again?
Oh, yeah.
Because I actually did have someone remeasure it because
We will
person we were
reopen
using-
the public hearing on Umberto's.
all right, the
We'll
person we were
close the public
using,
hearing on Lunella. Go ahead.
somebody we were using in the beginning, which we no longer used, came back with a measurement that didn't make any sense whatsoever. Even looking at the building, he came back with a 21 foot 10 inches. So I had somebody remeasure this. The original plan that was put in was 21 feet 10 inches, and we amended it before DOT even asked. We had to look at a couple of plans that this person did for us. A few were right, a couple were wrong. This one was way off. So
So
we
what
did
is-
go back and measure it, and it was 16.5.
What was it?
16.5,
Yeah, 16 feet 5 inches.
and we were saying it's
And
what?
the old cafe site plan said it was 15.7. So
Okay. I don't know what to make of that without going.
I think on the old cafe might have been just using the exact where the storefront was, and this one included half of the brick wall on both sides, which might make up those inches.
Oh.
But it sounds like, it's, I mean, even the way you just said it was, the original one was only the storefront. And this,
Or the storefront without our walls. We have walls.
and this is just the storefront. At least according to DOT, it should just be the
It's just the
storefront.
storefront.
I
Okay,
kind of think we could always use a little piece of the wall because that's part of us.
Yeah, I don't know what DOT's definition of storefront is, so I'm not sure.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so thanks for that update. So we'll consider that in the business session. So we're done with closing Umberto's again. We've closed Lunella, so now we're gonna go to PSSP New York Inc., DBA Sophia's Little Italy, 143 Mulberry Street. DOT has submitted this application for an FDNY waiver. Is anyone here from the public in the room or on Zoom to speak on this?
Can I
Yes,
interrupt you?
yes.
I'm going to be withdrawing this because we actually went before the SLA committee in the beginning of the month with a new applicant that's coming in here.
Okay. So-
Sophia 143.
So what does that mean? So is there a different,
There's a different entity coming in.
Oh, so you have to
so you're gonna pull, are you gonna withdraw this application
And refile later,
and refile? Okay, so you're withdrawing. Will you send that to Florence?
of course.
Okay, just so we have it.
I always do. I always do.
I know. I think she likes.
I don't need her yelling at me.
Okay, so so it's a different entity, so there needs to be a new application. Is this new entity going to also file a Sidewalk Cafe application at this location?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. Okay,
It's actually the person who owned PSSP also owns the new entity.
oh, okay. So do they have to refile or they do?
Yes, because it's gonna be a different health department permit number,
Okay, oh,
or
got it.
FSC number.
Okay. Okay, so then we can close the public hearing on this one. Okay. Just send that email to Florence and we'll do our double confirmation and, okay. So then we'll go to 18, 16 Bedford Core, DBA area, West Village, 14 to 16 Bedford Street for a roadway. DOT has submitted the application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. Is this your client as well, Michael?
Yes.
Okay, what?
Saying you got something from Mark.
Okay. So let's, is this the last one with us?
No, I have number 21 also.
Number 21. Oh, number 21?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so 16 Bedford Core DBA area West Village. Is anyone here from the public to testify on this application? I know there's testimony that was left in the chat and I think we received some as well, so I will just quickly summarize this. Okay, so from the chat, Marianne Pizza had to leave. I don't think she's still on with us. What?
She wants to.
Okay. So really quickly, Marion Pizza said, I want to speak against 16 Bedford, but did not have to sign off, should not be an FDNY waiver on this narrow block, which puts resident safety at risk, plus these owners have applied for a roadway shed directly across the street. Is this the one where we determined it is the same ownership? I think so. Okay.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yes, okay. Also, their sidewalk, but it doesn't matter, it's the offset, it's still the offset. Also, their sidewalk is less than 8 feet, has a tree, guardrails, open door, and the shed is in service. Sidewalk is not ADA compliant, pictures are off hours, email pictures during working hours, we do have those in our email. Okay, please.
Ditto, which she just said.
Please state your,
My name is Karen.
yes.
Ditto, what she just said, Bedford Street is an exceptionally narrow downtown street. Something that keeps coming up with a number of these applicants is mismeasurement. Mismeasurement by the owner, by the architect. And so I'd like to know during the build of these roadway sheds, who is overseeing? And what happens if a roadway shed is built and it's 8 feet instead of 6.5, or it's 24 feet instead of 16? What is the remedy for that?
So.
Is that appropriate to bring up?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of how I want to approach this. So, they would, it requires well, what I've been told is that after 30 days of it being set up, they're going to go and inspect. DOT as that's what I was told months ago. What happens to the volume and the number of inspectors? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I know when the program, the August date, they were supposed to have had 30 inspectors versus the 10 they have. I don't know what that plan is for this. So that's what we've been told, is that after they're approved, they have 30 days to come into compliance with the rules. That was back when people thought they were getting approved during the grape, and now everything has to be in compliance. Right now, everything, if there's a sidewalk cafe that doesn't have a perimeter demarcation, it's not in compliance with the rules. So it's through the 311 complaint system. I know they are actively right now going out and issuing summonses, which come after a corrective action request, which is CAR. So if a 311 complaint goes in, they send an inspector, the inspector sees something is in violation. They were issued a CAR, which is a corrective action request, and they have 30 days to come into compliance. If not, they get issued a summons and a fine, and they go through the oath process. That's what I've learned. And it's all on the Dining Out NYC website. Like, it tells it even better than I do.
Okay, thank you.
So that's that. Now, anyone online? Thank you so much. Okay, and hello, Michael. You told us about this, that this is the same ownership across the street, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which still doesn't matter for the waiver, but we don't know how the waiver is being adjudicated. So that's neither here nor there for us to discuss. Is there anything in particular you want to bring up? Anyone wants to bring up to Michael on this application. Michael, is there anything you want to tell us about this application?
No.
Okay, let me,
The only thing I noted is that there's a box that's unchecked under lighting and electrical connections, just the last one that says that, yeah, and it says if using all the following must be met. And it's the one that says electrical work complies with the applicable requirements set forth in DOT's rules and New York City Electrical Code. So we'll just ask if that box is checked.
I see. Yes.
I mean, it's really obvious on here, the tree bed's not on the site plan. So we would ask for that to be added, because that's with the
Okay.
frontage.
We can add it.
Yeah.
After a while with DOT, they told us the only thing that needed to be on the plan was and when it had to do with a street bed, was a fire hydrant and the 15 feet, because nothing else interferes with it, but we'll put it on there. That's not-
Yeah, I mean, it's just so we know the egress, you know, like the egress. I mean, it doesn't take up a lot of it, but it's just,
Yeah, see,
and is there a sidewalk cafe anticipated here? Something I don't.
No.
Okay. It's very narrow there. I mean, it looks a lot generous on this site plan, but we're not here for, I guess. The sidewalk looks very large on the site plan, just saying. Okay, so 6 feet 6, 18. And there is flooring proposed. You're gonna add the street tree bed. I don't have any other comments on this. Okay. All right, I think that's it on this one.
Okay, see you in a few.
We're gonna close the public hearing on area West Village. Before we go to the next application, are we ready to revisit? Balsam? Do we need more time? Are we ready to revisit?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so we're gonna reopen the public hearing on Tava Cafe LLC, DBA Balsam at 202 Mott Street for the Roadway Cafe. This one was submitted to FDNY for a traveling waiver. And we were awaiting some information on both sides here. Do we need to send what we found to him as well?
Well, he sent what he had to
Okay.
us.
Okay. So, Ball, are you still with us? Okay, so Ball, I think you should be able, let me allow you to talk. See, okay. Okay, Ball, you should be able to speak. I think I allowed to talk. Okay, yeah, I see you on. Okay, you should be able to, if you unmute. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so we received what you sent us. I can't really see much of anything on this.
It's very blurry, but I think that this floor plan that you sent us predates the renovation that you did on the storefront.
No, we did not change the, we did not shrink the storefront or expand it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I think that it predates the changes because the measurement is to the outside building walls. It's not actually your store frontage. Because if you add the 11 feet plus the 5 feet, 11 inches, plus we can't see it, but the measurement that we've had for the door is a 3 feet 4 inches. So that's not inconsistent with the drawings that we have.
Well, what you have should not be blurry because what I sent is pretty clear.
The PNG that came through was the reduced inside it was probably reduced in its clarity.
Do you have access to the PDF, the application? I mean, I think you have the application in front of you.
No, I'm looking at the application. I'm looking at a different drawing actually that was submitted that shows 15 feet, 3.5 feet, and 6 feet, 1 inches.
So that doesn't
I have
include the
another,
side columns, probably.
right, but that's not your store frontage.
The side columns, I think, are store frontage. It's not, you know, every.
Yeah,
building
so you have 2.5 foot walls on each side?
No, I don't think it's 2.5 foot wall, but there's side columns there. And when you measure from, you know, column to column. I have a question. So the, you know, whether it's 20 feet, 22 feet, 24 feet, whatever it is, I guess, you know, we're debating, but it should be a fact. And we can confirm that. What is the bearance on the number of seating, you know, we can have there? So does it change what we're asking for? And I don't know the answer to this. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, because it's what we're trying to determine is the width of the roadbed structure, because the roadbed structure can't be wider than your storefront.
Correct. So I don't think that, you know, whether you measure 20 feet or 22 or 24, I don't think we're suggesting anything wider than 20.
Yeah, but the drawing that you've submitted is completely out of scale.
What's out of scale?
The drawing.
The drawing,
Which drawing?
The site plan?
the site plan that you've submitted.
So I think what they're saying is that the proposed table area is 20 feet.
Why are they leaving a gap in the frontage?
I think because there's a waiver, so it can only be 20.
Okay, so if we're saying if we're saying the storefront is essentially 20 feet, right? Then basically what he has to do is change the drawing so the roadbed just goes
Goes up the whole thing.
But either it's the same draw, it just needs to be expanded with no more brought up to scale. Is that correct?
So no matter what happens with the storefront being 24 or 20, the roadbed can't extend past 20 because it's being submitted for an FDNY waiver. And if it's not 20, then it won't be considered for a waiver. So what it sounds like the disagreement here is that the site plan drawing is inaccurate of the storefront length. The storefront length, it's not it's 20 or 24. The roadway cafe can't be longer than 20 feet. So all we're asking is if it is
scale it up, keeping it 20, marking it to fill the storefront.
Right, because that's right.
Being 20 feet.
And mark the storefront as being 20 feet.
Are you guys suggesting that the drawing is being, be redone?
I mean, it's, I don't know.
It's misleading.
Yeah.
Is the issue.
It's not a complete and accurate drawing.
I guess what I'm saying is, does it matter for the purposes of what we're asking for?
So here's the deal it does, because it's not complete and accurate depiction of what is there, which is what the rules say. That the site plan must be a complete and accurate depiction of what is presented, and you're presenting a storefront that is not.
Well, only by
and then it just continues along. It then becomes something in perpetuity that then the next time this comes up for the liquor, you're going to be inaccurate with the liquor license authority or the liquor authority. And it's kind of like, why would you want to have
I know, but also the original application shows 23.8. So now you're making you guys are making an argument that it's not 23.8.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
That in
You submitted-
2014.
I'm sorry.
I know, but we submitted 23.8. Sorry, there was a mistake
Fine.
following that 23.8, I guess. I don't know. We can debate that all night long.
Okay,
You can debate what you want, but you had a licensed sidewalk cafe by the city of New York with a revocable consent. And you submitted stamped plans by an architect. And we're relying on those stamped plans. And this is the same program in a different iteration. The measurements don't suddenly change.
I understand. Maybe they measured inside the windows. I don't know at the time, in that second
Well,
drawing.
it does say, the rules do say that the frontage is the store frontage. It doesn't say it includes the external walls. It says it's the store frontage.
Does it say it does not include the external walls?
It says it's the store frontage. Building walls
external
are not
walls-
store frontage.
External
Building
walls
they're
could be assumed
common
to be
walls
good
that
enough.
are, you're in a common, those walls are common walls in a huge building.
I think if your windows are small, let's say you have thicker walls going internally, right? Or you make smaller windows.
Your
that puts
store
your walls
frontage is the
frontage.
space that your restaurant occupies.
Okay, so it sounds like, so we brought this up with other applicants and they've made the adjustment, or we've learned that it was but most of the time it's not correct. So it sounds like we're not gonna come to an agreement here this evening. We've each presented the different plans. And so we're an advisory here, Paul. And so what we'll do is we will present the modifications that were discussed here to you formally via the CB2 office. You can review them. We're just showing you what the feedback is we're going to give DOT. We're advisory, so they will take our recommendation as part of their overall consideration for your application, and that's where we can leave it. That's just, it is up to you to be here this evening. It's optional. Applicants are not required to be here. Applicants are not required to sign the modifications that are presented to them from CB2, and nor are they required to provide us the updated site plan. Most do, I'd say probably 95% do. But that's up to you, and you will have time. You don't have to tell us this evening. We don't require that. It just sounds like we're not going to come to an agreement this evening on this. So I just kind of want to leave it there.
And you're probably going to have a required offset if you're required to have a 15-foot clearance from the FDNY emergency lane waiver because of Fiat Cafe.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm not that knowledgeable about all of the clearances, but if we were to send a new drawing, does that come back to you? What would be your suggested, or
So
does it come back to DOT?
yeah, so the modifications would outline all the instructions. We would submit the the updated site plan with our recommendation. This is a comment period. So they're just looking for our overall recommendation and our comments on what was in the application referral package, which is the site plan we're all talking about now.
Sure, Valerie, I guess what I'm asking for is, we're gonna call up the architect and the people who prepared this for us. They're not on the call. So what, how much time do we have for them to, they're gonna go back and remeasure this. I do want them to do that.
We've got 28 of these here. We had how many last time? 41. So we had 41. So we've got about like 100 of these live in different stages. So it takes us a few days to get these out, and we'll give you a few days. We know that you have partners you're working with to get this done. So we only have 30 days to review these, and we've already gone through a week because we were referred these last week, which is why we're meeting 3 weeks in a row on these.
No problem. We'll turn around in a couple of days and we'll confirm the drawings.
Yeah, so you can take a look at what we've talked about in writing and make the decision for yourself. And all of these go to a DOT public hearing anyways, because they're roadway, and that's just where, it's where we kind of need to leave it this evening, I think.
Yep, that's fine. That's what I was
Okay.
saying at the beginning, because we're probably not gonna know tonight, what
Yeah.
the exact measurement is. Thank you so much. We're gonna turn
Thanks
around and give you guys a new drawing.
Okay, thanks so much. I'm gonna close the public hearing on Tava Cafe DBA Balsam, and I'm gonna go to Ame Leon Dore Soho LLC, 214 Mulberry Street for a roadway cafe, and DOT submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. If anyone here from the public is here to speak on this application, we'll start with Pete Davies, and if the applicant is here, we'll also call you up as well. So, okay, so I think I have. One second. Pete, go ahead.
Yes, so I understand that this application has been submitted by DOT to the FDNY for the emergency travel lane waiver. This block of Mulberry Street between Spring and Prince is incredibly busy, incredibly congested with sidewalk sheds, with pedestrians, with roadway sheds, sidewalk cafes, improperly placed benches. And this applicant, when they came before the SLA committee, they were supposed to rectify the removal of 2 trees that had for years been in front of the establishment. Instead, they erected benches and then put something out into the street. They kind of took over that area of the block. I don't understand what they are asking for in terms of the street and why a waiver should be allowed. There are sheds across the street, in the street. So we have the offset situation. We have the narrow sidewalk situation. We have the emergency lane situation. This one just has a lot of bad news, and I really think it should not be approved. Or if it is approved, it needs a lot more details and scrutiny. And I appreciate your time. I also just want to add, there are, I believe, 10 different applications for Mulberry Street tonight. Most of them are seeking a waiver in one other. Also, Mott Street. These streets were created before 1811, when the commissioner's grid plan for New York City was put together. These are all old colonial era streets that they're just narrow, they're small. They cannot accommodate what DOT is envisioning for their one-size-fits-all plan. And there are issues of safety and public interest that are just being pushed by the wayside. So I thank you guys for your attention to this, and I will leave it at that.
Thanks, Pete. Do we have the applicant here?
I saw him earlier, yes.
Oh.
I just signed myself off.
Okay.
Mistake, so I can't do it for you yet. Sorry.
Okay, you should be, okay.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, I think your audio cut out for a second. Can you try speaking again?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right, thank you for coming. Is there anything that you wanted to say before we ask some questions?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for taking all this time. I've taken part at a couple meetings so far, and I know how tedious the procedure is and how long it is. So I think I'd like to start by saying we're applying for the Roadway Cafe. We'll have just 3 tables that per DOT meet all guidelines. We're not exercising the 8 feet width, and we're keeping it at 6 feet, being mindful of the narrowness of the street. There is nothing right across from us. There's no sheds or anything like that. And after communicating with the DOT, we reduced the length to 20 feet per FDNY suggestion. In regards to the trucks that other residents mentioned, they will be placed on the south side of the plan, so right outside 214 Mulberry Street building, in communication with the landlord and the building manager. We have an ADA ramp. Give me 1 second, I'm going through all the requests. We've posted community notes. You know, like I said, I've taken part in other meetings from the first one and a few more, and we took notes. We're very mindful of the community and the neighbors that we have around us. We've got letters of support from all the surrounding businesses, from residents from our building, residents from across the building, local artists, senior residents that come and enjoy our cafe daily. And I think that's it on my end. Let me know what do you guys need. Oh, sorry, one more comment. I want to respond to Pete Davis, who spoke before in regards to the tree. It is a very painful procedure. Carter and Donna, we had a conversation at the last community board that we had about the SLA application. We've reached out to the commissioner of the Parks Department, and she promised us about a year ago that she will do whatever she can. And we're expecting the trees to be replanted at the end of the spring.
Okay.
And then what about Upside Pizza? Are they able to have anything there outside on the roadbed? Close to the corner.
They're very far away from us, Carter. They're about 1.5 buildings down. So
okay,
I
just bring it up because it's a 15-foot offset.
No, I think it's way more than 50 foot all the way to Upside Pizza. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from the site plan just because there is a gap between the cafe, your cafe, the southern end of the cafe, and the southern end of your storefront. I'm not sure how much space you're leaving there, but it does, just looking at Google Maps, it does look like it could be a potential 15-foot offset problem. But it depends on how much of a gap there is, and it's not stated in the site plan, so I don't know, and I have not seen what Upside Pizza is proposing, or if they're even applying. I'm not sure. And I know that there's also Little Ruby's directly across from your storefront.
No, again, it's over 50 feet due to the fire hydrant that we have on our north side, and then we also reduced our plan from 24 feet to 20 feet. So there's plenty of space on that side as well.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just looking at
have for the offset if we are applying, right?
Sorry?
For the offset is what.
Yeah, I'm looking at Google Maps from April 2023, and it looks like Little Ruby's used all of their storefront, which would encroach on the 15-foot offset. But I don't have their plans, so I don't know. And that's something that DOT is going to have to figure out on their end, how they're, how they're going to be enforcing the 15-foot offset, considering that there are so many different applications that are close to each other. The only thing that I had noted for this application is just that the manhole cover that's within your Roadway Cafe, it's not labeled as a manhole cover. I can tell that it is because you did indicate that there's 1.5 feet clearance to either side, but we will be sending you a modification sheet, and it's up to you if you want to sign it or not and send it back to us with the revised site plan, but one of the items on there will be to label the manhole cover as just a manhole cover.
He's got it in there as far as the box, right?
Yeah, it just doesn't have a label, so that's just a small thing. But that's not the only thing from me.
Noted.
Yeah, and I just wasn't sure, I mean, is that tea shop still open? And have they applied?
The matcha shop?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they didn't have one. I don't know if they applied, but they didn't have one last year. They are open though, because they supported our application.
Yeah, because they had it in the past.
Definitely, Carter, I do remember, but definitely not the last like year and a half, maybe.
No, I understand. We just don't know in this program who's applied.
Yeah, I don't.
Because, I mean, you guys had very little clearance on your block, if you recall, when you had the planters in the street illegally, you had bollards placed illegally in the street for a while to keep people from parking in front of your store. And that created a very narrow roadway. So, you know, and that was probably less than 6 feet. So that's why we're asking.
I'm sorry, what is the question?
Well, I'm just saying, we're asking all these questions because we know there was a problem on the street, even when you had less than a 6 foot, when you were blocking the road illegally.
And weren't going out the full.
And you weren't going out the full 6 feet, and it was incredibly narrow there.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I heard the question. Again, Carter, I submitted the plans to the DOT. We took measurements. We exercising all right. It's way less than what we.
No, but you know, you got to admit, you blatantly broke the rules. Sorry, my friends.
No, Carter,
blatantly broke the rules. You denied that you broke them. You took up space that wasn't yours to take. You had outdoor speakers illegally. You had a line that infringed all over your neighbors. I mean, come on, there's a little bit of skepticism. Time may fix things, but we know that Mulberry Street is an unsafe condition, and you may be following the rules, but guess what? You're applying for a New York City Fire Department waiver where they say they don't encourage you to have a sidewalk cafe. And I mean, excuse me, a roadbed cafe. So you're not really exercising it, you're asking the city for a waiver. There's no guaranteed right on that.
Listen, you're very right, and I agree with you 100% about Mulberry Street being very tight and congested. Again, the benches that Pete mentioned earlier, they don't exist. They didn't exist since you and I spoke more than a year and a half ago, I think. Everything has been addressed. Everything that we had discussed back then has been addressed, you know, and you guys, like I told you, I'm speaking with the commissioner for the Parks Department. Everything has been addressed. We have
understood, but what we're raising are the offsets. What are the other applications on the street? Because those you don't exist in an island on Mulberry Street.
Yeah, and you're very rightly raising.
And that's and the guidance that we've seen. These are all issues, and we know on this particular stretch, if there happens to be an offset structure that's on the west side, if there is, we don't know if there is or not, if there is, it creates, when you're turning from Spring Street on the Mulberry Street situations. And this has been a complaint from people in the area, from neighborhood groups, from individuals, and those are the concerns. So, I mean, that's, you know, not unreasonable to raise them. And that's why, because we saw the conditions, I mean, with our own eyes on the street, what happened when it was blocked off. That's why we're asking these questions. So
again, I agree with you. I'm not aware if Upset Pizza has submitted an application or if Matzafo has submitted an application. I honestly don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll be sending you a modification sheet over the next few days that has,
the manhole comment.
we're gonna discuss in business session what will be on it, and then we'll have it to you soon. And then you can decide whether you wanna sign it or not.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the next application that we have is Conventional Delights, Inc., DBA Bite at 333 Lafayette Street. And Jenny has her hand raised. Perhaps Jenny is the applicant. Donna, do you have?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you know what? I can't, because I just had to.
Oh,
sign
you're
back
not.
on, and I'm not a
Okay.
co-host, sorry.
You're good. Here, I'm gonna try to make you. And not make you a co-host.
You have to be a host.
Yeah.
Hello,
Hi, Jenny, are you the applicant?
I am representing the applicant. He wasn't able to join, but I just wanted to be present for Bite.
Okay, great, thank you.
What is your relationship to the application?
Assistant manager?
Okay.
Yes.
Is there anybody who would like to speak on this application from the public? You can raise your hand. Don't see any hands. Okay. Jenny, is there anything that you would like to say about the application?
No, it's, you guys were super helpful as we submitted it, giving suggestions right away, and so very grateful for that.
Do you mean DOT? DOT?
Yes, DOT. Yes,
Okay.
yes. Sorry about that.
No problem. Let me see. Okay. I don't have a lot of comments here. I do see that there isn't flooring proposed, so are you planning on having a ramp to access?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we will have a ramp. We had one previously, so we'll definitely have one there.
And then I also see that on the site plan, it says that there's 3 feet between the roadway cafe and the manhole cover.
Yes, that was measured by the owner.
Okay, and then I see on the next page, it's section 2, required clearances. For box R18, if you have it in front of you, it says 102 inches from the manhole cover. So that's just a discrepancy. I don't.
Okay.
How that.
Okay, we'll make sure, I'm taking notes right now, and we'll make sure to get that adjusted.
Okay.
That we meet all the requirements.
Okay, and then, does anyone else have anything to say or any questions?
Door doesn't go through the whole door. It doesn't go down the whole thing, so. Does it?
So it's a little, sorry, I was just looking at the.
We're just comparing the site plan measurements to the Sidewalk Cafe plans we have from the previous program.
Okay. Yes, it was definitely bigger the previous one, so I know it definitely has to come in a whole bunch.
So what I guess what's
7-Eleven?
confusing to this is you show this entrance all the way to the right. But when you, that's not actually how it's built, your storefront, because you have.
Yes, it's a triangle building, and so from.
To the to the right of your door, you actually have two billboards on the wall, right?
Correct.
And so I'm just confused because behind that is your restaurant, right? That's your space.
It's not, it's right next to it, so it's just the triangle building that from the corner up into the restaurant is all billboards. Then it's the small restaurant, and then there's 2 more billboards on the wall.
No, right, but behind that are your stairs that go upstairs. I've walked up them, right?
No one sits upstairs. No one
No,
sits
no,
inside.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that the door is in the wrong place.
Okay. All right. We can get that adjusted.
Because I know that your frontage, I think, is a little longer, right? It's, or the door is in the wrong place.
I mean, there's a window, an ordering window, and then and then a little further on, there is the door to enter the space.
Right.
So I guess it's
Then
just,
beyond the door to enter the space of the two billboards, but your store is actually behind the billboards too.
You're essentially shortchanging.
So you're shortchanging yourself, or the entry doorway is in the wrong place on the plan that you sent to us. I think that your entry doorway is in the wrong place, and it just makes the whole plan not reflective of what's actually there.
right.
And
We'll go.
I think, just to correcting that would be helpful.
So the entrance needs to move to the left.
Yeah.
Saying, Carter?
Are you saying, Carter, that this is included in their store plan?
Yeah, that's their restaurants behind that.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm right about behind those billboards are where your stairs going to the upstairs are, right?
Yeah, well, nothing's going behind. The billboards are just on the wall. And then next door
I understand,
is the door.
But what I'm saying is that your store, Bite.
Are you talking about the billboard on the top?
No, the two billboards on the sidewalk level.
Yes, I mean, I guess I'm confused. I'm looking at a recent photo right now of the restaurant, like an actual photo. So I totally hear you.
White awning above, right?
Yes, so where the
right
word,
side of your entryway.
so if we're looking in the front and you see the awning and then there's the word Bite, the restaurant Bite on the awning, under the word, directly under the word Bite is the actual window where customers come to place their order, pick up their order. That's the actual
I go there
window.
all the time. I'm very familiar with it.
Yes, okay. And then just like when you're walking towards the matcha place, towards that, then that is the entrance to the space. And then next to that are the two billboards against the wall. So we'll definitely, I hear your recommendations and we will definitely adjust.
It's just, I mean, these are records that are gonna continue to exist. They need to be accurate.
Okay.
And then just showing, I mean, you may have just looking at the picture, that the edge of your sidewalk, of the roadbed structure, probably, I mean, when I'm looking at the Google Street or the street photographs, sorry, it ends literally right between the two billboards. And that's probably the 15 feet from the hydrant. So, but the storefront actually goes beyond to the edge of your building line. So the drawing you have, it's better to have it correct. Yeah, it's in the wrong place, and I think it needs to go over a little bit just to be sort of to scale. But the building line, but
Yes, I think he was just trying to just be cautious of the billboards, and I guess it just threw him off on what he could cover and what he couldn't. But I'm writing these notes down so we're very accurate. And yeah, we'll totally adjust it for you guys on your suggestions.
And please no sand.
Yes, which he's very happy about.
I've talked to him about that. So
yeah, that was annoying and messy.
Otherwise, it's all good. I just think that it would be helpful to clean this up. So it's more clear what everything is.
Okay, we'll definitely get that done.
And will that require an adjustment of the storefront length as well?
I don't think I mean, is that, I didn't look at the old plans, I don't. All right, give us 1 second here.
Or because the old plan was so much more, it's like 40 feet.
Yes, the old plan, the space went towards Bleecker Street.
Right.
It was very grand.
Yeah.
So it'll definitely come down a whole bunch.
So I think that was a different,
You can't tell.
it was a different measurement because,
It went way down, right?
yeah, because prior to this, bike was just in the corner of the building some time ago.
Correct.
Door in the right place.
Let's go back to whatever that restaurant was. Yeah, and yeah,
The door looks like it's in the right
place.
place.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm just wondering if this.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that from the left side of your, just to check this measurement, because you don't want to be shortchanged necessarily, right? To check
Right.
the measurement from the left side of your takeout window.
Correct.
Front, and make sure that that 16.5 feet goes all the way down to the other side of those two billboards.
Okay, yeah. So I think he just measured up into just to the end of the front door. So
Yeah, but you should just include the full storefront measurement. I mean, I don't know, the door, I have no idea what the measurement is, but just to the right side of the door, you know, to the right side of those billboards, so you have the full frontage.
right. Okay.
Then you have the hydrant, right? And so
Yeah.
15 feet back from the hydrant, and that's
Where you can have your roadbed.
that's where you can have the roadbed from until to the left side of the takeout window.
Okay.
We just want to make sure it's accurate because this plan just seems a little.
I totally hear you. We'll definitely redo this.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Continue. I'm finishing something.
Okay. All right, next is, Osteria, sorry, I'm gonna say this so wrong. Osteria Monte, oh, hey.
Mike, do you want to say the name?
Piemonte.
Monte.
My
Okay,
Italian's getting good.
I'm just gonna pull it up here. Okay, so this is on Thompson Street and there is a waiver pending. The width of the roadway cafe has been reduced to 6.5 feet. The length is capped at 20, which is right for the waiver. And then I did have a question. My guess is that the dimensions were amended on the site plan after DOT came to you and said it needs to go down from 8. Is that right?
I didn't do the original application, but I believe that's correct.
Okay, yeah, that's my guess because it shows that the thermoplastic marking is 8 feet away, and it says that there's only 6 feet, or I'm sorry, 6 inches gap between
6 inches.
okay, and the thermoplastic marking. But that if it's now 6.5 feet, it should be 18 inches.
Yes,
Clearance.
I brought that up to him already.
Okay. Yeah, so
Besides something else you're gonna talk about.
yeah, I mean, if it's only 6.5 feet, then it will naturally only be, we'll have an 18-inch clearance.
Yes.
Yeah. And then there's a curb cut that's marked on the second page of the required clearances. And it's mentioned on the site plan. Yeah, and you also have the 5 feet indicated on the site plan. Those were my only things to call out, and I see that there's gonna be flooring. Anybody else have anything to add?
The tree. There, here? No?
The tree is not on the plan.
Then there's some benches around the tree.
Yes, and there are benches around the tree. I told them about that.
And
The
then,
answer was they've been there for forever. I told them you can't do that.
well, then the neighboring businesses are like the storage parking lot still, right? Or did they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll ask for the tree to be added,
The benches around the tree.
to be removed.
Yeah, you gotta pick one or the other, I think, right?
What do you mean?
No, either you have a road bed or you have a bench.
Oh,
around the
yeah,
tree.
yeah. Yeah. Do you know if there's a sidewalk cafe in process here?
He did send me a plan for a sidewalk cafe,
Okay.
but
With the tree, it's a little complicated, right?
I think it's complicated by itself. I didn't do the plans, but if I saw the plan, I would probably tell him that you couldn't have a sidewalk cafe. But he has the tables 8 feet from the tree. I don't know if he has French doors.
Yeah, he's got a
Looks like it.
fully operable.
Yeah, he does.
So,
Okay.
That's not gonna work.
Well, we'll get to that
When it
when
comes.
it comes, whenever that is. I don't think it was referred to us yesterday, so maybe next week. Okay, that's all. That's all.
All right.
We do have someone raising their hand.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi there.
would you like to speak on this application?
I certainly would. I own an apartment at 110 Thompson, and what I'm not real familiar with all this waiver issue with the fire department, but all I know is, to me, a waiver is a way to get around a law that was put in place for protection, in this case, firefighting. And we've had 2 serious fires on Thompson, and one of those was April of 2016. It was a 3-alarm fire. There were 140 firefighters, and that building, it went from the basement all the way to the top floor. So for those of you that live in the neighborhood, you can remember what it looked like for a while. And there were 10 firemen injured in that. Then we had another fire in 2011 on Thompson. So I'm being very specific to Thompson and within a 2-block radius. And I've seen these fire trucks try to maneuver safely through those narrow streets with those sheds. And that was even before this, due to COVID and this outdoor dining, it has put so many people at risk, for apartment owners, for apartment tenants. You can't walk down the street. And now we have this thing going on with the fire department. I don't want to give a waiver to any restaurant to impede the firemen from doing their job, because it's just too dangerous. And one of the reasons I was so fortunate to buy my apartment that happened to be on a floor and a half, because I was terrified of living upstairs without an elevator or an escape route should there ever be a fire. And I have not changed my mind one bit. And I just really, really, really do not want any waivers, specifically this guy at number 90 Thompson getting a waiver from the fire department. So I thank you for all you do. I appreciate you giving us an opportunity to speak, but somehow, some way, this has got to stop. just this, as that Karen person was saying, I feel the same way. It's going to take an injury, a death, something traumatic to get their attention for coming up with these alternatives. We don't need to impede the firemen from doing their jobs. They do a great job. I love them. I run to the street every time I see them because I can count on them. They're there and they do a great service for the city. So I look forward to your meetings and I hope that we can do something about these fire department waivers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's, Michael, you want to respond? Do you have anything to say?
No.
You have to.
Okay. Okay, so Michael, is that your last one?
Yes, it is.
Okay, awesome.
See
Good
you in a
night.
couple weeks.
Well,
Good night.
it might be next week. There's one Tuesday. Stay tuned.
Okay. I'll see you Tuesday.
Bye.
Okay.
So we're on 22.
Okay, you can keep going. I need to.
Val, if you want to make me a co-host.
Oh, you're not?
I signed off by mistake and so it's on me. Thank you.
Oh.
Guess we could have just gone.
So,
It's okay. Yeah.
okay, so, see, do you think you can lower?
Yeah.
Okay, so next we have the Elk Mott LLC, DBA The Elk at 228 Mott Street. And this is another case where we have a waiver pending under review. If there's anybody who would like to speak, oh, I see a hand from Claire. Hi, Claire, are you the applicant?
Yes, hi, I'm the applicant.
Hi, is there anything that you'd like to say right off the bat about the application?
Just quickly, I've been in touch with the DOT to revise some of the small dimensions because there was some confusion on where the manholes were located. And I've just come off of a maternity leave, so I'm coming back and just making sure that the diagram is correct. But yeah, that's all.
Okay, yeah, I had some questions about the manhole on the site plan as it was placed to the south of the storefront.
Yes, that is where it is. I'm sorry. No, it's on the north. It's on the north.
Right.
Yeah.
It's on the north. And I went by and I saw that it actually extends in front of the storefront.
That's right.
Right, which means that you'll have to take in the cafe by the amount that it extends into the storefront and then the additional 18-inch plan. So that will have to come down.
Exactly.
I think I measured, it probably will be about like 3 feet adjustment there. But I did have a question about the northern storefront. Can you explain how the two storefronts are related to each other and what happens in the northern storefront? Because it doesn't immediately jump out as a cafe.
Yes, so we use it as seating space for the cafe, and often we will also host different kinds of programming, like kind of like gatherings or a meetup place. So that's what it's used for. It's all, but we lease both spaces.
I guess that's okay. All right.
It's licensed.
Yeah.
Service license.
And then I also noticed that on the site plan, where it marks where the tree is, it says manhole / tree. It's just a tree.
It's just a tree. Yes, you're right. It's just a tree.
Okay, cool.
So yeah,
All right.
all of that will get revised.
Okay, great. See if there's anything else that I haven't noted here. Those were my only comments. I don't know if anybody else had anything to say.
This is again, this is like a really narrow block to begin with. It's,
Another FDNY waiver.
yeah, and my only concern, I mean, and I know you're complying with the rules, but it's just, it's a super narrow block. Because I know when I ride my bike down here, it's always, you know, the car is driving up on top of you because there's no extra room. So that's.
I have a question. Apologize, I got something I had to deal with. Did you disclose that you had been in like the DOT had you make some changes related to the FDNY waiver or not?
No, I think because of the confusion about the manholes, and where the manhole was, it disoriented Sarah from the DOT. So we hopped on a call and just got on the same page, and I'm going to send her the updated diagram tomorrow so that it's reflective and in compliance with the FDNY.
Okay, so you spoke to Sarah just today, or was it?
Yes, just today.
Okay. She reached out to you today?
No, I reached out to her and yeah, and we chatted.
So you reached out to her specifically about the manhole?
Yeah, it was specifically just about some of the edits that were made because all the measurements were kind of off. And then we spoke about the manhole as well and decided that we would just send her a new diagram tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, I guess the reason why it's just a little bit confusing to us.
Exactly, yeah.
Submitted to us by DOT last week.
Yeah, we were referred this application last Monday.
Under the understanding that it was
complete and accurate.
Yeah, and so it's.
That's not on you, but that's on them. But so we're just confused as to how all of a sudden the manholes, and this is not on you, this is just rhetorical as to why it would come up now or why was they deemed it complete and accurate and ready to refer to us. Again, this is not to you, but we're just kind of talking out loud here.
Totally. I think also it sounded like she was just looking at an aerial and trying to orient herself to the aerial, and it wasn't making sense to her. So that's the confusion. But we'll get on the same page.
Yeah. What do you mean about the spaces? So the two spaces are separate.
Right. There's a
6 foot
in the middle.
So I guess my question.
That's a good question. I don't know.
You have the food service license for
no, there's not.
The other storefront?
Oh, sorry.
It's the food service license extends both storefronts.
To both storefronts, okay.
They're not connected.
They're not connected though, is that correct?
They're connected in the basement, but no, not on the ground floor,
so
which
the
is why we put the
basement-
buffer in the middle.
Got it.
And where is your patron bathroom?
There's a bathroom in both spaces.
That's not behind the counter? I mean, like, nobody has to walk through the food preparation area?
No, there's a bathroom accessible in that north store.
In the north store?
In the north store.
Because you had told us originally that you had one that was accessible in the south store.
Yeah, you can, we use it as a staff bathroom, but we also allow patrons to use it when they need to, but they have the north store restroom, so they often do not need to use it.
The primary entrance in the middle.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We're just thinking about how the FDNY has given the requirement that for cafes on narrow streets where there's multiple cafes within the storefront, that there's 6 feet of space between the two storefronts. But we're not sure if that really would apply here because you're not at the maximum length of 20 feet
Yeah.
for either of the cafes, so.
Yeah, I don't think, so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
I'm the one who brought it up, so I just wanted to just bring it up to the group, so, okay, so we're deciding that this.
But we do appreciate that you are leaving the space for the.
Yes.
The residential entrance in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, yeah, I think that's all we have. We will. Maybe you'll beat us to it if you have the revised site plan to send to us before we send out modifications.
Yeah.
And just to confirm, you no longer serve alcohol, right? Or didn't pursue that?
We do not.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Finelli Cafe, Michael G. Finelli Inc., DBA Finelli Cafe at 94 Prince Street. And we have Matt Horowitz, yep, for Sidewalk Cafe. Hi, Matt.
Hello again.
What?
Okay, so, is there anything you want to start off with?
I'll just say my client sends his apologies for not being able to attend himself tonight. But other than that, just welcome to answer any questions and comments you have.
Carter, do you want to start?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a couple of things, but I believe both streets are a global corridor, correct?
No,
One is
no, I
local.
sent, let me forward,
yeah, why
let
don't
me,
you-
sorry, Matt, did you get an email from Florence today?
In regards to this application,
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Oh, gosh.
Could have missed it, but I don't think so.
Okay,
wanna
sorry, this
confirm
is, yeah, let me just,
I'll send it to you.
let me just, can you just forward it to the three of them? I need to, excuse me, I've got to, this is, if you can continue to sell it, I just have to.
I'm forwarding it.
You're forwarding it, you know?
Okay, I just sent it to you all. So on Prince Street, it's a global corridor, correct? Of the 12 feet clear path, and then Mercer Street is the regional corridor requiring the 8-foot clear path.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Yeah.
And on both streets, the sidewalk is 12 feet. As written on the plan.
Right, including the raised platform there.
Right.
Right, yeah. So we spoke to the DOT about this. They've agreed that this space has been grandfathered in from.
Okay, I'm gonna have to just share my screen. Continue.
Just so you know, I mean.
I created
that's
exhibits. I'm just
The only
annoyed.
kiosk is, there were actually in 1940. In the zoning. went
I'm
in.
sorry, could you repeat that, Carter? I
In
couldn't hear that.
1940, where they determined this grandfathering for the kiosk, there were actually steps to the basement that were on the platform. So they were never grandfathered, and it's also that they're not included in the building deed.
Yes,
So-
you were supposed to
so-
receive all this information
Yeah, so
today.
they're not in the building deed. And the building deed's very clear, you know, and this plan is not accurate, because that's not the property line, you know, that it points to.
Mhm.
And you know, the raised platform actually had another use when the zoning went into effect, and it's very clear on the 1940s tax photos, and you can see it in the deed.
Yeah, this was supposed to have been sent to you today, and I now understand it was not, so, as well as the missing.
And the kiosk structure did exist at that period, but you can clearly see the sidewalk catches. And they'll send you the email, but you can see that's on Prince Street. But if you stop moving it around, just zoom in on that. On Prince Street, you can see that's the sidewalk entrance to the basement. And then there's also the same steps that exist on Mercer Street, actually perpendicular to the building. So those structures, I mean, when you say grandfather, they're also not within the property line. I mean,
Right, that wasn't the DOT's position. We had originally believed that they were in the property line.
They're not really the authority.
Informed us that they were not.
Yeah, they're not.
However, they still said that they were allowed to construct the sidewalk platform or sidewalk cafe on the platform.
Right, but we're just gonna argue that because also in Soho, you couldn't have sidewalk cafes. So there's never been ever an allowable use, and it was precluded in the zoning explicitly that you couldn't have any sidewalk use. So there is nothing to grandfather because the use didn't exist. And at the time in 1940, those uses, as you can see from the tax photographs, which are official New York City photographs for each of the buildings in New York City, they show that there are other uses for those platforms, which were entrances to the basement, not platforms for some other use.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, to say that is, I mean, and to even start off, if this is the plan that, was provided to DOT, then why would you even have provided this plan if you thought it was in the property line?
Yeah, if it's in the property, the whole thing is, this whole application, sidewalk cafe application is moot. If your argument is that it is within the property line, then you don't need this application. So the fact that you are applying for a sidewalk cafe indicates it's on public property because it requires a revocable consent license.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. And the only reason that the applicant has argued this is because there was a building violation that was issued in the early 2000s with respect to the kiosk that was on the building. And when they went to resolve that ECB violation, they properly showed that the structure did exist on the sidewalk prior to 1940. But that doesn't mean that all those other uses on the sidewalk are somehow an allowable use for outdoor dining. And there need to be some other waiver because this would include any of these types of things. That to somehow preclude this one application without any guidance seems completely misguided. And we just point out, because the same tax photos that were used to defend against the kiosk show that the sidewalk was in fact used for access to the basement on both sides at that time. So you can't play it both ways, if you're using those photographs.
Okay, yeah, understood. I mean, again, this is the first time I'm seeing these photographs, but
And we tried to get them out to you because Mr. Noe said he wanted to digest the information from the last time.
Yes.
Which we understood, which is why, but I guess
that's why.
they wanted the
that's why this
office
meeting
staffers
started
in today.
Yeah, that's why this meeting started late and she was starting this, I was late and trying to get that to you and then through our office and then I didn't verbally confirm it had been sent, so.
And then the other issue is that in order to have a safe condition for sidewalk service along the Mercer Street side, you would need to put a railing or something in the wait staff to walk. And you can't build on a non-conforming situation, which is what the platform is. So, and if you've been there, I mean, there's no way to have table service there without walking on the sidewalk or walking on a super narrow portion of that. So that's the challenge. And Yeah. And then because of the sidewalk widths, they encroach into, you know, these don't show the width of the platforms, the diagrams, but they
4 feet,
encroach,
9 inches.
yeah, they encroach into the clear path requirements.
Right. So there's a couple
Oh,
different angles of this and its challenges.
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah, this is certainly a sticky one. Heard you loud and clear on all these issues. If you can send over those documents, I'd definitely appreciate that. And I'll try to get you guys some more information on the DOT's decision to move forward with this.
Well, we're also going to provide more information, you know, like.
We're not looking for more information from DOT.
Okay.
This is, we're sharing with you what we're going to send in.
Okay, understood.
So that's just kind of that, and I do have some quick points quickly to go through. Let me just pull this email up.
You know, we're not sure because DOT, we don't even know who's qualified there because they're all new employees.
Yeah, and they've only lived in the city for like
they're
6.
reaching out to any of their legal counsel or anything else like that, but this use was never allowed. And they have no revocable consents for anything that we're aware of. There's nothing on Acris. And those uses, and I, you know, clearly those sidewalk cafes were, the sidewalk hatches and the stairways down were covered up at some point there, but those would not be dissimilar to any other sidewalk hatches that exist, you know, throughout the city. It doesn't mean that just because you have the sidewalk hatch that you're exempt from any other requirements. And so I appreciate that they, you know, you can look on the building information system, you can see the old violation and the history there and clearing it up, and it was dismissed. But that was very specific to the kiosk.
Right.
And that they got a violation, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but it was for, you know, building without a permit. And that's a very different violation, you know, that, and they said, well, hey, it predated us, you know, there being any zoning requirements that said we couldn't have it, and it's been there since then. That's a totally different scenario than what's here, because there's never been any seating on those platforms. And in fact, you know, those platforms exist throughout, and we've never heard that determination has been made anywhere else.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen in just a second.
But we had tried, trust me, I tried to make sure that the information went out to you beforehand.
Yeah, no worries about it. I know you guys are dealing with a million applications here. I appreciate that.
Okay, so
Well, everybody's familiar with Finelli's,
yeah,
you know, Mr. Noe and the people who work there. We've known each other, you know people, but this is what it is. And what happens is we have a tumbling effect throughout, you know, our community.
Right, yeah.
so this is everything that was supposed to have been emailed you today, just in an email, not as modifications. So I'm just gonna go through it quickly here together. So the clear path on Prince Street is 12 feet. It's a global corridor. The sidewalk on the site plan says it's 12 feet. So that renders any sort of cafe, regardless of property line, not platform, whatever, it doesn't work on Prince Street per the rules. So I don't know why this application was referred to us. I know you just came on to this with this client. But I'm just pointing out, I'm just sharing with you the feedback we're gonna give to DOT, because there's nothing of a modification that changes
Right, yeah.
compliance with the 12-foot clear path on Prince Street. It just is a global corridor per the NYC DOT. And the 12-foot clear path is what's in the rules for that corridor. So that's what you see here. And then on Mercer Street, something here got covered. Oh. Oh, okay, hold on. There. Okay, so then on the Prince Street side, you also have a 12-foot sidewalk, which is indicated on the site plan. It requires a 10-foot clear path, which leaves a 2-foot cafe, which is not ADA compliant. There are no open doors, windows, shutters, whatever that could allow that variance there, if you will. So I don't see a path to compliance on Mercer Street for a sidewalk cafe, just on the clear path alone either. So I don't know if others agree with that, but that's where I landed on that with 2 feet. So, okay, and then I just pointed out the missing obstruction of the vent infrastructure. There was a photograph that's in that other side packet of images that will be sent along to you. And then the no platforms, and just says about the deed, and that what I said earlier, I don't need to read the language there, is that if it was true that it is in your property line, then you wouldn't be coming to your client's property line, then you wouldn't need a revocable consent license for the sidewalk cafe. That's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Can you continue on? I just need to.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was gonna continue sharing the screen.
Oh, I don't need to share the screen anymore.
Am I sharing it?
No, we're not sharing anymore.
Oh, okay.
So we're good, we're good.
So Pete has his hand raised. Let me just see if I can. Is he allowed to talk? I didn't raise him. Oh, should I raise him?
Do you want to?
Do you want to talk or do you want me to raise you?
One muted me, so I just want to thank you guys for covering all that. I don't know that I have anything to add to that other than the concern of a 45-year resident of the immediate area that it's just really tough now to walk on that intersection. It's just jammed, and that's all due to the overwhelming, overbearing installation on the sidewalk and in the street. But the sidewalk is problematic. So thank you guys for digging into that and getting the goods that are needed to explain to the youngsters at DOT how some of the city works, how it actually operates, and why it's important to pay attention. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete. And Pete also used the word installation, which is another point I wanted to mention, is that as it is right now and as it has been during the temporary program, they've had wooden structures erected on the platform that must be bolted to the sidewalk or the platform in the building, I'm sure. So
it's been non-compliant since November 1st.
Yes.
Even if it was.
Right.
Oh, right, and actually, I just wanted to add that I noticed, let me just go pull it up, that there was, when I was looking on the DOB website, that there was a landmark violation that was issued.
Or
when was that?
I'm looking. Yeah, so there was where this permit non-existed, but I think it was referred to landmarks, and I just look up on landmarks where I see this. And I think that the reason I bring it up, because it goes to just sort of the non-conforming situation. What's this? And this was before it showed that it was outside of DOB's jurisdiction. I looked it up because there was no information, was the only reason that I saw it. Search, sorry, I'm just going to street. Of course, these are very I'll have to look it up later. I didn't.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye.
Okay, the next application is Wa NY LLC, DBA Cafe Wa at 115 McDougal Street for a roadway application. And we have only 3 left. I am doubting that the applicant is here because we only have 3 attendees on right now. But are here.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah. Oh, I raised my vote. Okay. Let me just pull up the site plan. My question, and this is a question I wanted to ask Carter because this came up in the past with Old Fashioned Cafe. Where Old Fashioned Cafe was a walk down. There was a question about if it was a ground floor restaurant. And this one, as I understand, is fully in the basement. Right now, in their application, they have their restaurant frontage as 23 feet, which includes the Players Theater to the north of them. And I believe it also includes the Players Theater separate entrance, which is a set of stairs that goes up to their rehearsal spaces. Those are not indicated on the site plan, but just based off of how it seems to be laid out. Like they don't indicate the doors on the site plan, but based on the 23-foot frontage that they're saying is there, I think those are included. And their plan is for the Roadway Cafe to only be in front of the Players Theater, basically, because of the 20-foot clearance requirement from the unmarked intersection with Minetta Lane.
And that's I will tell you, I might be able to tell you in a second this is what, because if I think that
and if there's anybody
What's the address
here
again?
who, it
Sorry,
is
just that
115
McDougal. I don't.
If there's anybody who wants to speak, feel free.
You know where I stand?
Yeah, we can't see the C of Os, but I was trying to look up. We had heard.
This is how it gets done.
I'm looking at what they had in the temporary program. Just based on Google Maps, the cafe was positioned in front of the Players Theater, and I don't know exactly how those two are related.
Yeah, no, I believe that the Players Theater is a separate, I believe it is.
That's my guess.
Because I believe that they have a liquor license that's separate upstairs is my recollection. But I am trying to look that up.
Confused by this application. So it's Players Theater and the other?
It's Players Theater, and then Players Theater has two doors. One is like their more grand entrance with the three doors, and then next to it, there's an entrance that goes to their rehearsal spaces on upper floors. And based on their site plan, it looks like they're including the whole property.
I see, yeah.
While the only part of Cafe Was that's on the ground floor is just their door at the corner.
So the Cafe Wa is the Players Theater also, is what you're trying to see, Carter? Is that?
Yeah, I don't know if it is or not, or what.
So this diagram is sort of, it's flipped. So.
Cafe Was located in the basement of the Players Theater.
Right.
But again,
Restaurant entrance, when they put on their diagram, restaurant entrance.
that's the entrance to the stairs that go down to the basement.
Right.
And the restaurant does not operate at the ground floor. We're just talking about Cafe Wonderful. So it does not operate from the ground floor.
Yeah, it's like they're making it all be like, they're making it be like that's the restaurant frontage, but it's
more
the restaurant frontage.
Extreme because
It's not the
Cafe
restaurant
Was only.
frontage.
We think. And then they're saying, no. And they're saying that the frontage goes all the way to the edge of the property here.
We don't have a liquor license with an interior site plan or anything? Okay. Oh. Do you have any public testimony?
Just trying to figure it out.
Okay.
For,
Okay, so we still have like two more applications on the business. Cool.
So,
It's okay. I'll be waiting. No, we're not going to stop. For anyone still on here, give it up for Stella for chairing a wonderful meeting.
It's only been a couple hours now.
Liquor license.
yeah, it's under,
Cafe Wa.
oh, actually, you know what, you should look up that license, which, okay, I think I'm looking at the wrong one, but I will go back. I'll tell you in a second, because we did have an alteration on.
That's what I thought, but I couldn't find it. Where's Cafe Wa? Yeah, because there was a Wa, New York.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's, okay, but it's another, so there's an active one, there's an inactive license for Wa, New York, and an active one.
I don't think there's applicants for the ones here.
We don't have any.
I'm just trying to figure this out, because
Okay, that's fine.
it will save us,
Oh, is Michael Kelly not Cafe Palermo?
No, he left.
Wondering, I was like, are you making soup? No. It sounded like a soup. He's not Cafe Palermo. It's not right here. So. This is in the city. Okay, so we just have Cafe Wa and then 2 on Mulberry. Right.
not always as easy as it seems. Cafe Wall. Entrance, let's see.
What are we trying to figure out?
The plan that I see for the plan that I see is that it's only in the basement. I'm not saying that that's definitive, but that's what I see. And that's,
Do they have Roadway during the temporary program? They did, okay, I mean, not, just wondering. Which that would have also been in violation, no, of the temporary?
well, not,
Not
it's a
necessarily.
gray area.
Okay, I mean, I'm not looking for.
And let's,
It's not it's McDougal, so there's all of that.
I mean, if you look at the photos, like the interior photos, it's all in the basement.
and that's why I don't know if they're, I don't.
But they have ground floor frontage of like the door where you go
Right.
down.
That's
Yeah.
correct, but they're
too
not in
close
front
to
of
it.
their space though,
Right.
because there's a ground floor business.
And they can't have a cafe just in front of their door because it's
So right on the corner.
They have to have a more
So where do they
significant
go over to
presence.
they go over to somebody else's frontage?
Yes.
The Players
And that's
Theater?
what they're
So
proposing.
then why are they allowed to do that?
Well, I think that what we need to,
Is Players Theater
I'm not sure
theirs?
that DOT, either Player Theater is there or it wasn't clear to DOT because this is all they say.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it looks.
They don't-
What do they say?
This is all it says. They don't
Right.
include the other entrances, the other.
Why talk yourself?
So,
I mean, look, I don't want to like be.
Well, no,
all on-
we don't know if they could be a combined business, but it's not shown to that clearly to the, I mean, they mean. Yeah, because it,
also, I would think that the DBA, shouldn't it be Players Theater? I mean, the roadbed is really in front of the DBA of Players Theater, not in front of Cafe Wa DBA.
Right.
Does Players Theater have a liquor license?
I don't,
There's a liquor license for Wa New York LLC, but I don't have I don't know what
What
the
is
floor plan for that.
I'm just looking at the Players Theater website and
tell me what that is again.
What, it's the same as this, Wa NY LLC.
Okay. I thought you said a different name.
No, it's the same thing, but you know, of course you can't, like, what is it for?
it sounds like
Too
the
many tabs
restaurant
open.
operates underneath, like the basement extends underneath the Players Theater, but
Oh.
again, but that doesn't really affect anything because it's not a ground floor restaurant,
Well,
it's a basement restaurant.
yeah, what did they say? It has to be seen and accessed from the ground floor, I think is what it does. So if it's a little up or a little below and you can see it.
And what you're saying is based on the information presented, you really can't think that there would be any other.
Well, on a previous liquor license for WA and NYC, is that WA NY LLC DBA Cafe WA, it's indicated on their questionnaire to us that it's only in the basement cellar, one floor. And there's the rear entrance, which is on the Meta, where they exit the basement. And then at the front, there's the front exit or entrance to the basement.
When did they come to us?
2015.
Okay.
But they came. And the floor plans that are provided are only for the lower level. That we can see. So, and the occupancy that's indicated on the application is only for the basement as well. So I don't know if this is an accurate application, if this was an application put in to hold that space through last year.
Yeah, it's
Through the
unfortunate. They didn't-
concluding time period. But I think that there's nothing that shows.
I mean, the DOT rules say ground floor, the term ground floor means that the portion of a building that is visible from the street and directly accessible from the public to the public from the street.
What was the beginning part?
The term ground floor means the portion of a building that is visible from the street
Right.
and directly accessible to the public from the street. The
I
term
mean, it
ground
does.
floor restaurant means any ground floor restaurant means any ground floor premises that is operated pursuant to a food service establishment permit issued by Department of Health.
The problem to me, well, one, I would not consider this, I mean, the door is visible, the space itself is not visible. But aside from that, where the roadbed is in front of the Players Theater. And so is that a separate entity? How does that work? I think that's important to know because this is more for business session.
I don't know, but again, it's not a ground floor restaurant.
Right, so let's just say though it is operating as one entity somehow, we don't know for sure, but let's just say it's, you know, a combined
But again,
space.
under, the restaurant only operates underneath the Players Theater.
Right, so then that's a problem. So I'd say on two levels, it's a problem. One, it's not ground floor, and two, it's not.
I don't know if we have to.
What? It's not a problem.
No, I'll just upload what the questionnaire was. I just don't think it seems to qualify, and we should reach out to the applicant to ask them why it does, why they believe it does. give them the opportunity to show that that's their space,
Okay,
right?
okay, so we'll have not modifications, but just send the question to Florence email.
Okay. Okay, so we're done with this one?
Yeah. Closes out.
So I just see if there's any public comment.
Is there, oh, I mean, I didn't know if you'd asked, go.
I think I asked, and I don't, but
Is there any public comment on this one?
For Cafe Wa?
Next one.
they're closing out Cafe Wa public hearing. Thank you. Okay, next up is Joe Raich Incorporated, DBA Cafe Palermo at 148 Mulberry Street, roadway application that does have a FDNY waiver pending. Is the applicant is probably not here.
There's no
applicants here.
No applicants, but if anybody else wants to speak.
Yeah. Raise your hand. if
Raise your
you want to
hand.
speak. So we're between Grand and Hester. There's lots of cafes on this, and I think there might be one directly across. Stand by for news. And I feel like I've mentioned this in my public testimony for other oh, yeah. It's like we got.
Adjacent to Casa D'Angelo and then a restaurant to the north that I think is called Baby John's Pizzeria. Although I'm a little bit confused about that.
Yeah,
as
what's
well.
interesting is that
part of it says Cafe Palermo on it. But when you look at on Google Maps, it says.
Well, that's like is it all owned by the Cannoli King guy? Because it all seems interconnected and all says Cannoli King across it.
I'm not sure, but this application is only for the Cannoli King storefront.
Right, which is Cafe Palermo, right? Okay. It says, it says like a tall table, okay, so. Yeah, also, I haven't been asking on these site plans if they're tall tables or low tables. For whatever that's worth.
There's no flooring here, but they do have a ramp in the diagram, which is great. And it's 6 feet 5 inches wide and 6 feet 1 inch long.
No manholes.
Yeah, they do need to check the furnishing box.
Again,
And
these are
it's,
like the simple ones, I just don't understand why.
and then they're gonna have the same situation with the adjacent cafes of 6 feet gap.
Right, so like, okay, so Cafe Palermo is here. Casa D'Angelo, did we hear that one last time?
Maybe 2 times quick.
I feel like I just submitted that. Let me look it up in the PDF.
They are proposing a 4 foot 6 inch gap between them and their southern storefront, which would be where Casa D'Angelo is. So they probably will satisfy the 6 foot.
So we did send in our feedback on that one, so. Oh, no, let's see.
Yeah, because they're doing the 6 foot, so.
Let's do tomorrow.
So they need,
let me just pull up.
I don't have any other comments on
and they
this.
have a 1.5 feet on the other side. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Why don't they have like 3 feet? We heard the other side.
So I'm looking at the Casa D'Angelo is to the right of them. Okay, so they have no clearance.
There's a PBE in between them.
Okay.
So it's probably, let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure.
So they have no clearance, but then Casa de Angelo doesn't fill their whole.
Yeah.
It says they have 29 feet and they only go
I don't know
20
if
feet.
that's.
But also at 20.
I think that's 20 feet, 8 inches for their storefront.
No, I'm talking about Casa de Angelo. But.
Oh, there is no primary building.
No, right.
But like if this is Casa de Angelo, if that's 20 feet and that's 29.
Because of the max length.
20, oh, that.
They're there.
Okay.
So they're gonna have to either do 6 feet or Cafe, the other one, D'Angelo is gonna have to do the 1.5 to make up that 6 feet. And then,
Well, here's the deal, is there's no, if Casa de Angelo is 29 feet, 9 inches, their cafe is up to their property line.
They could just slide it over.
They could slide over. Maybe I offered that recommendation and, I mean, we haven't written that feedback yet. It's just to get them out.
and then is there gonna
But
be?
I wish I had known that, because then I wish I had looked at this before I asked for the modifications of. Maybe I can send it to.
So then are they also upon, have we seen anything for the whole big thing?
For which one?
For the
Next to this, to the left of it?
What's the name of
John's
it?
Pizzeria.
Baby John's.
No, the bigger one, like this is the little cannoli thing.
Yeah.
Then there's the
This
big
is-
cannoli
The
thing.
one at the corner?
Yeah. On Google Maps, it says it's Baby John's Pizzeria, even though if you're looking at the awning.
Oh, it says Cafe Palermo, okay.
But
So have they applied? Because then you're gonna need the feet.
Yeah.
You have the 1.5.
They applied for Sidewalk.
Okay. So, not Roadway.
Okay.
I think we need to.
All right,
talk about it much more.
no.
Okay, closing that one out for Cafe Palermo, and then our next and last one is N&F Global Corp. DBA Christmas in the City at 142 Mulberry Street for a roadway cafe.
Wow.
And it is also under review
energized.
for an FDNY waiver. This one caught me off guard.
Likewise.
It
I didn't
has,
realize they had a food
it
service.
has ice cream
Oh.
inside, and like a little cafe, they probably sell coffee. But it's a huge store. I've been in
there.
there.
I haven't been in there in a long time.
I've been in there and it's 2
that's
floors,
cute.
and it's giant full of Christmas stuff. But they do have ice
Get my Christmas lights.
It's directly across from Sophia's Little Italy, which I guess is
which-
drawing, or,
Well, no, it'll be back.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna be back, but
Yeah.
we can still make a note of it.
yeah.
I just won't put the application number.
Right.
And then, again, it's on the other side of Casa D'Angelo. And it's also diagonal to Il Piccolo, Piccolo Buffalo, which we just received an application for yesterday.
Oh, dang, that was good recall. I haven't put them all in the folder yet, so I don't have them all memorized, so.
Okay.
Those are kind of cute, they look like.
All right,
candy.
so
Okay, let me pull up the application. It's NNF, right? Okay,
Yes.
Like some, okay, so.
They also say.
Two structures,
Yeah,
6 feet?
is there 6 feet?
Oh, one's on,
More,
one's,
it's gonna be more than 6 feet.
yeah, it's more than 6 feet because of the transformer vault.
Yeah.
oh, yeah, okay, great. Well, that was a nice.
6 feet, 6
the one that
inches.
is.
And then they say that the manhole is 10 feet in the site plan, and then below on the next page, they say the manhole is 18 inches away. I think they're just showing that it's
I think they're just showing that it's further away, but they're,
clearance.
right.
Oh, I showed it 18 inches because it is 18 inches on the inside, but not the one.
Oh,
That's why.
you're
Those are
right,
two
you're right,
different
you're right, you're right.
manholes. But Yeah,
And
this
so-
form doesn't
and they
lend,
do
this
say-
form doesn't lend itself to more than one clearance per item, so it's.
And they do say that they have flooring, so we just need to confirm that that's only flooring for the southern cafe.
Right,
They look really generous.
because they can't
Table and size wise.
put anything over them now.
I mean, what a waste for that one on the north side. That for one table, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Else to say about it?
Yeah. Anyone here from the public want to testify on this application?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. It's just that nobody wanted to hear you online, I know.
Yeah, so looking at a street view of 146 Mulberry Street, I'm looking at a
Can
street
you
view.
say your name for the record just one more
My name
time,
is
Karen?
Karen,
It's
for
fine.
the record.
Yes.
And so I'm looking at street sheds that face one another on either side of the street.
Mhm.
And what looks like a fairly compact car. What is that, a Kia? Looks like a Kia.
What year is
Driving down the
yours?
street. Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
This is what I've got.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a Kia driving down the street, and it's, I don't think you could really open up the Kia's doors. You cannot open up the Kia's doors without hitting that man in the butt and hitting the street, the roadbed shed on the other side. It's impossible. It's impossible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Karen brings up a very good point, that that's one of the reasons why that memo has the 15-foot offset, so that the doors can open for a fire truck. And so that, what's the thing that happens when they come down?
Things.
Pardon? The feet.
The stabilizers?
The stabilizers.
Who's culpable if the fire truck accidentally ruins a roadbed shed?
Not the fire department.
Not the fire department.
The design
I think it's same thing with the
elements
car.
have supposedly been made such that they're supposed to be able to go through them or push them or whatever.
Pete Davies comes in with the tormentors.
Yes, that's
Like to
right.
address that, okay.
That's correct.
Thank you, Pete. All caps. That's a great question. Okay, so we're done with this. So now we're gonna go to business session. So we will no longer take any more public testimony. If anyone needs to get up or go get a sandwich or whatever, I don't know. I'm just
ready.
if people are really,
Finish.
yeah, yeah.
Finish.
Yeah, okay.
Building.
That's right, I know, I was given feedback.
Okay,
But I didn't offer, right, let's go. So let's go through these.
Should we just go through in the order to make sure we don't miss anything?
Yeah. I'm opening up a new spreadsheet.
Okay, great. Wow, that feels like, I forgot we even talked about that.
That was the primary building entrances.
Mm-hmm.
I don't so much have an issue.
Hi, thanks for coming.
with-
Thanks for coming and thank you for your testimony.
I don't have a problem with the one to the south because that looks like the business entrance.
The north.
The one to the north is 3 residences. I only speak personally. I don't have a problem with it, but the rules are not clear and it's the primary building entrance for the residences.
Yeah.
And we have not heard anything specific, differentiated, and we should put that, I don't know if we have the standard language for that. But, you know, the fact that the DOT can't provide a specific answer is insane. So,
I mean,
and that goes for the sidewalk. I think the roadway was okay, right?
yeah, the roadway's okay.
Send the standard. Send the standard. Oh, I added a standard ADA one, which is on the dining out, the outdoor dining complaint page under accessibility, which is about the electrical wire being covered. So I just started adding that.
But I also really want to make clear, and this is what's unfortunate with the Sidewalk Cafe, is if we're recommending that it not be approved, it has to go to a public hearing.
Yeah, I know.
And the reason these have to go to public hearing is because DOT won't give us a definition that's universal. So they could fix this problem, but they're choosing not to respond
Yeah,
to us with
true.
a specific
And we can't ignore
definition.
it because.
And we need to put that explicitly
I will.
in the language, that this is because they will not provide a definition.
We are denying this application because there is no
No,
definition.
no, we're denying it because it's adjacent to a primary building entrance with the definition. They've given some vague language, which is impossible to determine what it applies to and what it doesn't apply to.
But we'll still send out modifications, giving them the option to adjust.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's just important that it's because we don't have a clear definition that is applicable across all applications.
So it's a conditional denial, or is it a
Yeah.
straight denial?
Well,
If they, I mean, I don't think they're gonna remove
if
this.
they
yet.
modify it to reduce it, or they can give us a definition. And it meets it or it doesn't.
Okay.
But I think as a committee, we're fine if they gave us a definition
Yeah,
and it met it
For all of them.
for all of them.
I mean.
okay, so the conditional is either they amend it or we get the definition and we accept it.
No. Either they amend it, or if we had a definition
It would apply
and
to all
it
of
either
them.
applies or doesn't apply here, that is, it is.
So
like-
if it does apply, then the conditional denial would.
No, we
turn
need
into an approval.
we would need a site plan that is in agreement with the regulations.
But what if they
And right
say,
now,
what if they,
because there's no definition,
What
it's
if-
not in agreement.
what if I get a definition that says it's any building with less than, it has to be more than 20 units or so many.
That's
stores.
fine, then they've given us the definition,
Then we have it and then it meets it
right,
as,
But they-
as submitted.
That definition
Yes.
needs to be some.
but it has to,
They can't just send an email saying that and then tomorrow send a different email saying
No,
something.
it has to be
published
published, so just published, as
And
a.
so it can't be just an email, it has to be
No,
No, it has
no,
to
because
be.
we've gotten 5 different emails saying 5 different
Yeah.
Well,
things.
we also have got, nobody's on the same page, they just need to define what it is.
Okay,
Publish it so everybody can see it.
We need a written,
Yeah.
specific and published definition.
okay. So.
Either roadway.
Did the roadway need a slight adjustment or not? I can't recall.
The only thing that I had written down was that they need to fill out the R17 box, which is the manhole.
We used to have those memorized and then they removed one sometimes and they don't.
So it's a conditional denial on number 1
Mhm.
and modification on number 2.
Modification is
We're
just-
still sending, we send modifications to
No,
everyone.
I know, but that's just what I'm saying, but it's conditional on the modification.
It is conditional on the modification. And then number
It's a
2,
Conditional approval, right?
I don't have the phrase conditional approval, it's just conditional denial,
Conditional denial,
which turns into approval with modification.
that's fine.
We are that way for number 2, just signing
Yeah.
the modifications.
Fine.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Right. Maybe we'll go faster. Maybe we'll go faster, Stella.
Zia Maria,
Yeah, where is that? Okay, starting with the sidewalk.
this is
The French
service
store,
3.
so it is,
So they can only have a sidewalk cafe if the French doors are open.
okay, so we need to say that.
In the comments, but not in the modifications.
No, we would just say, yeah, because we need them to acknowledge.
Confirm that.
So acknowledge
Well, what
that.
I think that what we would like to see is a note on the site plan.
Oh, okay,
that this is
okay.
only a compliant setup if the doors are
They
open.
need to add that to the site plan.
I
Yes.
think so, because the condition they show is with the doors open,
Mm.
but when the doors are closed, it's not.
ADA.
So I will put that as a modification to acknowledge that it can only be operated with the French doors open. And the second modification is to add
That language.
to the site plan.
Specifically to the site plan.
Okay, and it's an updated site plan. We didn't have a primary building entrance issue.
There is, yeah, adjust roadway cafe link to adhere to the primary building entrance. I think it's to the.
So I'm just gonna.
Oh, so so this one, this had significantly, this was the.
We're on the sidewalk or the roadway?
No,
We're
we're still on the sidewalk,
Okay.
because this was the
Yeah,
six-story
6
building.
stories, yeah. At 138 Mulberry Street.
The one side, right? The other side was.
The other side of the pan.
I mean, you know, this is where we hear this arbitrary stuff, 3 stories, 4 stories,
Right.
6
This
stories,
is why
well,
I
what does that
wouldn't-
even?
I mean,
you know?
personally, I wouldn't say anything's okay, because we're just pulling something
And then we
out.
hear commercial doesn't count, but I think that the whole, you know, one of the things is if you have a large office building with people.
Yeah,
living in
yeah,
it,
it does.
But there's no definition of what
Yeah.
any
Right,
of this
again.
is, so.
Just need a definition. Okay, next one.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we didn't vote on this one, so we're,
Additional denial.
For the sidewalk?
Yeah, that they adjust the roadway cafe, I'm sorry, I wrote roadway. Sidewalk cafe link to adhere to the 5-foot clearance from the primary building entrance and add a note on the site plan that says it's only ADA compliant if the window doors are open to allow ADA access from the inside.
And acknowledge that they can only operate the sidewalk cafe with the French doors open. So that it is ADA, right? Is that the?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is, yeah. Okay, for the roadway cafe, oh, you know what we didn't mention here is that the old site plan showed an 18-foot storefront, not 19-foot storefront.
I don't know. Either I send it and I attach the site plan, I don't know.
Let me see if it even affects their cafe. It doesn't affect it because their cafe is only 12 feet. So
Okay.
I
then
say
we'll
we
just
don't
move
worry
on.
about it.
Okay.
Okay, and the only modification is to acknowledge that to comply with FDNY waiver requirements, there must be a 6-foot gap from the adjacent cafe at Paisanos.
I don't know if you guys have seen my new language on the FDNY waivers.
Yeah, I have.
You've seen it, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have the, it's also diagonal to Osteria Baraka.
Okay, that's good. I can pull the other information. Okay, so conditional denial.
Yeah.
Or is it denial because it's FDNY? Like what are we doing?
Yeah, this is a denial. That's how we've been doing it.
But we'll still send the modifications?
Yes. And it will also have the ADA.
They're also not, right, and are they changing anything material? Okay, so 5.
And this is one where it's not ADA.
It's not at all.
Less than 3 feet.
There's no door.
Did he address that?
Let me see. Oh, he said that they're trying to find out if they can have barriers only on the front, not on the sides, to allow for access. But that doesn't solve the ADA problem because
it's still not an accessible route.
Right.
Okay.
A wheelchair wouldn't be able to fit.
Okay.
Right. It's too narrow.
Well, they can figure that out.
The only other, I don't know if you send modifications for ADA.
No.
Non-compliant? Yeah, okay.
I didn't for song now.
Okay.
So this is a denial.
Yeah. Everybody okay? Yes. Okay, so then 6, same. It's FDNY, so it's a denial. Is there anything we want them to change?
I just had to comply with the 6-foot gap from both of the adjacent cafes.
Oh, so we're, oh, right, we're always sending modifications because we're, just so Donna, you and Carter know, and anyone else listening in, we now have language, who did I use this on? Casa de Angela, maybe? So we now have language in our modification standard for FDNY waivers. It says, acknowledge NYC DOT has submitted this for a waiver on this block where the required, whatever, emergency lane. And then if it's an offset, if it requires an offset, we acknowledge that one of the conditions outlined in the memo, the July 30th memo states this, where it says the minimum spacing between neighbor cafes. And then I list adjacent cafes next to this location who have applied, and I list them out there. Because this is all information that's gonna go on the feedback form anyways, so that they acknowledge that, and then I say, lack of guidance from NYC DOT, acknowledge that NYC DOT has not made it clear to applicants how the required 6-foot clearance between adjacent cafes, blah, blah, blah. On the block of Mulberry Street between Hester and Grand Street will be implemented and enforced. Specifically acknowledge that NYC DOT has not made it clear to the applicants or Manhattan CB2 which of the 3 establishments, like if they're in the middle of 2, will have to carry the burden. It's probably like overly dramatic and too much, but it just gets it written, and then we can include that in our feedback to DOT. Like it has to be written at some point, so we might as well tell the applicant now, because maybe they will then have this to show to DOT, what is this memo? Why are they saying this? I don't know.
Right.
I just wanted to share that. Continue. I won't say it anymore.
Denial?
Yeah. Okay, so then next.
Next is 4 Charles Street. I didn't realize that they went to the 2nd floor, so that's.
Yeah, me either.
That's good.
And I'm sorry if you put things in the folder, I didn't see that. There's a lot of problems with that application.
What I wrote down is that for modifications, 88 Western Plate, submit application to LPC regarding electrical conduit physically attached to the building. So that's if we include that as a modification and then we do a conditional denial, they have to submit that in order for us to, or they have to confirm that they will.
They have to acknowledge, they have to say that they confirm that they will. I mean, we have to take the modifications on.
Confirm with landmarks?
Huh?
What are you asking them to do?
Confirm that they will submit.
The Landmarks
application to
Preservation
LPC
Commission.
regarding the electrical conduit physically attached to the building that extends to the roadway cafe.
Do we need to make a stipulation that they then send that permit require application or notify us that they've done that? I mean, that's to us.
I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, we won't have that in
Yeah.
time, or I don't.
And I doubt that they're gonna apply
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so just confirm that they will submit.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
And then the last.
I'm
one
glad that
is
Pete brought that up, because I've been thinking about that, but I haven't, nothing it seems was attached until, then I kept looking at the photo. And I was like, is it 13 feet? Like, I don't know if there's a height. Right? There's a height. Yeah, there's a height. Okay.
And then the last piece, modification is to return the signed SLA stipulations.
That should go in there, right? Donna, Carter? Or do you not?
I mean,
okay, no.
It's gonna be a problem for them when they come to SLA, but I don't know if we wanna start doing that.
Okay, yeah,
And
okay.
in this.
Yeah, yeah.
Feeling about that, I mean.
Yeah.
It's one thing if they're a bad actor with all that stuff and then that goes in here.
Okay, and because this is not.
DOT doesn't care.
Yeah. Because this is not an FDNY waiver case, it would be conditional denial unless we.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
So.
Moving on to the next one, which is Prince Sullivan LLC DBA The Dutch.
The waiver.
What'd you say?
Another waiver.
That's a denial. Modification. Is there?
The only modification I had here is just to confirm that they have an ADA ramp, so that goes into the ADA boilerplate stuff.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Yeah, aye.
Next one, waiver.
Benito.
No.
No,
Oh,
this is-
Asteria Baroque.
Oh, sorry.
Are we going down in numerical?
Yeah, I was just going in numerical
Yeah.
order.
Just on the modifications I wrote down, remove flooring because there's a manhole. And then just the ADA.
Note to uncheck for it, not to.
And it's just one cafe, right? It's not two, like we're not having to remove flooring in one, that's something else, okay?
And then this is diagonal from two different, or it's diagonal from Umberto's Clam House.
Okay.
And this is another one, I just, because I know you were dealing with some formatting issues earlier today. This one on the website doesn't show up size properly. Just because I think with the PDF stuff, we might want to try to figure that one out too.
Oh, so let me brief. So there were a few applications that were brought to my attention. Thank you, Pete. Earlier.
Thank you.
Pete, earlier today, that the site plan was just kind of was blank and it wasn't where the site plan was just a separate image like on some.
Yeah.
And so I learned that when you redact an application that has elements that are added to a drawing in Acrobat, it compresses the text and it removes it all from the site.
Wait, what is it?
When you add drawing elements in Acrobat and you add text in Acrobat, it shows like so-and-so made this and it's like different layers of a drawing. When you redact, it compresses the document and it removes all of those things.
And it doesn't have anything to do with which version of Acrobat you're using?
No.
No, it's the layering.
It's the layer. It gets
We've had that problem.
It gets
Yeah,
rid of the
we've seen
layers.
that before.
So the workaround I told Florence to do was to extract the information page, redact, and then put it back to the file, not redact the full file.
What are they redoing?
They're redacting phone numbers and personal emails, or personal phone numbers and emails, that's it.
Some boards don't.
Interesting.
I talked to Mark about this specifically because I was trying to find ways, because you guys have brought this up and I was trying to find ways to streamline this. But I was told that he was submitting something about privacy and auditing.
Yeah, it's fine.
So, okay. Move this along.
Okay, so this is,
This one
so
is an FDNY waiver, so this would be denial.
Aye. All those in favor?
Yep. Nita one.
St. Jude. This is a whole one.
Okay.
So different. How are you doing with this?
Okay, this modifications I had written, check last box under lighting and electrical connections. And then ADA, and then no large signage advertising.
Yeah. I've got language for that from Village Square Pizza that I'll pull.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Great.
753 Washington.
Aye.
Aye. Victoria Inc., Malaparte. Surprised nobody was really here to speak.
Are they owned by Malatesta? No.
The only thing I had here was ADA boilerplate.
And they are requesting a waiver, so it's a denial, right?
Yeah.
So, aye. No, Sebastian was here. It was
Yeah, but no,
Sebastian.
I'm surprised nobody from the public. was
Oh.
there Because this has gotten quite a number of complaints due to this seating arrangement. They were all in the furnishing zone and the open window front, and there's the residential building across the street.
Well, I don't want to speak for anyone, but I feel as though it's, this is a lot. This is all.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bunch of them that are, it's just a lot, and this one is really a lot, especially with the whole open.
We did
open all the doors of that storefront. It reminds me a lot of Barbudo. When Barbudo was on Washington, and this was back in the day, and it had a big garage door, and it, you know, it was always busy, and it was always so noisy, and there wasn't any music. I mean, it's not that, it's just when you have that many people having a good time in a room, it's noisy.
Okay.
So anyway, that's why I say I was surprised that nobody was here. They'll probably show up at SLA, but hopefully at least.
Aye.
And then the next one is Balsam. This was the one.
It's gonna just modify it, yeah.
Yeah, so
I mean-
adjust storefront to 20 feet and then make the drawing of the cafe to scale, filling up the 20-foot
Yeah.
storefront.
And just to your point, you know, I think Valerie, you said this, or it was, you did Stella, it's like that these guys, these are the drawings and diagrams that stand through time.
Yeah.
I think you need.
And,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, you
I mean,
said it.
I've said, you guys.
Oh, I said, because
And
I
I
was gonna
just,
summary it up,
you
yeah.
see as I pull up the old
Yeah.
information and share it, that it's very important to put in the correct information into this, because that's how there are no questions there. There's no-
5 years, we're
the
gonna look
better,
back at
the
this.
better the diagrams, the less the issues. And so by insisting on having accurate information at this point, it significantly reduces any issues down the line. And that's why the old Sidewalk Cafe program worked so well, because they're very clear diagrams. And so that's
So this is FDNY, so.
that's why we spent so much time with it.
No, that's fine. I think it was good. I think you were right to say, let's recall it. No, the recall to me meant like a rescind of the application. I know. I recall this, we did. Okay, so that was good. That was good. That was a good call, Carter. Okay, so but it's still a denial regardless of what they did.
And thank you for indulging the time.
Oh, yeah. Umberto's second house. So, I mean, they went and remeasured and said it was 16 feet, 5 inches. The old side plan says 15 feet, 7 inches.
Because they originally submitted it to DOT as 2110, I think that's what he said.
Uh-huh.
And then they had to walk it back to 16.5, so.
So what's the difference? Like
The difference.
1
of
foot, 2
10
inches?
10 inches.
Oh, 10 inches. Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
That's a lot
I mean,
more dramatic than it is, but.
Yeah, I think that Michael kind of said himself, he said it's just the walls on the
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he kind of acknowledged that's not storefront, but whatever.
Okay, but still a denial regardless what happens.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna remove any modifications to adjust the storefront.
Okay, great. Also, so you guys know, on these, I don't put that if you return the site plan, it turns into a conditional whatever.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I take that out for the roadway.
So clear for how-
Oh, I forgot to bring up, there was a 311, I forgot to ask when she took, when, was a she, right?
Oh, it was after the date. I don't know what, it was after November 29th. I don't remember.
Well,
what
because I
date.
I made a note and I forgot to bring it up that there was a 311 complaint on December 3rd. for the
So it-
roadway.
I think it came down within the 7-day window.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fair.
Which I don't remember what the rule is about that, whether you have to have approval to have the 7 days, but.
No, I think isn't it 7 days to set up and 7 days to remove?
Yeah, so they did have tables and chairs out there afterwards, within that 7-day period. But it did come down by the end of 7 days, I think. So our only modifications, they said that they were gonna adjust the roadway cafe width to accommodate the gas valve. It's very nice that he brought that up.
And there will be flooring, and they won't be applying for sidewalk.
Yeah, and they're gonna change the parking space designation. I don't know that we need to give a width that they need to reduce to. I think we should just say adjust roadway cafe width to accommodate the gas valve. They were giving out like a range, they said 7, they said 12.
Okay, so let's not even say
7
it.
Yeah, let's
just, they said they were adjusting it by.
Do we want to put that in there or just say adjust? Okay, fine, perfect, okay.
We don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and this is non-FDNY waiver, so
Conditional.
yeah.
Aye. Okay. 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, modifications, adjusted storefront, this was another one where it was, they said it was 30, previous site plan says it was 24, 11 and a half. We wrote that we would send them the old site plan. And so we're gonna ask that they adjust to that 24. Basically 25. And then should we ask them to adjust the cafe length to accommodate the revised storefront and the open street access? Because right now their storefront is, their roadway cafe is 22. So if the storefront becomes 25, the roadway is 22, that leaves 3 feet where they could access the.
22 feet's fine. Yeah, so we don't need to have some,
okay, cool.
Aye. Conditional denial, aye. And I think I can use the modifications about the access that I used on Notebook Go. Okay, so that's 15, that's Jolene.
Brunella. That's a denial. Otherwise, I didn't have any comments on that. Because that has the FDNY waiver.
Send old site plan was not Boca Ria, was it? No.
No, that was for Jolena.
And Boca Ria was conditional denial.
For Lunella, acknowledge that there must be a gap between the proposed cafe and the adjacent cafe at La More, standard ADA. And then I brought up that the math was a little bit funky on this one. It just, the space of the cafe and then the space remaining in the storefront didn't add up to the storefront, and he said he would change it. So.
Do you know what to ask for?
I guess we would say adjust. I mean, it's not that big of a deal because it doesn't affect the roadway
Okay.
cafe length, so maybe we shouldn't bother. I don't know.
If we want to ask for it, I just need to know how to ask.
Yeah, it is hard to adjust the space adjacent to the cafe within the storefront. So
Okay, then I say
5'10"
no.
instead of 3'9".
If I can't communicate, I can't ask
Yeah,
for it.
so
If we can write
it's
it.
okay. He said he would do it, but if he doesn't, it's not going to affect the roadway
Okay.
cafe length.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is problematic. There's one directly across, right?
Yes.
17. Aye.
Aye.
Denial, aye. Sophia's. What, really quickly on the withdrawals.
Vote to deny.
Deny?
Yeah, just to
Vote to
cover.
deny, just to cover. That way you have a position if it's.
Something.
Oh, because at this time, we don't have a double confirmation that it's been
Yeah,
withdrawn.
but even if we do, we should just deny it.
Okay,
You never know where it gets resurrected.
okay, then I've got some to send in that I'll just send along with the email that has.
God only knows what's going on at DOT.
Well, clearly, because they had a public hearing on one that was withdrawn and then. Right,
So.
okay, so
Which we voted to deny.
which we did vote to deny. So I know I said this.
This reason.
I just want to make sure I'm on the same page of that if I'm gonna send something back in, even though I have a double confirmation withdrawal.
I don't have to send them anything, it's just our position is denied. If they withdraw. I mean, it's just denial, period.
Oh, that we
Like, you
voted
don't
on it.
have to do
I don't have to
anything
send it?
conditional. No.
Do I need to send the denied?
Confirmation they've withdrawn, but the.
If I
position
just
of
want to
denial.
ask, okay, do I need to send in a copy of the email from DOT with our form that says,
I don't think you need to send it in per se.
Okay, that's
but
what I
we
just wanted to
have a
get
board
clear.
Position that it's
Denied.
denied.
oh, okay, if it comes back up.
If it comes back
Okay.
up, so that there's a record, so that you can act in the future if there's any issue.
Can we vote to
And-
retroactively right now, do that to anything that's been withdrawn that we haven't done that on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
So, okay, so we're denying everything that's been withdrawn until
just so we're covered.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to be overly prescriptive. Okay,
Next is Aria West Village on Bedford Street.
we received a written testimony against this one.
I put it in the chat. I mean, I pulled it from the chat and put it in the doc.
But also on, well, I know, I didn't set it up to send to everyone this time.
But this has the offset issue, right? I mean.
Yeah, because it's directly. It's
Right,
directly
and
from the
right,
tenant.
it doesn't matter if it's the same owner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're two separate businesses.
Right, oh yeah, I know, but I think that
No,
was
even
brought
though
up.
they have, unlike the Elk, which is the same
Business.
business with a
Food
physical
service.
connection. This is not, these are two separate businesses, like distinct, they're separated by a street. There's no attachment.
And even are they, what's their cross street?
Yeah, even.
Dangerous, less than a 15-foot traveling, no waiver should be. Bedford Street is too narrow to safely accommodate a shed, should not be allowed a waiver. The sheds that were taken down impeded sidewalk traffic, made unsafe for pedestrian conditions, made condition traffic dangerous to travel. The shed was erected partially on the sidewalk that was previously there around the trees. There's also missing the tree on the site plan. Sidewalk is less than 8 feet with obstructions such as a tree railing. They keep the door open, but.
Yeah, I mean, there's no.
Yeah. It's fine, okay. Aye.
Aye, and then the modifications, check all boxes under section 3, lighting and electrical connections, add tree bed.
Do they have a connection connected to the building?
I'm not sure if it's in the photos, but they just didn't check that box.
Oh, okay.
And it says if using all.
Oh, okay, so denial, send modification. Alright, okay. 19, take us.
This is the.
Oh yeah, you should read this one, 'cause
I don't know how to say it. Amy.
I thought it was Ame Leon, right, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll do.
Deny. Do the waiver.
The only modification that I had was to label the manhole cover.
That's
There's a lot of
what
other
that's what the rectangle, the black rectangle.
Yeah.
I mean, the issue here is that there's a history of not great behavior, but it predates. They did make correctives, to Panos's point, who's the manager, he did hear this, they did amend
forward all that
some
information?
things. They did correct things, that they have taken steps. They did submit acknowledgement from neighboring businesses that they had corrected problems. We get all that, but what I was raising is that we saw during the emergency program that if and I don't know, the Upright Pizza, I don't know what their DBA is. I don't know if they are planning on submitting an application.
Yeah.
But that was what created
Wait,
problems.
no. Upright pizza?
Upside, sorry.
Yeah, they will have a roadway.
And then, Little Rubies as well, which is,
Yeah.
he was saying that it's not.
But it is.
It is.
And matcha.
Right. Matcha.
Little Ruby, I
Little
do,
Ruby's is over
they
here.
will apply.
They're,
So I don't
they
know.
end right, like about
Okay,
here.
yeah. So the problem is that from Spring Street, an eastbound vehicle, when they turn north on the Mulberry Street, ALD put in illegal bollards that were
Yes.
screwed down into the street at one point. They also put out some barriers just to keep people from parking in front because they had issues with people parking in front at one point.
This is the black cars.
Yeah, the black cars.
Yeah, the black cars pulled up.
But what it showed through that time period is that it was not a safe place to have this, and so they meet, these various requirements. It's a very difficult situation at this location. And, I just know because we saw all the stuff getting hit, like, no mystery, right? So.
They have 8 noise complaints after November 1st, because I have 2 311 dashboards set up for CB2.
And I can't remember clearly, but I think that they had
that basketball tournament.
Yeah, the basketball tournament, some other things, so there's a long history. I don't want to, I know that Panos as the manager has taken steps to address these things. There's a history here, and there seems to be some, it's a very heavily used sidewalk. I don't know if I think they've got to step up here too, right?
31 during the temporary program, majority of it is noise. A couple outdoor dining ones, and then lots of OSEs, which was the non-compliance with the phase reopening.
So there's a lot of issues. But and like I said, these are all, it's not a standalone application. It's the point that I was trying to make, even to Panos.
Because of Little Ruby's and because of.
Just all these different intersecting issues. And, and that's what the FDNY critical conditions memo addresses. And that's why we need to know who's in charge of,
I sent a follow-up today.
Right, because it's not fair, to know who's.
Okay. Aye. Denial because of the.
Yeah, it's because of the
with
waiver.
modifications. Okay.
Aye.
Right.
I'm okay, but I just.
As long as we do the plan to
Yeah, they
make
have to
sure it's
redo the
accurate.
plan to show the accuracy.
Okay, so conditional denial.
Yeah, we said adjust depiction of door relative to storefront, adjust storefront measurement to full storefront, and then the boilerplate ADA.
Okay. Aye.
Aye. Asteria.
Oh.
Did Mark say?
Piedmont. Piedmont.
Piemonte. San Carlo.
Do I need to look up if there's something across? Is it
I
on
can tell you in
Thompson?
a second. It's on Thompson. I don't
It's the
think there's
school
anything.
or
on
something, right? It's the playground.
Yeah,
Oh,
playground,
right.
but that,
Did I do the waiver?
Let me know if I need to look up an application. Okay.
no.
Residents are upset about the waivers.
The big thing here is the removal of the bench,
Yeah,
and they need to
modifications.
show the tree bed and show that the bench has been removed.
Okay, so correct clearance, this is what I had written, so the tree pit added to site plan, benches around the tree need to be removed.
So still a denial.
Correct clearance from thermoplastic marking. Sorry, it should be 18 inches.
Sorry.
And then ADA boilerplate, yeah.
Aye.
Denial of FDNY.
Aye. Aye. We sound like.
Okay, the elk.
Or Pixar thing. There's like, aye. Okay, oh, 22.
Want to not do the waiver.
The elk.
The elk, this was interesting.
I was in and out, so.
This was interesting because they said that they reached out to DOT because they noticed problems. She came back from maternity leave, looked at it, said, that's not where the manhole is. Said, hey, DOT, we realized mistakes. But this was only like yesterday. And so DOT referred it to us
last week. What?
Incorrect.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
It wasn't correct.
It wasn't complete, yeah. Okay, so.
So modifications, adjust manhole to correct position to the north of the storefront, not the south.
Was there a north arrow? Sorry. I've been trying to note that, but.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, great.
Remove manhole to the south, indicate that manhole cover extends. I measured it as 19 inches into storefront. She said that she agreed that it extended to storefront. That's good. Adjust roadway cafe length to, I calculated it would be to 6 feet 9 inches to reflect proper placement of manhole and require 18-inch clearance.
That's great. I mean, we'll put it in there, right? Yeah.
I think
Okay.
should be. So to that.
So it's a denial.
And then remove the word manhole from the tree pit label.
Oh,
It said manhole / tree pit, which is just.
Okay, aye.
Finelli, deny.
I mean, I mean, it really, the logic.
So many levels.
I'm really glad that Carter, you said like to get something ahead, even though it ended up not making it to them, because it really just wrapped my head around the whole thing. One, I could not, in the photos, I couldn't make sense of it all. And then it just all became very clear that if indeed what they're saying is
Yeah.
true, this is.
Well, the reason that this is important, and this is not, like I said, Finelli's is a cherished
I know.
neighborhood institution. The issue is that once there are these illogical waivers that are addressed or given, it changes the dynamic throughout our community. We have many
Platforms.
non-conforming platforms
Yeah.
that are located on city-owned property.
Yeah.
And like I said, in order to have service on the platform, you can't even walk on the edge of the platform because it's not within the global corridor. But not only that, it's unsafe worker condition
Right.
to have somebody walking there. And you can't build on a non-compliant situation, which means that you can't add railings because it's a non-compliant setup to begin with, and you can't expand the non-conforming use. That's.
I mean, we didn't even go into the fact that you can't even,
just
it's
to
not accessible on
simplify
a
this,
platform,
it's-
no? I mean, there's
so
no grade.
pre-existing-
Yeah, we didn't even talk, I mean, that's the
So
thing.
pre-existing non-conforming use, which is typically what's called grandfathered.
Right.
Try not to use that as a board, we have a position on try not to use that. But in this case, you cannot expand upon a non-conforming use. That is generally in the zoning and the building codes, that's the acceptable. I mean, there may be exceptions, but there's nothing here to even expand upon because there are no permits in the first place for the platforms. And like I said, in 1940, both of these platforms were utilized for entrances to the basement. And so they ended that use. You can't establish another use after that. So we don't know when that was closed up, but 1940 is when the modern zoning text went into effect. And also sidewalk cafes were expressly prohibited in Soho. In this look, expressly prohibited. So there is no protected use.
So, again, it's just been a long 5 years, so like. There was no sidewalk cafe service at Finelli prior to the pandemic, right?
No,
It seems so ingrained now.
Yeah. But there never was.
Right,
because
just thinking,
it's
I just
not
wanted for the
allowed.
record, just. I want to believe with it.
And also I put into the shared drive, there's a landmarks violation.
Great, let's.
And the
Recently?
landmarks violation, yes, it was
Great, we'll
issued
reference.
this year,
Oh, it's January.
2025.
Okay.
What is it?
And the landmarks violation, summons was issued for installation of wooden structures at Prince and Mercer Street storefronts without permits.
That's their sidewalk cafe.
Right.
That's what he said. He said installation.
Oh, yeah, thanks,
Maybe
Kate.
he
So-
already looked at this.
So that was,
There you go.
put there, but also, we have these platforms throughout. But if you,
This was a good reminder about the landmarks in general. I was looking for those rules the other day, couldn't find them, and I'm really.
but I also just think that the worker safety is really important.
Okay, so we should highlight
You
that.
can't serve from the sidewalk and you can't serve in the corridor. So, it's
Even though it's blatant that
Yeah.
the platform, and then that there's no clear path on Prince at all, let alone the platform issue, let
Yeah.
alone we should bring out that as a point, just put it all on there in the feedback form.
Yeah, it's all written.
No modifications?
and I'm more than happy to help.
I mean, we could modify, like, they still have their storefront length on Prince Street. It includes the PPE, and they could add the event infrastructure to Mercer Street, but I don't think that really matters.
So it's fascinating because the
We'll mention
Google
it,
Street
DOT,
View
that there's event.
includes this.
The what?
The Google Street View includes that.
So Donna.
Which shows just, with the tables they were using, but it's very difficult to create an environment.
Well, if they're continuing to use it now, yes?
Yeah, but you can't, you have to walk on the sidewalk.
If they're continuing to use it now, it's in violation
I don't
of
know,
like
the
lots of things.
structures are still up.
Yeah, I know, I didn't see, well, I don't know, it's been a few. Okay, so
See if I can get a,
denial I. Okay, next. I want to cut that short, but, 24, okay, Cafe Walk. We're gonna ask the question,
Yeah. How do they justify being a ground floor restaurant that has a roadway cafe in front of the Players Theater?
should I send the definition? Yes. So is it a conditional denial, or what are we doing? Is there no, it's like Google, so I don't know. If we get some sort of answer that's satisfactory,
They need a waiver, they don't need a
which
waiver.
one are you talking about? Sorry.
next one, people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if
Isn't
it's
it considered
satisfactory,
a-
look, it's satisfactory.
Okay, then it's an approval of
but-
modifications.
Well, it means the offset from next door, right? Which I think they have, right?
Yeah, I mean, it only needs 3 feet.
Right. But
Or
I just don't think that the ground floor, and I don't know how you would argue that this one,
It's ground.
it doesn't have windows that are lowered,
No, it's not,
raised,
it's not,
nothing,
there
it's
is a
just
ground
stairway.
floor and this is downstairs. Other
Yeah.
ones are like,
Right.
there is no ground floor, there's a slightly above and slightly below.
I mean,
This
it
is,
reminds me of the cafe, I don't remember which one it was, maybe Lovely Day Cafe on Mulberry, where they said that because their basement extended further than their storefront, that they could take up they could have a roadway cafe that mirrored the length of their basement.
Right.
Which,
Okay. So is it a conditional denial?
I guess so, because if they show
Yeah, I mean, if they show, but I don't think it's.
but I don't
mean,
think
Okay.
that, I mean,
Okay, and we'll send modifications, but we'll ask the question, then send modifications.
it will be
So I should send the
interesting
question
if
tomorrow.
they send something from DOT that says that,
Yeah.
that that's fine, because then that will.
Well, we can always revisit it on Tuesday
question
again.
What definition of ground floor.
Really quickly on Finelli, that email will go out, what I showed you, that was the text from the email, it's not modification, so we'll get that tomorrow. Gamma Moon, all conditional denial, okay, on Cafe Walk, Moon. The trash,
Yeah, I
You
mean,
wanna put
look,
that as a
the balloons
modification?
issue, if he complies, but the problem,
Is it bigger?
well, the answer that we were provided, I have to say, is because the business is open when the trash is picked up,
That
is
doesn't work.
precisely the way it should work,
Oh,
right? Which is they are bringing the trash from their establishment. to
and
the
then it
garbage truck,
goes, and then it goes.
And then it's gone.
Well, then why did
But-
they put it on the corner?
No, they
They
bring
move
it
it down
to the corner.
Oh,
Because the trucks
yeah.
come by at night, right?
But it's at the corner for like a minute, 2 minutes,
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah, and that the other businesses, and he is correct, it's the same building that there are a number of businesses in. I can tell you that the guy in the pizza spot in the corner would
Not happy.
not happy if there was trash outside for all the time. I know that they've worked through, I mean, out of all the places, they're work fast, they clean up and stuff, at least in my, you know. Also, interestingly enough, I mean, separately, they provided affordable food to the community, which not many places do. You know, but they do take the steps, but, you know, I brought it up because we brought it up to every single applicant. And what we heard from Noam and Comedy Cellar was, he's like, I don't want all this trash in front of my spot, so I'm gonna have the seating.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
And, you know, and it's real, that's a real, because then every night, you know, stuff pile up in front, so, you know, and I think that removes, also, for they would benefit from the seating. The one thing that we didn't point out is that, and we should ask them to agree that they will stop using the outside at the allowable hours, because they're open.
Because they don't serve alcohol.
Right, and they're open until 5 AM.
Oh, no.
They're, you know, they.
Well, that's,
serve
well, all we have to
from
say is,
very end.
all we have to say is the midnight time.
Or
which is the
they're
rules.
closed until I'm sure the patrons disappear, right? But that can be up through very, very late. So it's one of the few businesses that they're not serving people out there. People are taking their food out there. So I think that's something, but I think
It's
they'd
just
be
in the rules.
amenable to that.
Yeah, I'll just say like it's in the rules. Like I'll just pull it from the rules.
Just point it out.
Okay, that's good.
Because that'll be,
That's a good thing. I also didn't know about the bathroom thing.
no, they don't have enough seats
Not enough.
to qualify.
Yeah, it's under 20.
More than 20. So it's what, it's like.
Yeah, so conditional
6
denial,
seats
I.
inside, 8 seats, yeah.
Conditional denial, I. Okay, Cafe Palermo, denial. Anything specific we should go over on that one?
I didn't have anything written down.
It's a cross.
I wrote acknowledge the gaps between both. There's one to the south, one to the north, and then check section 3 furnishing box.
So the good thing is I have the language I wrote on the one that's in between or something like that, that I'll just pull. Check furnishing box.
But this is FDNY.
Is there anything across the street too?
Yeah.
To stagger? Offset?
I didn't know.
This is one of the ones that I pulled.
I didn't know that they did.
Yeah, so I have it for Casa D'Angelo. I don't have anything across.
Yeah, I don't see anything across.
Yeah, but I have the language I used for Casa D'Angelo that I'll just use for this one. Because it has Christmas in the City and Cafe Palermo. So like that's done for those two. I'll just copy and paste this.
So deny.
Hi. Next, Christmas in the City, same thing.
Waiver.
Send, I have the same language, I'll put it in the modification.
Confirm that there will only be flooring for the Southern Cafe. The Northern Cafe has mantle.
Oh.
Center for Goods, the Mercier.
La Mercerie is Roadway.
So I broke it down into Mercer Street and then Howard Street. So Mercer Street, checkbox under vertical screenings and overhead coverings. For the does not exceed 46 inches in height. The regulatory sign is on both sides of the street.
Oh,
And
right,
they
we
said
don't
that DOT
And at the
decided,
stoplight, so they may not have
Yeah.
to.
but they can check the box anyway. I
Yeah.
realized that.
Yeah, 'cause it says if.
Yeah, because it says if.
Yeah, he
and
said that he
also
agreed to
I
that.
realized that it says that, on that form, it doesn't say it here. Before, on an older version, I
It's
guess,
changed.
it said if, for each of those boxes, like if using, check all of them.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that on this one, but. So he seemed to be okay with checking it. But we'll see. And then the gaps must be 6 feet between the adjacent cafes. That was DOT's oversight. It sounds like DOT reached out to, like, amended it for them.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, this is where DOT said you have to, no, what was the application where DOT said you have to have 6 feet?
That was the ADL or ALD.
Really? I thought it was another
Oh,
application. that I
no, it was a Dutch, you're right,
The
you're right.
Dutch. That's right. So DOT is telling some roadway cafe applicants that are seeking a waiver that they have to have a 6-foot gap between
I wonder if there's a
two of their
difference in
setups.
plan.
Well, this, look, I put the link in the chat. If you've ever seen
The Dutch.
and there have been 2 of these fires in Soho. These are old wooden loft buildings. There's fire blowing out the roof 25 feet in the air. These buildings here happen to be reachable by the ladder trucks, but this is like I was saying, this is called by the fire department Hell's 100 Acres because it burns and it's burned in the past. These buildings are now sprinklered, which is the only reason occupancy is allowed on the upper floors in almost all of these buildings. Because they have an exterior fire escape, but they have the sprinklers is an additional requirement depending on the heights of the buildings. But it's so important to have like the just working space if anything happens. And I just, just having seen this myself, I mean, there's nothing scarier in the world, and that consideration.
So I feel like Sarah
is really important to.
Sarah is the planner on the Dutch, and Nina, I think, is the planner on La Mercerie.
So La Mercerie, the Dutch.
I can tell from the information page.
Which is a little bit further to the west. The building technology is not the same. It's not loft buildings. These are old, large commercial buildings. They may have brick and cast iron.
Why are we at,
all wood.
because they said
there
there was.
wooden stairwells inside. There's, you've never been in, yeah, this is
Am I looking
every,
at the fire escape?
yeah.
I don't know why they got rid of it.
Because it's
On
the
yours?
sprinkler,
My building.
because
Oh,
the
dude.
sprinkler counts as a means of egress.
Sprinkler count.
No, it does, that's,
funny way.
so if you have a less than, I don't know, I know if it's 4 stories or more.
Okay.
The same thing happened in the building I used to live in, they cut the fire escape off and they were allowed because of the sprinkler. But I just bring it up because this is why, these are real world, I put the links, 2 huge fires.
I'll grab the link.
But we should make a reference to that because these FDNY
Yeah, I
waivers
will.
are real. And it's not that we're saying that there's no, yeah, we're not necessarily saying, well, I guess we are saying no outdoor seating, but if there is going to be roadway dining, it absolutely must comply with the FDNY
Thanks for the link, Pete.
waivers.
Okay, I sent you. Oh, no, I'm
This
still
is
on.
a separate link.
This is a separate one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I see the links.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a denial because it's, that will also send modifications. I'm glad we offered for them to go.
Yeah.
Soon, but it's kind of one of those, like, you don't want to go first because you kind of want to see what the temperature is. I get that.
Okay. And then Howard Street, adjust storefront to not include the residential entrance to 53 Howard Street. Adjust storefront dimension to 31.9, which is what I measured. Adjust roadway cafe length to 10 feet to reflect corrected storefront dimensions and maintain 20 feet clearance from crosswalk. Because it's 30 feet from the crosswalk to the eastern edge of the storefront. And that's what I have.
Yeah, so 65% of the applications tonight had waivers. When I put that in my email and I was.
Separate that out, roadway?
No, I mean, it's, what is it, 2 sidewalk anyways? 26 sidewalk? I think I just did a count. I don't think I put it in the sheet. What do we have, 1 sidewalk?
Okay, are we?
We have 4 sidewalk?
Or we have 1, 2,
4.
3, 4 sidewalks.
So 24. I know. So the new business, we have 28 applications for next week. We're confirmed. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Same time, Valley, 5:30.
14. So I did it for 6:30. There's no other meeting. Do you want me to move it to 5:30? I can. We can check it because we haven't published it yet. I mean, it's on the website, but I can change it to.
How many applications do we have?
28.
The same as
tonight.
How about 6?
Yeah.
26?
Yes, I'd like to do it earlier.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, because it's already 12 o'clock.
Well, and we're gonna have 2 more people in here, which means there might be two more comments. So I'll move it to 6.
Thank you.
Sure. I was gonna ask everyone tonight, but traffic just postponed their meeting.
Is that what they did?
They did. They postponed it. They could have done 5:30.
Good, because I want to go to that.
Huh?
they're gonna do it later.
Oh.
Stella's on the committee.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, that's an important.
No, I forget.
What's the topic? Oh, that's the pipeline.
The bike lane.
Yeah.
Is it an application or is it just a topic?
Just a comment, Janine wanted to.
Oh, okay.
Okay, are we
Can ask you.
done?
Is there anything else anybody wants to bring up in new business? No, okay, then I move we adjourn.
Adjourn.
Motion,
Second.
great. Thank you, everyone. Let me just see who's on here. Darlene and Pete,
Whoa.
you guys are real ones.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all that you add. Have a good night. Thank you, everyone. This meeting was adjourned at 11:52 p.m.